y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside the Joe Rapp. How you doing, Joe?
Great, Pete. I'm happy March is ending, but the tournament's just starting now.
Yes, the Final Four has been set. Some exciting, very exciting games, as a matter of fact, in the Elite Eight. Let's go to the most exciting of them all, Villanova versus Pittsburgh. A great game, a two-point game. Scudillo driving down the court with 5 seconds left, laying it in over the Pittsburgh player. What do you think about that game?
Well, throughout the tournament, Pittsburgh hasn't been blowing teams out. I mean, every number one usually blows their teams out. I mean, they score over 20, 25 points a game. And Pittsburgh hasn't been doing that. They've only beaten them by 10 points. Levance Fields has not been playing as great in this game in particular. And Scotty Reynolds has been an underrated player throughout his 4-year career at Villanova. He's just playing great, scoring the ball as best as he can.
Yeah, I agree. Villanova had probably their best game of the year. Cunningham and Scotty Reynolds played fantastic, and they just tore apart Pittsburgh offensively and defensively. The full court press was working at its best, and Levance Fields just couldn't get it done. He didn't have a great game. I believe he only had 7 points, and he's the leader of that team. He needs to score big if they're going to win the game. And DeJuan Blair, who had a decent game, 20 points, 10 rebounds, played pretty good, and but they just couldn't get it done. And I think they're still going to be good next year.
And I had Villanova beating Pittsburgh, baby. Tell me that's a pick.
That's a pick right there, but
it is a pick.
It's a good pick, but
it's a great pick. Don't say it's a good pick. It's a great one.
All right, Joe, it's a great pick.
And you had Pittsburgh winning it all, so.
All right, let's move on to the next game. Let's go to UConn versus Purdue, a 5 versus a 1 seed. Everyone thought this was going to be the biggest blowout of all of them. UConn did come out on top. It was pretty close for most of the game, but they ended up pulling away. How do you feel about that?
Well, UConn's probably the front runner to win it all right now. They're playing the best. A.J. Price is leading that team, averaging 20-something points a game. But they're getting that Jeff Adrian, man, he's playing great coming back from an injury. But what scares me a little bit is Hasheem Thabeet's not playing as well as everyone wanted him to. I mean, he's averaging under 10 points, rebounding the ball, but he hasn't been given enough offensively.
Yeah, I agree. He got a this game, so he didn't have the best offensive game. But surprisingly, the freshman out of the Bronx, Kemba Walker, had a fantastic game, had 24 points. He definitely led this team to victory. Without him, I don't think they win. He's a real and I'm really excited about him.
Yeah, they've been playing great.
All right, let's move on to Louisville versus Michigan State. Everyone thought Louisville would blow them out. Michigan State has had a couple close games with USC and Kansas, but they prevailed in those. And once again, they prevail versus the number 1 seed, and they get to the Final Four. Tom Izzo, his 3rd Final Four. How do you feel about that?
Well, I knew Louisville was not as good as everyone thought they were. Everyone had Louisville in their bracket in the final game, and I didn't, and that's why I'm smart. Yeah, Williams did not have a great game, only scoring 7 points. Sosa didn't do his job off the bench, and Earl Clark did not have the greatest game ever. And Michigan State really played hard, battled, and they're going to Detroit with their home fans.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see what happens with their home fans, see if all of them show up. But, yeah, Louisville did not play up to par. I thought going in, they were the number 1 overall seed in the tournament, but I didn't think they were the best. UConn beat them this year. They didn't look great. I mean, they won the Big East, but I just don't think they were as good as everyone thought.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, let's move on to the other game, North Carolina versus Oklahoma. This was supposed to be the biggest matchup of the weekend. Blake Griffin versus Tyler Hansbrough. Ty Lawson had a great game, led North Carolina to victory. Tyler Hansbrough played pretty good himself. How do you feel about that?
Well, I have to say, watching this game, it wasn't a very exciting game. It was not. I mean, North Carolina did what they do. They grinded out. I mean, they scored. Ty Lawson's having a great tournament, averaging 20 points. And Wayne Ellington and Danny Green are doing great on the perimeter. And Tyler Hansbrough just keeps doing his thing down low. So, I don't know. I don't know if anyone can stop him. I think they're going to beat Villanova and go to the finals and win. But I don't know how they can lose.
Yeah, Oklahoma, everyone thought was a great team. I mean, all year, I didn't think they were the greatest team. They were the number 2 overall seed for most of the year, and they just couldn't they never get over the hump and be number 1. Blake Griffin basically carried this team. Without him, I don't know where they are. He had, I believe, 28 or 27.
No, he had more. He scored 30 points.
He scored 30 points, and he had 15 rebounds. He had 8 rebounds in the first 10 minutes. Like, without him, this team is nothing. I mean, Taylor Griffin's all right. Their perimeter shooting was horrible. They just couldn't get it done. They were not as good as everyone thought, and it just proved that the ACC, the Big East, are the 2 best conferences in NCAA. It's no doubt about it.
You got to give it up for Blake Griffin, though. I mean, he's probably the player of the year, in my opinion. I mean, he just carried this team as much as he could in this game, but he just couldn't pull it out for him. And you're right, their 3-point shooting was horrible. Crocker didn't hit his threes. Willie Warren didn't hit his threes. And they got to hit shots and able to win. All
right, let's move on to our picks for the finals. Let's start with UNC versus Villanova. Who do you got?
Well, as I said before, I have UNC. I really think Villanova doesn't have enough down low to stop Tyler Hansbrough. I think he's going to have a huge game, and Ty Lawson's just going to do his thing, dish and swish.
I agree. I think UNC is going to prevail here. They got a great team, top to bottom. The whole starting lineup is fantastic. Danny Green, Wayne Ellington, Hansbrough, Ty Lawson. Great players, and I don't think Villanova's Scotty Reynolds and Dante Cunningham could match up to these guys. So I got UNC there too. Let's move on to UConn versus Michigan State. People may think it's a blowout. I think it's going to be a pretty good game. What do you think?
Well, as much as I need Michigan State to win in my particular bracket, UConn's probably going to end up winning this game. I mean, they're scoring great. I think Ashim Tabbi is going to break out.
I agree. UConn versus UNC in the finals. Who do you got?
I got UNC. The team, no one can beat them.
I disagree. UConn, the beat's going to tear apart Hansbrough. They haven't played yet. I think it's going to be a great game. UConn wins by a couple. All right, that's all the time we have for this segment of 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more 30-Minute Drill after this.
Do you watch the 30-Minute Drill?
No, no lo veo. No hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30-Minute Drill?
I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-Minute Drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk over. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel?
I don't know, Peter.
What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Welcome back to 30-Minute Drill. I'm Joe Rapp. Alongside me is the Peter Samylenko. Pete, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Joe. How you doing?
I'm great, Pete. And also, the Major League ball players are doing great because they're about to head up north to start their season. We're going to go right into it, start with the American League East for baseball. The Yankees, they had a great winter getting A.J. Burnett, CC, and Teixeira. And Red Sox made some key deals getting Schmaltz from the Braves. Who do you got in this division?
I got to take the Yankees. They're both of our favorite teams, the Yankees, but I think they made some great offseason moves. Their pitching rotation is going to be fantastic this year. In my opinion, probably the best in Major League Baseball. They got a deep bullpen. They got great hitting. Teixeira, at first, is going to be a big help for them. I mean, Giambi didn't do much last year. They didn't really have a solid first baseman. A-Rod's hurt, but he'll be back. Jeter, every year, solid. Cano, Johnny Damon. The whole team is stacked. I don't see how they don't win this division.
Yeah, well, I'm a diehard Yankee fan, but they always find some way to lose, don't they? They find some way to lose.
Recently, they have.
They have.
In past years, they've been pretty solid, though.
And I think the Red Sox, who they got over this offseason, very underrated. I mean, they got Takashi Saito from the Dodgers, who was nasty closer for the Dodgers before he got hurt. They got Schmaltz, as I mentioned, and he's a great pickup if he could stay healthy. So,
well, you say the nasty closer, but is he Mariano Rivera?
No, he's not. Well, they got Papelbon, and Papelbon could be as good as Mariano Rivera.
Well, we'll see. I think Mariano Rivera is the best ever to play the game. I think he will continue to do that this year.
Well, I do too, but this year, I mean, he's 40 years old. Then again, he can still throw 94.
Exactly.
Well, how do you think the Rays can do in this division? Do you think they got a shot? Do you think they can repeat what they did last year?
I don't know. They're very young. Well, they were young last year, but no one expected them to do what they did last year, and they did it anyways. They played pretty good. They, I believe, came in second in the division, won the wild card.
No, the Rays won the division.
Rays won the division. The Red Sox got the wild card.
Yes.
Excuse me. Rays won the division. They did very well, and I don't know if they can do it again this year, though. They're still pretty young. Give them a few more years, they'll be a solid team every year.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'll give them a couple years because they really don't. They had a great starting rotation last year. They only have 4. They lost Edwin Jackson in a deal, and he pitched great for them last year, winning 11 games. So we'll see what happens. We're gonna go to the NL East now. You know, the Mets had a pretty good offseason. I mean, Pete, here's the stat. If the games ended after 6 innings last year, they would have won the division by 20 games. They got bullpen help. They got J.J. Putz and Francisco Rodriguez. How do you think the Mets can do, and who do you think will win the division?
I think the Mets will do very good this year. I think they will win the division. They got a great bullpen, and they have decent starting pitching. Not great, but I think the bullpen will make up for it if they need to. Putz and K-Rod were great pickups for them. It'll definitely help them close out games, and they have consistent hitting throughout the year. Beltran and Wright can lead this team to victory. I have no doubt about it.
Well, I'm gonna go with the Marlins. I mean, they got some talent. They got the best shortstop in the major leagues with Hanley Ramirez, and they got great pitching. I think they can go far, don't you think?
I don't know. I would have to say the Phillies in second place, but if you're gonna go with the Marlins, that's all you, Joe. I don't agree with that.
I really don't trust the Phillies. I mean,
they did win the World Series last year.
I know, but Cole Hamels was amazing. He can't pitch every game.
All right, we'll see how that plays out.
All right, we're going to go to the West. I mean, the Dodgers and Diamondbacks seem to be the contenders in that division, but the Giants got Randy Johnson over this offseason, which is a big help for them. Probably will get them 12 to 14 wins. Who do you have in this division?
I got to take the Dodgers. I mean, last year they came storming back, won the division, and went deep in the playoffs, got to the NL Championship Series. And Manny coming back is going to be a big help, a big confidence booster. I like them. I think they got great pitching. They got a great lineup. I think they win this division, no doubt about it.
I got to go with the Diamondbacks. I mean, they kind of collapsed last year. I mean, I don't know, something about them. Drew up the middle with Reynolds on the hot corner, man. They both can hit 20 home runs in a season. They always have solid pitching. I mean, they just do. I think they're going to contend in this division.
I think they're going to contend, but I do think the Dodgers will come out on top. But let's talk about the Giants for a sec. I mean, they're young, besides Randy Johnson, who's, 46, 47? He's up there. Yeah. But, I mean, they got the Cy Young winner, who is very, very good.
Tim Lincecum, he's amazing.
He's
probably
the best starting pitcher in the league, or youngest starting pitcher in the league right now, who's very good, of course. And I think they could make a run at this division. They got some good players on that team. What do you think about that?
Nah, I don't know if their hitting can carry them. I mean, Benji Molina's carried their hitting load since Bonds left, hitting 20 home runs. So they have pitching. They do have pitching, but I don't know if they can hit enough. So we're going to go to the American League side of the West. And the Angels had a weird offseason. I mean, they lost K-Rod. They don't have a really shutdown closer anymore, but they do have Vladimir Guerrero. How do you think they can contend in this division?
I think they're going to win the division. The Angels are very good consistently year after year. The Yankees can't beat them, it feels like. And Vladimir Guerrero has been leading this team for years now. They lost K-Rod, which is going to be hard to close out games, but I think they win this division.
Well, I think they will end up winning this division. Well, that's it for baseball. There'll be more 30-minute drill after this.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and John Vittas. Guys, this is probably one of the biggest weekends in sports. The Final Four coming up. North Carolina versus Villanova, UConn versus Michigan State. We're going to start off first with North Carolina versus Villanova. Give me your thoughts on that game.
It's going to be a great game, you know. Nova beat Duke, killed Duke as a team. But they're not going to win. I have UNC winning, as hard as that may sound for me, because I'm a Duke fan, because they're a lot better than them. Better coaching, better players. Ty Lawson, I underrated him all year. He's probably the best player in the nation. It's going to be a great matchup between him and Scotty Reynolds, but I think with Ty Lawson plays like Ty Lawson, they have the game in the bag.
All right, John.
That hurt for me to say, by the way.
I was thinking the same thing. All right, I want to take Villanova in this game, actually. I took UNC as the national champion coming into the tournament. They have so much talent. I really don't see how they could lose. But I think Villanova's defense is just too good. They shut down Duke. They shut down Pitt. I think they have great rotation. They just play so tight against UNC scores. I think they'll be able to slow them down. They'll make them force up contested shots. So I think Villanova's defense is going to win them the game.
I don't know. I don't agree with that statement. I'm sorry. I mean, just everyone in North Carolina can get the ball in the basket, besides Deion Thompson. But Danny Green, if you could leave him open, he'll hit it every single time. It hurts for me to say.
They're not going to leave him open, though. Their defense is
They're going to have to double team Hansborough, and it's not going to happen.
I think Cunningham's going to be able to shut down Hansborough.
There's no way. It won't happen. I'm sorry. I'm a Duke fan, and I'm saying this. There's no way Cunningham could shut down Hansborough.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Steve. You know,
I think,
really?
Surprise.
I think that Lawson's penetration is too much. Villanova plays great defense, but no one's going to be able to stop him penetrating the ball. And when they help on him, Ellington wide open, Green wide open. They've been really hot in the tournament.
What about Ginyard?
And then, Ginyard's not on the
I'm
team,
kidding,
unfortunately.
Sorry,
and then Hansborough and Davis has been great off the bench defensively for North Carolina. Just too many weapons, too much for Villanova to handle. Okay, now let's move to the other game. The Connecticut Huskies going against Michigan State Spartans. Thoughts on this one?
Well, battle of the coaches here between Izzo and Calhoun. You know, two of the best coaches in basketball. But I'm going to go with Michigan State here. I like Kalen Lucas, the way he's been playing like one of the best players in the nation, in the tournament, of course. Right. And Raymar Morgan hasn't been there, you know, hurt his face or whatever, you know, wearing the mask. I think that's affecting his game, but hopefully he'll do good and hopefully they'll win. So.
You know, I was going to go with Michigan State, but UConn proved to me in the Elite Eight that they can score. Because Matt said before, they don't really have a true scorer on their team, but they've proved it in this tournament that they can score from all different places. Stanley Robinson, A.J. Price, and Kemba Walker, a freshman who stepped up out of nowhere and had a great tournament. I think he'll be able to continue that, and UConn shouldn't have a problem against Michigan State's defense, in my opinion.
Well, you're right about Stanley Robinson. He's been playing great this whole tournament. Everything. It's very surprising for me.
I agree with John on this one. I think Connecticut is got the size with the beat down low. It's going to be very tough for Suton to get anything, although I could see him bringing him away from the basket, knocking out some outside shots, and that's what Michigan State's going to have to get from him for them to have a chance to win this game. But I think just with Price and Thabit and Adrian and Stanley Robinson playing so well right now, that UConn's got a little bit of an edge, and they'll end up facing North Carolina in the championship. Okay, now let's move on and talk about the championship game. You have Michigan State, North Carolina. You have Villanova, Connecticut. Thoughts on that matchup?
Well, if that does happen, I'm going to have North Carolina winning it all. Like I said, the best team in the nation. You can't leave Danny Green open, Boston open, Ellington open. You can't leave anyone open. Deion Thompson, if he plays, I know they say this a lot, but if he plays good, like he has signs of greatness, but he never really shows up. But if he plays great, they should win.
Yeah.
No matter what the matchup is in the finals, of course it's going to be a great game. The two best teams in the nation. My matchup is Villanova and UConn. I'm going to go with Villanova to win it all, the 3 seed. Their defense has impressed me so much, like I said before. I think they can shut down almost any offense in the nation. And I don't think UConn's scorers are going to be able to get to the hole against Villanova's defense. They shuffle their feet well. They get in front of the guy who's trying to drive down the lane. They're not going to let them get inside.
I'm sorry. Wait, I have to cut you off there. There's no way. No way Cunningham could stop Thabit. Thabit's going to be all over him all game, and there's no chance of it happening.
That's something you can't.
Zager, your turn. You can
I have North Carolina versus Connecticut. I think North Carolina's going to end up winning. I think Lawson, too much for them. Ellington's playing well. Green, like I said before, just too much talent, too many guys. And they're playing great defensively, too. They haven't done that all season. And you're seeing now that when they play great defense, they're pretty much unbeatable, like they did against Oklahoma, LSU in the second half. So I just see them being too much. Right now, give me a player to watch for in this Final Four.
There's so many players, good players to choose from, but Thabit from UConn, you know, plays defense like no other, blocks shots, gets rebounds. Doesn't score so much, but if he scores some points, he'll be a big presence down low and definitely a player to watch for.
My guy is Dante Cunningham from Villanova. He's going to have to go up against Tyler Hansborough, and if they get to the finals in my bracket, he's going to have to shut down Hasheem Thabit. He's a little bit undersized compared to those two guys, but I think he'll be able to shut them down.
All right. My guy's Ty Lawson. He makes North Carolina run. Playing great all tournament, probably the best player in my opinion so far in the tournament. And if he continues that play, they'll be cutting down the nets. All right, real quick, will Seth Curry make a difference for Duke? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. That's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back next with baseball.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Big night. Big night. Big night.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
Steve, you have to. Suck it up.
Steve, you were born to do this. Guys, you're here. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Rob Feit. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host once again, Max Zager, alongside with Steve Cinque and John Vittas for another segment. This one we're going to be talking about baseball. Season's coming up next week. Let's start off first with the AL East and NL East. Give me your winners in both of those divisions.
For the American League East, I'm going to go with the New York Yankees, my favorite team in baseball, of course. Best lineup in baseball, best pitching staff in baseball. You know a team's good when their fifth pitcher in the rotation is Jabba Chamberlain. This guy throws heat. Lineup, some people might be a little worried about it, not having Alex Rodriguez in the lineup, and even when he comes back with all the steroid allegations, how he's going to play, if his mind's on the game or not, he'll be ready to go. Cody Ransom, who's filling in for him for the time being, spring training, I know, but he's swinging the bat great. Robinson Cano, Mark Teixeira, you're adding to the equation. Things are looking good.
A-Rod will be fine.
Nah.
John.
You know what? Steve took UNC as a Duke fan, so I'm going to take the Yankees as a Mets fan. On paper, this team could be one of the best teams in the history of baseball. They have so many big players coming in this year. Sabathia, Burnett, that's just the pitchers. And then, of course, Mark Teixeira. On paper, they should win this division hands down easily. I know the Rays and the Red Sox are there too, and the Yankees haven't done so well in the last couple of years, especially in the playoffs, but I have to take the Yankees. They're just too good on paper.
I got the Red Sox. Red Sox flat out perform. Great pitching, Daisuke, Beckett, Lester. Got great hitting as well with Pedroia, Ortiz. And I just think that they're there every year. They're always good. They haven't had a bad year in quite some time, and I think that they're just going to perform well and win the division. All right, now, you didn't say your NL team, so NL East winner.
NL East winner, I'm going to go with the World Series champions, Philadelphia Phillies. One of the best lineups I've seen in baseball. Ryan Howard, he's just unbelievable. He could probably win MVP this year, you know. With that lineup, they have a lot of left-hand batters. Watch out for Jason Worth. He's batting righty, hits lefties hard. So give him a lot of opportunities to swing the bat, and you'll see.
All right, John.
You know, I agree with Jason Worth. I think he's going to have a breakout year. But I'm going to go with the Mets, my team. I think they're going to win the division this year. I know the Phillies bring back everyone from their World Championship team, but I think they might have a little hangover from that. I think the Mets have a nice mix of veterans and younger players. I think Jerry Manuel has put a new philosophy into how he coaches his team. I think it's going to work for them, a team-first mentality, which they haven't had in a while. And I think that this year they're going to fly under the radar a little bit more with the Phillies being the favorite now. And I don't think the Mets are going to have as much pressure as they have the last couple of years, and I think they'll be able to use that to their advantage and win the division.
I like the Phillies, just like Steve does. Great offense, probably the best in baseball with Howard, Rollins, Utley. Just too much for any pitcher to handle, to go out through that whole lineup and not get, you know, some runs let up. And they also have Cole Hamels, Lidge, J.C. Romero, Madsen.
Forgot about Ibanez.
I did, right? They picked him up. You know, they're just, the lineup just keeps getting better and better. And the pitching, the bullpen's going to be great once J.C. Romero comes back for that, you know, end of the season run that they might need. So I think that the Phillies are going to end up taking that division. Okay, now let's go with wild cards.
Well, for the American League East, I'm going to go with the Boston Red Sox, like you said. Every position, they're great. Youkilis, World Baseball Classic, played unbelievable. Dustin Pedroia, coming off a little injury he got from WBC, but he'll be fine. He's the MVP of last season. You know, he's great.
Yeah, John?
You know, I don't think the Red Sox are going to make the playoffs this year. I'm going to take the Rays to win the wild card in the American League. I think they have one of the best rotations in baseball by far. I think the Red Sox rotation, Smoltz and Penny are both question marks, so you don't know how they're going to be. And I think I don't know if Pedroia's going to have the year he did. Same with Youkilis. You really don't know that much about how the Red Sox are going to perform. The Rays are a young team. They have a bunch of talent that are, they're going to just only get better from last year. They were in the World Series last year, so I got to take them to win the wild card.
Wait, hold on. I have to interrupt you there. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like what you're saying, but the Rays, you even said it was a young team last year. You don't know how everyone's going to do. Andy Sonnenstein, he's not going to be another 15-game winner.
He's the 5th starter, though. You can't expect that much from him anyway.
Well, who's 1 through 4?
You have Garza, Kazmir. Price is going to come up at one point. You know that.
Well, yeah.
And they're stacked. Come on.
Kazmir's very injury-prone. You don't know how he's going to be. They got
Shields, I didn't mention him.
They got a closer in Troy Percival, who's another very injury-prone player. I can't see them making a run. Their bullpen's not that good. J.P. Howell, they're not that good.
J.P. Howell's
enough
good.
Rays talk. I got the Yankees. Like you guys said, just too much on paper. I do think the Red Sox will end up winning the division, but the Yankees are definitely going to end up getting into the playoffs. Okay, now your NL wild card.
My NL wild card, I'm going to go with the Cincinnati Reds. Yeah, you may think this is crazy. Joey Votto, watch out for. They got Jay Bruce, came out at the end of the year, one of the best minor league players in baseball. Nice catcher, finally, Ramon Hernandez. They're so stacked.
All right, John?
Yeah, I think the Reds are going to have a better year, but the playoffs, I don't know about that. My wild card, I'll give it to the Phillies. You guys made a great argument for them before. They're stacked no matter how you look at it, but I did take the Mets to win the division, but the Phillies are my wild card.
I got the Mets to take the wild card. A lot of talent, good pitching, good hitting. I think they're going to get it done. Okay, give me your MVP and player to watch for this season real quick.
MVP, Albert Pujols, best hitter in baseball. And players to watch for, I'm going to go with Alexi Ramirez and Kevin Gregg. Kevin Gregg, new closer for the Chicago Cubs, was named that yesterday, so watch out for him.
All right, John?
My MVP is going to be Jose Reyes from the Mets, and my player to watch for is Mike Aviles from the Kansas City Royals. A great middle infielder. He'll have a big year.
Okay, my MVP is Manny Ramirez. Great with the Dodgers last year. I think that's going to continue when you could possibly get it. And player to watch for, Pudge. Great in the World Baseball Classic. All right, that's all the time we have for this edition of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back next week.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside the Joe Rapp. How are we doing today, Joe?
I'm great, Pete. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. We had a nice week off. We're back into it. Let's jump right into Major League Baseball.
Yep.
Opening day was this past week. How do you feel the Yankees are doing, your team?
Well, they started out struggling with an 0-2 start. I mean, CC did not pitch well in the first game. And you really can't blame him in that $160 million contract. He wasn't throwing strikes with his fastball. He couldn't command his curveball. And he walked 6 guys, and he didn't strike out a batter, and he's known for striking out a lot. Second game, Wong, his fastball, sinker, power sinker was like 90 miles per hour. Usually it's up there at 94, 95. It was just a bad first 2 games.
Yeah, they just didn't play up to par. They weren't hitting, and CC couldn't strike out anyone for his life, so that was a bad start for them. They came back in a second start, played pretty good against the Royals. So I think it's a bright future for CC and the Yankees. Let's talk about Melky Cabrera losing his starting job in center field. Do you think he should have?
You know what? Brett Gardner had a really great spring training. He had 3 home runs with 5 ribbies. But Melky, you could say he deserved it somewhat. I mean, he had a home run, 12 ribbies. Personally, I think he's a better defensive outfielder. But I think Gardner, with his speed, really carried him to that starting job. If he gets on maybe 35% of the time, he could steal 40 or 50 bases. So,
yeah, absolutely. Brett Gardner's speed definitely helped him in that position. Melky Cabrera is a little on the heavy side, we could say, and not as fast. But either way, let's talk about A-Rod. Not playing right now. Do you think he helps his team when he comes back?
Absolutely. He's an MVP. They're losing 40 home runs and 120 ribbies right now. And besides that, to Scherzer, So they're losing their 3 and 4 hitters. It's a problem.
Yeah, A-Rod's definitely going to help this team. Coming back, he's going to be fantastic. With him back, I think they're definitely the best team in the AL East. Do you think they're going to win this division?
It's going to be tough. I mean, the Rays and Red Sox, they're very deep. Red Sox probably have the best pitching out of those three. Yankees have the best hitting, and Rays have the best fielding, so it's kind of mixed.
Yeah,
it matters who pitches the best in the last 2 months of the season, who wins this division.
And this past week, the Rays beat the Yankees 15-5, so I don't know what's going to happen here. With good pitching, the Rays are very dangerous, even though they're very young. So
yeah, but the Yankees just discovered a pitcher last night. Nick Swisher pitched inning, shutout inning, struck out Gabe Kapler.
Speaking of Nick Swisher, he's been playing very good when Mark Teixeira's not playing. He has 3 home runs already, and he had, I believe, 4 RBIs in the one game against the Royals.
5
RBIs, and he had another home run against the Rays. You know, they lost 15-5. Do you think he could do something?
I think he may have taken a spot away from Xavier Nady. He's playing really well. Great pinch hitter off the bench when he's not playing, and he's just a spark plug in the clubhouse. He's just a great player.
All right, Joe. Let's talk about some surprise teams right now. The Padres, the Mariners are both playing very well. Who do you think has had the best start so far?
I think the Padres have the best start and the most surprising start. Jake Peavy has led this pitching staff, pitched very well, and Chris Young's coming back to the form where he did 2 years ago, striking at every batter in sight.
Yeah, Padres are playing real good right now, and they've not been unstoppable. They're beatable, definitely, but I think they keep this run going. They'll make the playoffs, and they might be able to do something this year.
You really think they can make the playoffs
I do think
in that West?
I do think
out of the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers.
I do think so. I think the Dodgers are slightly overrated, and Diamondbacks will be good, but maybe they'll get a wild card spot, the Padres. We'll see.
No, I don't think they can win enough games, Pete. I'm sorry.
All right, let's move on to the other New York team. Regardless, let's move on to the other New York team. The New York Mets. Not a great start. They're playing pretty good. How do you feel about them?
Well, Santana's, they can't score. I mean, they help their bullpen getting Putz and K-Rod, and they've done what they're supposed to be doing, shutting down the last half of the game. But Santana's pitching pretty well. Their offense is just not clicking right now. Reyes is not getting on, and Beltran and Wright are not driving runs in, so it might be a problem.
Yeah, the pitching has been pretty good, actually. Santana's been pitching good. K-Rod and Putz have been doing their job since they've came here. And I just said the hitting's just not up to par. They're not going to win if they can't hit the ball. Beltran, Delgado, Wright, and Reyes got to step up if they want to win games.
You're right. And Daniel Murphy, he can't drop routine fly balls in the outfield. That's also a problem.
Yeah,
you see that in JV high school. Come on.
All right, let's move on to some maybe predictions for the year. Who do you think is going to win the AL East?
I think it's truly going to be the Yankees. I think this is their year. They got the deepest starting rotation. I mean, Pete, let's be honest. Do you think Jabba Chamberlain is a number 5 starter on any other team?
Probably number 3, number 2 starter on any other team. And the Yankees lineup, starting pitching this year is just unbelievable, top to bottom. If they just pitch decent, they're going to win 90 games. So
well, A-Rod's got to come back and do his thing, lead them to the top.
Yeah, but top to bottom, their lineup is just unbelievable. You could take any one of the players on those teams, and they could be the best player on a team. So
I think Cano's going to have a really big year. I think he's going to bat over 320 and be an all-star because he's having a really hot start, leading the team in walks, which he's a free swinger usually.
Yeah, Cano's, I mean, he's recently not had the best years, but I think this year he'll step it up. I think he'll be a big player for this team. He's one of the young guys. He'll do good things this year. All right, that's all the time we have for this segment of 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more 30-Minute Drill after the break. Hello and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside Joe Rapp once again. How you doing, Joe?
I'm good, Pete. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. My dream segment right now, golf, the Masters. First time this year we're talking about golf. Big weekend for Tiger, Phil, Kenny Perry, Angel Cabrera, and Chad Campbell. How do you feel about this Masters?
I think it was an unexpected Masters. You didn't think Angel Cabrera would come out with the win. I think it was pretty much Tiger's or Phil's tournament to lose. So they really didn't. Tiger really didn't play well this whole weekend, and he came in 5th place. So, got to give it up to him.
Yeah, Tiger and Phil definitely made it so much better on Sunday, coming from behind, storming back after being 4 under, and Cabrera and Perry. Just everyone was really focused on Tiger and Phil when they were on 15, 16, but everyone forgot that Cabrera, Perry, and Campbell still had 7 holes left and a couple of really good birdie holes. So everyone was like, "Oh, Phil and Tiger, they got it," but they didn't realize.
Pete, I have to say something. Watching Masters Sunday, it seemed like no player could make a putt. Feel like every player 2-putted every hole. What do you think about that?
Well,
it seemed like it, right?
It did seem like that, but I don't know if you know, Augusta National is probably the hardest greens in the world. On the step meter, it's about 15, and it's basically like putting on your driveway. It's that fast, and there's tons of twists and turns, and it's a very hard golf course when it comes to greens. You can hit the greens, but you got to make the putts, and that's where it counts. Chipping and putting is where it counts in golf. But let's move on to Phil Mickelson, tied the front 9 record in the Masters with 3 other people, but only one other person has ever did it in the 4th round, Greg Norman, and 6 under, 6 birdies. It's unbelievable, and I thought he was going to come back and win it lefty, and he just couldn't get it done. How do you feel about his front 9? It was just fantastic.
Well, his front 9 was great. I mean, he did what he had to do. He had to come back in that front 9 to even have a chance in the back 9. But you know what? When it comes to the end, what really hurt him in this tournament was missing those 2 putts, maybe I think on like the 14th or 16th hole. Those easy putts, maybe 2 feet away from the hole, and then put it in the water on the 12th on a par 3. That really hurt him.
Yeah, on the 12th hole, he went pin hunting. He just had to put it in the middle of the green, 2-putt for par. He was having a good round, but he was feeling confident, went for the pin, put a little too much backspin on it, rolled back into the water. Double bogey, absolutely killed him. And without that, he definitely has a chance to win this tournament.
It was a shame, too, because he was playing so well up to that point. You think, oh, this is Phil's time right here, and then he just blows it right then and there.
And still going past that, he played pretty good, and he definitely could have got it done. He just couldn't get over that hump. All right, let's move on to Tiger Woods, best player in the world by far. Just couldn't get it done this week. Coming back from knee surgery, his first major since the big 8-month layoff, and didn't play great during the week, Thursday, Friday. Was 4 under going into Sunday. Had a pretty good Sunday, shot 68, got to 8 under, but he had a bogey on 16, and I believe a bogey on 17 too. So without those, he's right in the hunt. How do you feel about his effort?
He really didn't help himself those last couple of holes bogeying. I really think he was too far back to even have a chance of winning, but I was wrong as usual. He came back and almost had a chance of winning, coming maybe four behind the leader, and he really was not sharp the whole weekend. I mean, all his drives were not hitting the fairway. It really wasn't great performance by him, but you can't really blame him. It's his first major coming back from injury, so I think he'll win a few later in his career.
A few later in his career?
Just a few.
I'm thinking more like 6 or 7, breaking Jack Nicklaus's record of 18. So
he probably will.
You can never count Tiger out on Sunday, no matter if he's 1 back or leading, or maybe if he's
5 back.
6 or 7 back. He's the best player in the world. When he turns it on, he's focused. He knows what he's doing. He can do some big things, and he's gonna continue to. Let's move on to Kenny Perry. 48 years old, probably hit his peak a while ago, but maybe not so, because his putting has just been fantastic. And he said, beginning of this year's Masters, if his putting was as good as it was now, when he was in his 20s, he thought he could have done some big things in the PGA Tour. How do you feel about his effort?
Well, I have to say, going back, do you see that drive he hit on 16? It was a perfect shot. And we're all thinking, watching that, him walking up the fairway, this is his tournament. He won. But then he goes and bogeys the next 2 holes and just screws himself over. It was not a great last 2 holes, and he hurt himself right then and there.
Yeah, well, we've got to talk about the champion, Cabrera. He was just consistent throughout the whole Masters. You know, he kind of went under the radar and was in the final group on Sunday, went into a couple extra holes, and he just continued to play consistent, had a 2-putt on the last playoff hole to win. So I'm pretty impressed. He's won 2 majors now in the last 3 years, and he's still, I guess you can say, a no-name guy.
Maybe. I mean, he's got experience. He won the U.S. Open in '07. He really did himself good by hitting the ball into the trees, first of all, then making the luckiest shot I've ever seen, going out of the trees right onto the fairway, and two-putting his way to victory. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's the game of golf, Joe. Luck is definitely part of it, but congratulate Cabrera. He played fantastic, and I think he'll win a couple more tournaments before he's done.
Well, Pete, before we go off, what do we always say? You'd rather be lucky than good.
Exactly, rather be lucky than good. That's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. I want to thank you all for watching, and we'll be back with more 30-minute drill after the break.
Yeah. Let's go. Big night, big night, big night.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
Steve, you have to. Suck it up.
Steve, you were born to do this. Guys, they're here.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Rob Feit. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside John Vittas and Rob Feit. Great golf action this past weekend. The Masters, probably the best golf tournament of the year. Went to a playoff. Angel Cabrera ended up winning it. Great tournament. Let's first start off with Phil and Tiger. They didn't start off too well. We're 8 strokes behind coming into the final day. Do you guys think they had a shot at winning at that point?
Honestly, after 3 rounds, I didn't think they did, because 8 strokes back, even though it's Phil and Tiger, I really didn't think they had a shot. There was way too many guys in front of them. I think they were tied for 10th. The guys in front of them were playing great. They were all shooting under par in every round, so they'd have to shoot 8 under par, Phil and Tiger. So they'd have to shoot something ridiculous like a 60 or a 61, in my opinion, to win it. So I really didn't think they had a shot.
Rob?
You said exactly my reasoning, that they were. I think Tiger and Phil are just they're the 2 best number 1 and 2 in the world. I mean, obviously going into that day, I kind of figured that they'd have a shot at it, but I mean, they played so well, and I did think they had a chance of winning.
Yeah, you never count out Tiger, and Phil, he's right behind him, number 2, so you can't count them out, but they were really, it had a lot to do. All right, Phil shot a 30 on the front 9 on the last day. What are your feelings on that? How great of a performance?
That was ridiculous, what Phil Mickelson did on the front 9. Like you said, shooting a 30. He had a ridiculous shot from the trees. He hooked it around a tree and somehow landed it about 3 feet from the cup after shooting it from about 200 yards away. He was just making great shot after great shot. Honestly, at that point, I think he was 2 or 3 strokes behind after the front 9. I thought he was going to win it, but he double bogeyed 12, and then he choked down the stretch, as did Tiger. And at that point, they couldn't win it.
Right.
I mean, we all knew Phil was that good of a player, but I had no clue that Phil was that good to shoot a 30 at the Masters in Augusta, and that was just a great performance. Unfortunately, couldn't hold up in the back 9, but I mean, that was just spectacular.
Yeah, unbelievable performance there. Can't say anything more than that. Okay, Phil and Tiger ended up cutting it to 2-stroke lead. They were in it with a couple of holes to go for them. At that point, did you think that they had a chance to win then?
Oh, of course. You're only down 2 strokes with still a few more holes to go. At that point, we had seen what the leaders were doing at the front, which was really not too much. They were all shooting par after par, and Tiger and Phil were just gaining on them. So I thought they would continue to birdie holes and come up with the lead, but they both choked down the stretch. They both messed up 17 and 18, and they didn't give themselves a chance to win.
I think it really started off with the 15th hole that they both had 2 great approaches for the eagle chance. I mean, Tiger had a long putt, but Phil should have definitely made it and would have narrowed down the lead by only 1 stroke, and definitely could have had a better chance later on, but just unfortunately had to suffer with those 2 bogeys at the end, and that's what ruined it.
Yeah, totally agree with you guys. You definitely have a chance with those 2 players, only down 2 strokes, but they, in the end, could just not get it done. Okay, after Phil and Tiger were done, their day was over, were you guys still fully interested in the Masters?
I'm not fully interested. I still hung around and watched the rest of it, and I'm glad I did because it was a great finish. But I wasn't as interested. I kind of turned my attention away from it a little bit, but it was still a great tournament, no matter how you look at it.
Rob?
I had the same feelings. I mean, of course, everyone wants to see Tiger and Phil win, but I mean, unfortunately, we had to watch Angel Cabrera and Chad Campbell and Kenny Perry end up making it a great day. But I was bummed not to see Tiger win this Masters.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Tiger is the guy we all watch golf for, the person we like to see win. You know, some of the shots he pulls out are unbelievable, and you know that when you watch him play that anything can happen. And when he was out, you know, my interest did drop down a little bit, but it was such a competitive Masters that, you know, I was still interested. All right, give me your feelings on the playoffs. I mean, who did you think was going to win when it got narrowed down to those 3 guys?
Well, going into it, I thought Chad Campbell was going to win. I mean, he was the only one that really shot under par for the final round. We saw Kenny Perry choke on 17 and 18 after having an eagle opportunity on the 16th, shot a great tee shot on that par 3 hole, but he choked on 17 and 18. And Chad Campbell was the only one that had a great day. Cabrera started off pretty bad. I mean, after Tiger and Phil were out, I thought Chad Campbell had the best shot because he was the only guy that didn't show signs of fading down the stretch.
Rapp?
I honestly thought Kenny Perry would have won it. I mean, of course, he had that 2 bogeys that ruined the whole Masters for him in 17-18. But I thought he looked so composed the entire day and the entire tournament. I thought he was going to turn around on the overtime and win it, but just couldn't get it done. It had a terrible 10th hole, the second overtime, a terrible approach out on the green, and that just ruined it.
Yeah, I liked Cabrera from, you know, when I saw those 3, and I liked his experience. You know, he won the U.S. Open, and he's got that experience set in the clutch situations that he can make the putts to win it for him, and that's what he did in the end. He made some clutch shots and just he got it done. You know, he made the shots that he needed to make to put himself in a good position to win. Okay, now this was a great Masters. People say possibly the best ever. In your mind, was this the best Masters ever?
I really can't speak for the history of the Masters. I mean, it's been around since the mid-1930s, I believe. So obviously, we haven't seen 80 to 90% of the Masters. Right. So I'm not going to say it's the best, but it's the best I've seen. I mean, I've been watching it for a good 6-7 years now. It's definitely the best I've seen. The drama was great down the stretch. Players choking and other players stepping up in big situations. It was a great Masters.
Rapp?
I got to agree with John here. I mean, it's so rare to see Masters going to overtime, but then 2 holes overtime and just that intense with 3 guys in it. It's either this year, 2005, with Tiger's just amazing shot on 16 that just waited on the cup and just rolled in. Definitely, I know we haven't seen that many Masters, but these 2 years definitely been the 2 best.
Yeah, this one was great. I liked 05 a little bit better because Tiger was in it, and he's the guy that I'm always rooting for, and with that 6th shot, I give that the edge. All right, guys, thanks. That's all the time we have for this segment of golf. We'll be back next with college basketball. Time? 6:05.
Monahan turns around, takes a quick peek at the clock, hands it up the middle to Lynn, who gets outside. Chaz Lynn, it's a foot race. He's at the 40, to the 30. Lynn still on the feet, and he's in. Touchdown, Lynn Hills.
Look at the clock, Lou. It reads 000 as Chaz Lynn plays his own version of Beat the Clock. He had to go one place, and that was into the end zone, because if he was tackled, the half was over. Chaz Lynn beats the clock.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, John Vittas, here with Max Zager and Steve Cinque. We're going to be wrapping up this year's 2009 edition of the NCAA tournament. Now, Max, you were in Detroit for all 3 games of the Final Four. What was the atmosphere like there? It must have been great.
Unbelievable. The whole city was behind Michigan State. I mean, when you walked into the stadium, it was a sea of green, everyone cheering for the hometown team. Probably about 95% of the stadium was all Michigan State, a few North Carolina, rarely any Villanova or UConn fans, but just unbelievable atmosphere, crazy at every shot, every play, everything, just unbelievable.
Now, let's get into the games now. Michigan State beat UConn in what was probably considered an upset. I think most people picked UConn to win that game. What was Michigan State able to do in that game that they were able to pull the upset?
Well, they got turnovers. That was pretty much what it was. Tons of turnovers. They were able to get into transition. I think they scored about 20 points in transition, which they rarely have done, maybe not done that all season. And when you have a guy like Kalen Lucas running that transition, it's pretty easy to get points.
Yeah, all they really needed was just a big game out of Raymar Morgan and Kalen Lucas. They're 2 big players. Shuton, and this whole tournament surprised everyone. I didn't think he was that good personally, but showed me wrong. And yeah, just everyone did their part.
I think they played Michigan State basketball in that game. UConn wanted to run the floor like UNC did against Michigan State. I think if they had the same game plan that UNC had in the Final Four, they would have been able to win that game. But Michigan State just played their game. Now, in the finals, UNC beat Villanova. I should mention that first. UNC got to the finals against Michigan State, and they pretty much dominated the Final Four. I mean, both games weren't really close. What did UNC do, or what was the main factor for UNC for them to just dominate the Final Four?
Well, we all knew they had probably the best talent in the country, and every part of the team was clicking. I mean, Wayne Ellington was on fire the whole Final Four. He won Most Outstanding Player. Lawson played well. Hansbrough played well. Another thing, they played defense. They haven't done that all season. They came into the NCAA tournament and really focused on that, and they played as good a defense as anyone.
The biggest factor to me in the tournament was Deion Thompson playing as good as he was. He's been lazy all year. I've been saying it how many shows. But in the tournament, he's just playing great. Ty Lawson, junior, not even a senior, just crazy. I mean, it seems like he's been there forever. Ellington hitting his shots. Everything they could have done right, they didn't. So.
Yeah, I agree with both of you guys. I think the biggest thing for UNC was just playing defense, because everyone knows they have the offensive firepower to beat any team. But if they just played a little bit of defense, they'd beat anyone, and they finally did that in the Final Four, and I think that's the main reason they won. Now, wrapping up the tournament as a whole, for the entire tournament, what was your best game that you saw?
For me, it was the Pittsburgh versus Villanova game. I mean, there was plenty of first-round games that were really good too, but this was for a chance to go to the Final Four. It came down to the last-second shot, which Scotty Reynolds ended up hitting a layup with a second left to go in that game. It was just unbelievable how they ended up almost going from blowing that game to triumphing at the end and going to the Final Four.
I'm going to go with Florida State, Wisconsin. A lot of people might be mad at me for saying that because that game ruined a lot of people's brackets. Nobody saw Wisconsin winning that game. For them to do what they did that game was great. Getting the foul and one at the buzzer. Not at the buzzer, but with 2 remaining seconds, and then to win that game. Tony Douglas played his heart out. He'll be back next year. He'll play great. But that was a great game.
Yeah, those were both great games. I'm going to go with another first-round game like Steve. I'm going to go with Siena, Ohio State, an 8-9 game. It's supposed to be close. It was back and forth the whole way. Siena came back towards the end, and they were able to tie it with a Ronald Moore three-pointer at the end of regulation. And then he hit another big one in double overtime. That was a great back-and-forth game, so that was my highlight of the tournament. So now we're going to go with your best player, MVP for the tournament.
For me, it was Ty Lawson. I mean, he did everything that you could ask for a point guard. He scored the basketball. He set up his teammates. I mean, he was a big reason why Wayne Ellington had such a successful tournament. And then he did it on the defensive end, too. I mean, he set a championship or Final Four record with 8 steals in the championship game, which is just unbelievable. So he did it all.
Well, it'd be wrong for me not to choose someone from North Carolina. I mean, they did win it all, so I'm going to have to go with Wayne Ellington, just most outstanding player. He did phenomenal. Yeah.
I'm going to keep it going and go with another UNC player. Same guy Max picked, Ty Lawson. Ellington won the most outstanding player, but I think Lawson was just a bigger factor. I mean, Ellington hit a ton of shots, but Lawson running the point, played great defense, like you said. He hit clutch shots, so he's my MVP. Now, Max, being a UNC fan, they lose a lot of players going into next year. Do you honestly think they could repeat and win it again next year?
With this team that they have now, no, I don't think that they'll be able to repeat. I think they have a good chance of possibly a Elite 8, maybe Sweet 16 team. They have the best recruiting class coming in, so they will have some more talent to rebuild with, but they're maybe a point guard or shooting guard away from being able to get back to the Final Four.
Now, Steve, you're a Duke fan. They do return a lot of their players going into next year. Do you think they can win it all?
Well, right now, I don't know. But if we get Gerald Henderson, if he comes back next year and we get the #1 recruit in the nation, John Wall, then 100% I think we can. With Ryan Kelly and Mason Plumlee being the dominant forces down low, why not? Why not,
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to next year's college basketball season already. It's right around the corner. So that'll do it for this week's edition of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with another show next week.
Y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah, here comes the, 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 y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah, here comes the, here comes the, here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah, here comes the, here comes the, y'all don't really want it now.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside Anthony Scudillo, coming out of retirement for the NFL draft segment. How are you, Anthony? It's great to have you back.
Pete, never been better. This is really exciting. Great to be back.
All right, let's jump right into it. Detroit Lions, #1 overall pick, 0-16 last year, a horrible season, the worst ever in the NFL history. Who do you think they're going to get?
Well, Pete, they have a good core. I mean, they have Kevin Jones at running back. They have, some good guys on the defensive line. I mean, what they need to do is get a franchise quarterback so they can, circle around him, get him into the system, get him knowing what to do. And Matt Stafford is that guy, quarterback from Georgia. I mean, overall, he's probably one of the best players in the draft. I mean, he has a cannon for an arm. Some people say it's better than anyone they've ever seen.
I think that would be a great pick for them, Matthew Stafford. Probably the best quarterback in the draft, most experienced. Sanchez is good. I don't think he's as good as Stafford, though. I mean, I think they kind of got screwed over here, the Detroit Lions. I mean, Sam Bradford and Tim Tebow could have been coming into this draft. They both decided to go back to Oklahoma and Florida. And if either one of those guys come into the draft, I think Detroit's set for a long time with a great quarterback.
Well, I think you're right. If Sam Bradford had come out, he would be the #1 overall pick. But, since he's not here, Stafford's the next best guy.
Stafford is the next best guy. And I think they will choose him. I think he'll do pretty good out there. 0-16 is hard to work with, obviously. Not a lot of talent, but give them time. I think they'll be a decent team. Let's move on to the St. Louis Rams, #2 overall pick. We know they're going to take an offensive tackle, probably either Andre Smith or Jason Smith. Who do you think they're going to choose?
Well, also Eugene Monroe's in there, but I think it's going to be Jason Smith. Andre Smith really hurt himself at the combine, not in shape, not going, leaving after, only a few drills. Jason Smith's in good shape. He's a big guy. I think, he's going to be good for Spagnuolo's system, which wants athletic guys and guys that are going to attack all the time.
Surprisingly, Spagnuolo's a big defensive guy. Surprisingly, they're not going for a defensive guy with this early pick. I'm kind of surprised with that, but they have an awful offensive line. And Steven Jackson out there is a great running back. He needs some support on the line. So I like this pick. I think they're going to go with Andre Smith, though. Although he didn't do good at the combines, he's a big guy, and he was very productive this year at Alabama. I think he'll go there. And let's move on to Kansas City now. This is kind of an iffy pick. No one really knows what they're going to do here. It's very questionable. Some say Mark Sanchez. Some don't think the quarterback's the right position. What do you think they're going to do here?
Well, Aaron Curry, in my opinion, is the best fit from them. An inside linebacker from Wake Forest. I mean, he's an athletic freak. In a 3-4 system, he's going to be perfect. He's going to need a year to really work in, but after that, he's going to be there for a long time. He's going to be a franchise player.
I agree. Another offensive tackle from Baylor, and I think he's going to help this team a lot. They got Larry Johnson at running back, Tony Gonzalez tight end. They have a decent offense. They need some help on the line. Let's move on to Seattle. Matt Hasselbeck is getting old. I mean, definitely past his prime. They got some good receivers with Hushmanzada now. You think they're going to go for Sanchez here?
Well, honestly, I don't. I think there's going to be guys in the back of the draft like Mike Teal, Josh Freeman, that might slip down into later rounds. So we'll see how that goes. I think they're going to go with Michael Crabtree. If you get Hushmanzada on one side and Crabtree on the other side, it's a dynamic duo. Even though Crabtree is coming off a knee injury, I think he's going to be one of the best wide receivers to come out of the draft in a long time.
I think he's going to be a great wide receiver. I don't think he's going to go here. I do think they will choose Mark Sanchez, although I want my Jets to get Mark Sanchez at 17. I know it's not going to happen, though. But Sanchez is a very young and inexperienced player. He was only had 1 year in college. He was a freshman last year. And I think if he works his way into the NFL, he'll be very successful. But coming in right away and starting for a team like Cincinnati or something like that, I don't think he's going to do as good. And I think Matt Hasselbeck will definitely help him do a lot better in this league. What do you think?
He's really going to excel with Matt Hasselbeck, who's a great guy, knows almost all the offensive schemes that a team can know. And, he, as a veteran, will get the job done with Michael Crabtree.
I agree. I like Michael Crabtree here, but definitely Mark Sanchez could go here. We'll see what happens. We'll see how that plays out. Let's move on to Cleveland, who's another up-in-the-air pick. Some say linebacker, some say offensive line. They got 2 quarterbacks, Brady Quinn and Derek Anderson. They got a couple wide receivers if Braylon Edwards stays there. What do you think they're going to do here?
Well, depending upon if they trade Brady Quinn to another team or if they trade Braylon Edwards to a team, it could really be a toss-up. But, right now their defense isn't so solid. So Bryan Orakapu from Texas is really a solid pick. Again, the defensive players in this draft are extremely athletic. And, they're really quick. Snap goes, they're gone. So, depending upon the trade situations, he's going to go.
I agree with that pick totally. He's a versatile player. He could play outside linebacker and he could play D-end. And Eric Mangini is a very defensive-minded coach. Throughout his whole career, he was a D-backs coach with New England. He came to the Jets and brought in a 3-4 defense. Was pretty successful the first half of the year last year. They just couldn't get it done. I think they'll go with the defensive player as well. They got the quarterbacks. They got some sort of wide receivers. I think defense is the way to go for Cleveland.
The only scary thing about this pick is it's almost identical to the pick of Vernon Gholston last year by the Jets. He didn't really turn out that well last year. But, it's going to progress. You're going to get better over time, but, it's a little scary at first.
All right, thank you, Anthony. That's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more NFL drafts after the break.
Do you watch the 30-minute drill?
No lo veo. No hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30-minute drill? I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-minute drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk away. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel?
I don't know, Peter.
What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Hello, welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside my co-host, once again, Anthony Scudillo. How are you, Anthony?
Pete, I'm good. Let's get right into it.
All right, NFL draft. We went through 1 through 6, segment 1. Let's get to 10 here. Number 7, Oakland Raiders. Definitely up in the air with this. Some say Crabtree if he drops that. I'm thinking Jeremy Maclin out of Missouri, a great wide receiver, tall, versatile, and fast. You think they're going to go with him?
I honestly don't. I think Michael Johnson from Georgia Tech, defensive end, he's a great guy. One of the fastest guys in the draft. He ran a 4.49 at the combine, which is incredible for a defensive end. With a guy like this versatile, this quick off the line, you can't pass him up.
I agree with that. He's a very great player, but Al Davis. He's going to go for the skill players. He likes quarterbacks, he likes wide receivers, he likes running backs. They don't have the greatest running back core. They got 3 solid running backs that can get the work done. Jamarcus Russell, a couple years ago, number 1 overall pick, has kind of been a bust so far, but I think he will succeed in this league. And I think they need a couple of receivers to throw to. They don't have that many great receivers. I think Jeremy Maclin will be the pick for them. What do you think?
Well, you can't forget that Marvin Harrison is a free agent. I mean, he's up there in age, but he can mold other, wide receivers into good players, And Torrey Holt is also a free agent. Veteran guys are going to come into this league with Jamarcus Russell, who could throw the ball deep and score a lot of touchdowns.
Well, let's think about this. Marvin Harrison and Torrey Holt, getting toward the end of their career. Do they want to go to a place like Oakland where they know they're not going to win?
I mean, that's true, but when you have a guy that can throw the ball that far like Jamarcus Russell, you can't pass that up.
All right, let's move on to Jacksonville. This is another up-in-the-air pick. Possibly the first trade of the draft could be coming here. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, in my opinion, I think they're going to draft Mark Sanchez, quarterback out of USC. I mean, he is a great player, extremely versatile, but I think they have a good quarterback in David Garrard. I think they're going to take him and trade him probably to Denver to make up for the entire Jay Cutler, Kyle Orton fiasco. And, Mark Sanchez in Denver with, the wide receivers that they have would be incredible.
All right, let's move on to Green Bay. I mean, with that, I don't agree because I think they need to go for an offensive line just because of the fact that David Garrard and Maurice Jones-Drew have no protection at all. But we don't have time for that right now. Let's talk about Green Bay. Another up-in-the-air pick. Aaron Rodgers was kind of a bust after Brett Favre left. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, B.J. Rahi out of Boston College is probably one of the best players in the draft, top 5. And if it wasn't for a drug scandal, he would be a top 3 pick. But, with him in a 3-4, he's going to be unstoppable.
I agree totally. He's a beast down there, and he's going to be like a Chris Jenkins, I believe, and an Albert Hainsworth in this league. And I think he'll do very successful in this league, and he'll be great for Green Bay. All right, San Francisco, number 10. This is kind of up in the air, too. What do you think they're going to do?
Aaron Maven from Penn State, a defensive end. You know, another guy. Again, the guys in this draft are extremely fast, and he's just another one of those guys. He's also enormous. He's going to be great for San Francisco.
I agree. Another versatile player. He plays outside linebacker and D-end, can switch on and off, kind of like a Bryan Thomas for the Jets. And I think that's a good pick for San Francisco.
You know, if Mark Sanchez and Matt Stafford are gone at this point, watch out for Josh Freeman, quarterback.
That definitely could happen. But let's move on to our favorite teams now, the Giants and the Jets. Always controversy here. What do you think the Giants are going to do in this draft with the 28th overall pick?
Well, I think the Giants are going to go after Hakeem Nicks, a big wide receiver from North Carolina. You know, he's got great hands and he makes plays, a great route runner. You know, all the Giants need right now is to replace Plaxico Burress. And once they do that, they'll be a great offensive team again. They had a lot of defensive pickups in the offseason, picking up Michael Boley and a Rocky Bernard, a few other guys, Chris Canty. They're going to have a great defense. Once they pick up the offensive part of the ball, you're not going to stop them.
I think they could be stopped, Anthony. But, excuse me, it was 29 overall, not 28. But I think with Steve Spagnuolo leaving, this is going to be a definitely more offensive-focused team. Tom Coughlin is definitely an offensive mind, and I think they will get a wide receiver here to replace Plaxico Burress. They already mentioned they're not going to try to get him back after this whole shoot him myself in the leg, all this junk. So I think if they don't get Braylon Edwards, I think they will go for your boy, Hakeem Nicks. And I think he's good, he's big, and we saw that catch the one game.
In between his legs, behind his back.
Behind his back. He's got the stuff to be very good in the NFL.
You know, watch out for the Giants also trying to get Anquan Bolden before the draft.
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen, Anthony, but we'll see how that plays out. Let's talk about my team now. The Jets, the 17th overall pick. Who do you think they're going to grab?
You know, if Percy Harvin's available, they're going to take him. Probably the fastest wide receiver in the draft other than Jeremy Maclin, who's, you know, they're both similar in size and speed. I think Jerry Macklin's going to go before Percy Harvin. So if Percy Harvin drops to them, watch them taking it. Also, Noshawn Moreno from Georgia. If he's available, watch for him to back up the Jets.
I don't think Noshawn Moreno will be available. I don't know if that's a great pick because they already have two running backs with Thomas Jones, Leon Washington. But Percy Harvin's very interesting. He's kind of like a Santana Moss or a Lavernius Coles. Small, fast, and runs great routes. So I could see them taking that pick, but they need a quarterback. Kellen Clements and Eric Ainge are not going to do the job. Brett Ratliff is just – they have 7 combined starts throughout the 3 of them in the NFL in the regular season. Well, so I think they need to get a quarterback, whether it's Josh Freeman or if Sanchez is available. They got to do something.
It looks like they might have to trade someone in order to get up in the draft. I mean, I know that Detroit is looking to get rid of the first pick, but I don't think they'll get that. Sanchez is the guy that they're looking for to trade for.
All right, Anthony, thank you. And that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more 30-Minute Drill after the break.
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, John Vittas, here with Steve Cinque and Max Zager. Welcome to our NFL mock draft for the 2009 season. So, guys, we're going to get right into it. We agreed on our first-round picks. We're going to try to predict the first round of the NFL draft. Now, with the first pick, I don't think it was much of a surprise. We went with quarterback Matthew Stafford from Georgia going to the Detroit Lions. I think most people see him as the #1 quarterback in this draft. Obviously, the Lions need a quarterback. They were really a joke of the season, so I think Stafford would be a pretty good fit as the #1 pick.
Yes, #2 overall pick, we all agreed with the St. Louis Rams selecting Jason Smith out of Baylor, offensive tackle. With the loss of Orlando Pace, they really need a big guy in there to help Steven Jackson, Mark Bolger out the whole year. So, did great at the Combine. It's a good pick.
Okay, we have with the 3rd overall pick, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to take Aaron Curry, linebacker out of Wake Forest. he could be the best player in this draft. Definitely the best defensive player. The Chiefs need a bunch of things, but they're definitely going to just take the best player on the board here.
Yeah, I agree. Curry's a great playmaker. Now at the 4th pick, the Seahawks, we had them taking Mark Sanchez, which might be a little bit of a reach for them. Some people have them picking Crabtree, but I think Sanchez would be great for their offense. Hasselbeck had a lot of injury problems last year, so if Sanchez can stay healthy for them, he could be a solid quarterback, and that's really what they need on offense.
Yeah. In the 5th overall pick, Cleveland Browns will select Michael Crabtree, wide receiver out of Texas Tech. A lot of trade talks with the Giants trading Braylon Edwards for, I'm not sure, but whoever they trade for, supposedly, Michael Crabtree will come in there. And if they don't trade him, give a lot of double teams, he'll be open for the touchdown. So.
Okay, with the 6th pick, we have the Cincinnati Bengals taking Eugene Monroe, offensive tackle out of Virginia. Him and Smith are definitely the top 2 tackles in this draft. Cincinnati had absolutely no running game last year, and if you put Monroe in there, it'll definitely open up the running game.
And the Oakland Raiders have the 7th pick, and we have them taking wide receiver Jeremy Maclin from Missouri. Oakland's offense is pretty sad. I think we can all agree on that. They really don't have much of a quarterback. They don't have much of anything on offense. So I think Macklin's a guy that can really open things up on offense and make big plays and get quick scores because they're not going to be able to go on long drives.
Yeah. The Jacksonville Jaguars will select B.J. Raji, defensive tackle out of Boston College. No pressure on the quarterback or stopping the run last year. Maybe in a couple years, Harvey and him could be the 2 run stoppers in that team.
Okay, 9th pick, the Green Bay Packers are going to select Bryan Arakpo, defensive end, outside linebacker out of Texas. Packers are switching to that 3-4 defense. They need a great defensive end, outside linebacker combo, and Arakpo is definitely the best guy on the board here. He's a freak athlete, and he could definitely help them out.
Yeah, I think Arakpo would be a great fit with that new defense. So with the 10th pick, the San Francisco 49ers, we have them taking Andre Smith, the offensive tackle from Alabama. He's dropped down a lot of boards because of disciplinary problems and some question marks, but I think that's be a nice pick for the 49ers because they really need to start protecting their quarterbacks.
With his skill, you can't pass him up, I feel. But the Buffalo Bills, I have them selecting Aaron Maben, defensive end from Penn State University, be on the other side of Aaron Schobel, help him out a little bit. And yeah, it's a good pick.
Okay, 12th pick, the Denver Broncos selecting Tyson Jackson, defensive end, LSU. He's listed as defensive end, but he could play a bunch of positions, outside linebacker, defensive tackle, as well as defensive end. So the Broncos need people in all 3 of those spots, so he could fill a nice void there.
And with the 13th pick, we have the Washington Redskins taking Robert Ayers, the defensive end from Tennessee. I think he would do a great job of replacing Jason Taylor as a big-time pass rusher, and he could really make an impact on that Redskins defense.
14th pick, I have the Saints picking Brian Cushing, linebacker out of USC. Guy grew up by us going to Bergen Catholic. Great player, helping Jonathan Vilma out, helping that defense a lot.
All right, 15th, Houston Texans taking Malcolm Jenkins, safety cornerback out of Ohio State. Houston struggled a little bit with covering the pass last year. Jenkins is probably the best cornerback in this draft. He could also play a little safety, so he'll definitely help them out with the pass coverage.
And we have Everett Brown going number 16 to the Chargers, a linebacker from Florida State. He could be a pass rusher as a defensive end as well. He's a versatile player. I think he's going to be a great fit in San Diego's 3-4 defense, so I think that'll be a solid pick for them and to help out their defense.
I have the Jets selecting Darius Hayward-Bay, wide receiver out of Maryland. Guy's a really fast guy, and with the loss of Lavernius Coles, they need to fill that void at wide receiver. Jericho Cotchery can't do it as a number 1, so maybe in a few years Hayward-Bay would be the right choice. So right now I'll pick him. See how he does.
Okay, 18th, the Broncos up again, selecting Chris Beanie Wells, running back, Ohio State. Some people will say they have Terrain or a bunch of other guys, but they don't have that one great back that Beanie Wells could bring them. So I think that the Broncos have lacked that great running back the past couple of years, and they can't pass him up here.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great pick for the Broncos because they always have a great line, but they need a running back to complement that line. With the 19th pick, we have the Tampa Bay Bucks taking Josh Freeman, the quarterback from Kansas State. That's a little bit of a reach, I think, for the Bucks, but I think John Gruden loves to take as many quarterbacks into that system as he can. I mean, they have a bunch of guys, but I think they can expect Freeman to step up and maybe get the starting job for the Bucks.
Yeah. Detroit Lions, I have them selecting Michael Orr, from offensive tackle from Mississippi. He's a great guy. He came back for his junior, senior year. I'm not too sure, but last year he was projected top 5 pick, so this year he dropped a little bit, but still, the talent's still there.
All right, 21, I have the Eagles selecting Noshawn Marino, They have Westbrook, but they really need that other physical running back, and Marino's the best available.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be right back after a short break to discuss the rest of the first round.
Let's go. Big night, big night, big night.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
Steve, you have to. Suck it up.
Steve, you were born to do this. Guys, they're here.
Let's go!
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Rob Feit.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm John Vittas here with Steve Cinque and Max Zager. We're going over our 2009 NFL mock draft. We left off at pick number 21. We had the Eagles taking Noshawn Moreno, a running back. We're going to go to the 22nd pick now, Minnesota Vikings. We have them taking Hakeem Nicks, the wide receiver out of North Carolina. Nicks is a great playmaker. He can really catch the football. There's a lot of great wide receivers in this draft, so there's a lot of guys they can go with at that position. But we just agreed Hakeem Nicks is a great receiver, better than maybe Kenny Britt. Or just there's so many guys. We picked Nicks. That's who we think Vikings are going to take, Steve.
And that would really solidify the wide receivers in Minnesota with Bernard Berrian and Sidney Rice, with the running of Adrian Peterson, but that's besides the point. With the 23rd overall pick, we have New England Patriots drafting Darius Butler, cornerback out of Connecticut. Besides Sean Springs, I'm going to be honest with you, I can't even name another cornerback on that team. That team's defense isn't looking so good, so adding Darius Butler to the equation would really help their defense a lot.
Okay, 24th, the Falcons are going to select Brandon Pettigrew, tight end, Oklahoma State. Last year, Matt Ryan did phenomenal. He had a big target in Roddy White, and he had Michael Jenkins, but didn't have anyone to throw the football to at the tight end spot. Pettigrew's the top tight end in the draft by a mile, so that's the one need they need, and that's who they're going to take.
And with the 25th pick, we got the Miami Dolphins taking Clay Matthews, the linebacker from USC. I mean, the guy came in as a walk-on, and he really earned a spot in the starting lineup for USC. We know Pete Carroll breeds linebackers, so he stepped up and had a great career at USC, so we have him going to the Dolphins at 25.
And then we have one of his good friends, I guess, from USC, Ray Maluga, going to Baltimore Ravens, linebacker from USC with the 26th pick. With the loss of Bart Scott, they need another guy there to really help their linebacker with Ray Lewis, and he's the perfect pick for them. So,
with the Colts, we have them taking Perea Jerry, defensive tackle, Ole Miss. The Colts have two good defensive ends on the team in Freeney and Mathis, but they're lacking that inside guy. Past few years, they've been struggling to stop the run a little bit. They always rely on Sanders. They add a big defensive tackle like Perea Jerry, and that could possibly help them out when the playoffs come and they need to stop the good running backs.
The 28th pick originally was going to the Philadelphia Eagles, but they recently traded that one to the Bills. So, of course, the Bills' big offseason move was getting Terrell Owens, the great wide receiver, and they don't really have much of a quarterback. Trent Edwards hasn't done too much in his career, so we had them taking Eben Britton, the offensive tackle from Arizona. If he can help out protecting Trent Edwards, Terrell Owens could have a breakout season.
Especially with the loss of Jason Peters with the trade of the Eagles. But Giants, I have them selecting with the 29th overall pick, Percy Harvin, wide receiver from Florida. A really big playmaker, not big because he's small, playmaker in the offense, really can explode and do whatever. With the loss of Plaxico Burress, they need another guy there, and I think he's a perfect fit for them. So.
Yeah, like that pick for the Giants a lot. All right, 30, Tennessee Titans. Kenny Britt, wide receiver from Rutgers, hometown boy, New Jersey. Tennessee's been lacking that tight end for years. They never pulled the trigger on a guy. Best guy they got right now is probably Justin Gage. And Kenny Britt's the guy that could help them out throwing the ball. They got a great running attack with Johnson and Lendell White. Could really open up if they get a big-time deep threat in Kenny Britt.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick for them. At 31, we have the Arizona Cardinals taking cornerback Vontae Davis from Illinois. His intangibles are a little bit of a question, but he's a great athletic corner, and we all know how great Arizona's offense is, so if they can get any type of defense, they can really be a dominant team this year.
Yeah, you're right about that. With the 32nd pick, I have the Steelers picking center from California, Alex Mack. Their defense is set. their offense is pretty much set. So in this case, you draft a center in case of an injury with the linemen because they're getting up the ladder in age. And Alex Mack, he's the best talent there on the board, so you might as well pick him. That's why I got them.
Yep, so that wraps up our mock draft. Now let's get into some other stories of this year's draft. We got a couple minutes left. Greg Paulus, the point guard from Duke, who's benched his senior year, played a little bit, but obviously disappointment for him. He was one of the best quarterbacks coming out of high school, and he's talked about going into the NFL, maybe into the draft. Steve, you're a Duke fan,
yes, I am.
And Max, UNC fan. What do you think? How can you see Paulus fitting into an NFL team possibly?
Well, he came from Duke, so I think he's going to be fine. No, the guy hasn't played football in, I guess, 4 years. You know, he was the #1 overall recruit for college. He was a quarterback, but I don't know. You can't be that good after not playing for 4 years. He's got to lift in the off season. He's got to get everything back, his mechanics. I don't think he could do it. I hope he can, but I don't think so.
Yeah, there's been talk about him going to maybe the Packers. And Max, you're a Packer fan. Would you like to see the Dookie Greg Paulus in your backfield?
Definitely not. I don't think that he can contribute in any way. I mean, he's on the smaller side. He was a point guard in college, so he's not like he's a big-time, 6'4" quarterback. I just don't think that he'd be able to perform well in the NFL at any position.
And with him going to the Packers, I don't like that because Aaron Rodgers' backups are Bryan and great quarterbacks, so I think it's sort of a waste to draft another quarterback.
Yeah, Steve, I agree with you there. They do have good backups, so I really don't think they need to take a chance with Paulus. So that's pretty much all the time we have for this segment of the 30-Minute Drill. We hope you enjoyed our mock draft. We'll be back with another episode next week.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside Anthony Scudillo and Joe Rapp this week. How you doing today, boys?
Doing pretty good, Pete.
I'm excited.
All right, let's jump right into it. NFL draft recap. A great week for both the Jets and the Giants. Lions first overall pick, Matthew Stafford, no surprise there. $78 million deal over 6 years. Quarterback out of Georgia. What do you think of this pick, guys?
Well, for Matthew Stafford, man, I just retire now. He's got 41 guaranteed. You know, he's obviously not going to do that. He's going to be a great player for the Lions. They needed a quarterback. They really didn't score a lot of points last year. So this is a very good pick.
I mean, Stafford's going to do a great job with Calvin Johnson. He's going to have a pretty big rookie year. I mean, it's really all about the offensive line right now. You have the quarterback. You have to block for the quarterback. So they need to solidify everything on the offensive line.
I think it's a great pick for the Detroit Lions. Kind of a face of a franchise, the start of a new beginning for them. I think this quarterback's going to take them big places in the future. Let's move on to number 2, St. Louis Rams. They go with Jason Smith, the offensive tackle out of Baylor. A huge guy. Great pick. We thought he was going to go there last week, and he did. What do you guys think about this one?
Well, Jason Smith, again, a huge guy. He's going to be great on the offensive line, and they really have to replace Orlando Pace. So, a great pick for them.
And they got to protect Mark Bolger with the Rams. They needed a good offensive lineman.
Some thought they might go Mark Sanchez here, quarterback, because Mark Bolger is getting on kind of the old side, but they stuck with Mark Bolger, going to stick with him to get some protection for him, which is great. Orlando Pace is gone. So I think this is a good pick for them, kind of building from the inside out. And Steve Spagnuolo is that kind of guy. Big running game, good defense, and big running game needs good offensive line, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Think they'll win, Pete?
Think they'll win? I don't know.
That division's pretty rocky.
It is.
It's a bad division. So.
It's a tough division, older team. You got to start getting young players.
All right, let's go to Kansas City, number 3 overall pick. They got Tyson Jackson out of LSU. A good pick here because they had Glenn Dorsey last year. They get picked early in the first round. So Glenn Dorsey and Tyson Jackson on the D-line. It's going to be a dynamic duo down there in Kansas City. Scott Pioli from New England drafted Richard Seymour his first year in New England, and he comes here and drafts another D-end. I think he's building from the inside out just like St. Louis is doing, and I think they're going to be very good.
Well, their offense isn't really a problem for Kansas City. I mean, they have some guys like Dwayne Bowe on offense. Larry Johnson. They're going to have a good season offensively. Their defense is still not solidified yet. It's going to come together. They got some young guys on the line. Now, 3 people from LSU on that team. They'll come together. They'll solidify. Give them a few years, they'll be a pretty decent team.
What do you think about it, Jim?
I really think they need to solidify their offensive line, so I don't know about Tyson.
All right, let's talk about Seattle now. Everyone thought Sanchez going here. Hasselbeck's getting old. This is the future for them. And they surprise everyone. They go with an outside linebacker out of
Wake Forest.
Aaron Curry, who is just a beast, the best linebacker in this draft by far. I like this pick. They're building their defense up. I think they're going to be good. What do you think?
I think this is a great pick. I mean, they didn't get Mark Sanchez. I don't think it's a huge loss. Aaron Curry is one of the most athletic linebackers in the draft, maybe the most athletic. So it was a really good choice by Seattle.
I mean, yeah, Aaron Curry can go north, south, east, west, either way. He's fast. When you have an athletic freak like Aaron Curry, it helps the rest of your defense not look bad. He's able to make plays that other people can't, preventing them from, huge gains.
And now they have 2 really good linebackers. They have Lofa Tupa and Aaron Curry. I think this could be a dynamic duo back there, and they're going to do really well. What do you think, Joe?
Well, they really didn't need a quarterback. You think Matt Hasselbeck's done? I think he can keep going for a couple seasons.
We'll see. I mean, he's getting old. He's still got the stuff, though. He was hurt last year. We'll see how they do this year.
He's got the stuff.
Let's move to the Cleveland Browns with the 5th pick, trading it to my New York Jets. And the Jets don't give rid of much to get Mark Sanchez, franchise quarterback, the face of this team. Great pick. What do you guys think?
Well, Pete, he is going to be a fantastic player. I mean, he's got the arm, he's got the athleticism, he can run when he needs to. Their offensive line is good. Their running backs are good. Where are the wide receivers? Jericho Cotchery, not the #1 guy that you want. Maybe if you're going to trade up, I know you need a quarterback, but Crabtree was there at the time. Maybe think about a new wide receiver.
Well, we'll see. The only way that something could stop Mark Sanchez is his lack of experience. He's only had 16 starts since high school, so we don't know what's going to happen.
Let's quickly talk about what they gave up for him. They gave up Kenyon Coleman, Brett Ratliff, a quarterback, and they got Abram Elam, kind of a backup cornerback, and a 2nd-round pick for this year and a 1st-round pick. I think it was great they didn't lose their 1st-round pick from next year for this, and this is the start of a new beginning for the Jets.
It should be, Pete. I mean, they'll work together pretty well.
All right, that's all the time we have for this segment of 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more NFL Draft after the break.
Monahan turns around, takes a quick peek at the clock, hands it up the middle to Lynn, who gets outside. Chaz Lynn, it's a foot race. He's at the 40, to the 30. Lynn still on the feet, and he's in. Touchdown, Lynn Hills.
Look at the clock, Lou. It reads 000 as Chaz Lynn plays his own version of Beat the Clock. He had to go one place, and that was into the end zone, because if he was tackled, the half was over. Chaz Lynn beats the clock.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Peter Samylenko, once again with Anthony Scudillo and Joe Rapp, my co-host. Let's get right back into an NFL draft. 6th overall pick, Cincinnati Bengals go with Andre Smith, the beast out of Alabama, a huge guy. Kind of had some emotional problems leaving the NFL Combine and some off-the-field problems. Do you think it was a good pick for Cincinnati?
Well, Andre Smith, one of the biggest guys in the draft at 6'6", 300 pounds. Risky here with Eugene Monroe on the board, who went to Jacksonville 2 picks later. I mean, Andre Smith's going to be a good player, but there were better players left on the board.
He's a big guy. You look for big guys that have athleticism. I think it could help the team.
All right, let's go to Oakland Raiders now. The biggest upset this draft by far. Just a horrible pick by them. They pass up Michael Crabtree, the best receiver, Jeremy Maclin, the 2nd best receiver, probably Hakeem Nicks, the 3rd best receiver. With the 7th overall pick, they choose Darius Hayward-Bay out of Maryland. Probably the fastest receiver in the draft, but a total mishap by them. Al Davis wants a fast guy. They got him in Darius Hayward-Bay, but definitely not the best receiver, not the greatest hands, not a great route runner. What were they thinking, guys?
Well, with a 4.33 at the combine, you can't question his speed. What you can question are his hands. At 6'3", you know, he's got size, but there's still questions about whether he can catch the ball on a consistent basis. And right now, with that unknown, he does not deserve to be the 7th pick. Michael Crabtree deserves to be the 7th pick going to Oakland. With Jamarcus Russell, Michael Crabtree would have been incredible.
I got to agree with Anthony. They should have picked Crabtree. I don't even know who this guy is. Honest to God, I don't know who he is.
All right, Joe. You gotta work on your draft stuff here. But let's move on to number 8, Jacksonville. It's kind of an under-the-radar pick. People thought they might trade to the Jets for this pick, but Mark Sanchez dropped to 5, so they just got rid of that real quick. They drafted Eugene Monroe, an offensive tackle out of Virginia. A big guy, another big guy. 3 offensive tackles in the first 8 picks, which is unbelievable. Probably the first time ever in the NFL draft. But it's a very safe pick. He's a big guy, versatile, fast, strong. You like this pick for them?
Well, I like this pick for them. I mean, they got really good running backs there with Maurice Jones-Drew. They need someone to protect them. So, and they got Garrard. They got good receivers. So,
I mean, their offensive line has been plagued with injuries for the past few years, and you know, Eugene Monroe is going to come in. Some people thought he was probably the top prospect in the draft at offensive tackle. You know, he's going to be, you know, just a guy that seals all the blocks that they need.
I agree. I think he's going to be great in the NFL. Let's move on to Green Bay. B.J. Rahi, a defensive tackle out of Boston College. My eyes, it's like a Chris Jenkins or an Albert Haynesworth in this league, playing great in the 3-4. I think he's going to do fantastic with Green Bay. They needed a defensive lineman that's just going to step up and be there every game, 3 downs. I think it was a good pick. What do you guys think?
Well, Boston College always sends out great players. I think it was a good pick by Green Bay. I mean, he's a solid player. He's got athleticism, and they need that.
You know, a New Jersey native is Rahi, and, you know, he's going to be a great player. I mean, off the line, he is a dart. He's a blur. This guy is super fast, and he's going to be incredible.
I agree. I think he's going to be fantastic, and I think he's going to get a lot of sacks this year, surprisingly, because I don't think they'll put that much focus on him. I think Green Bay's got some other good defensive players to focus on more. But let's move on to San Francisco, the 10th overall pick. Somehow, Michael Crabtree, the best player in the draft, in my opinion, slips there, and they get a very easily pick, and probably the best player in the draft. I don't know how they're gonna have a fantastic offense this year. What do you think?
Well, it seemed to be Merry Christmas in San Francisco. They got so lucky. Crabtree is probably the best wide receiver in the draft. He's talented, and Sean Hill's going to throw him the ball.
You see, that's exactly it. Sean Hill. Who is Sean Hill? Is the quarterback? They need a quarterback. Crabtree's a great player. You can't pass him up. But who's going to throw him the ball?
Sean Hill.
Sean Hill is not the quarterback that you need throwing a #1 wide receiver to.
Sean Hill's going to throw him the ball.
All right, guys. Let's talk about San Francisco's defense for a second. Mike Singletary, probably one of the best linebackers ever to play the game, is the coach of this team. Going to be a defensive-minded team. I think Sean Hill and Michael Crabtree are undermined here, and the defense will run this team. What do you think?
Well, that's true. I mean, they have some older defensive players, but they got some young guys coming in. They're going to be a decent team. They're not going to really increase their win
They had
column.
7 wins last year.
They're not going to get much more than that. They'll get 8 or 9. They're not going to go very far.
Well, the division's pretty rocky, like we said before. That they could possibly win the division at 9-7, and Singletary led their team at the end of the season, so did pretty well there.
All right, guys. Let's move on to the New York Giants. We were talking about my Jets. They got Sean Green, 3rd round. They got Mark Sanchez. Only had 3 picks in this draft. Got an offensive guard out of Nebraska in the 7th round. So the Jets had a pretty productive draft. Let's talk about the Giants, though. Your team, Anthony. They got Hakeem Nicks, a receiver out of North Carolina. Fantastic hands. Not very tall, 6 foot and 1/8 inch. But he's a good guy. I like him. What do you think? You think Eli's gonna like this pick?
Oh, Eli's gonna love this pick. I mean, Hakeem Nicks has fantastic hands. He catches almost everything that's thrown to him. And, you know, he's got some speed. He's a pretty good route runner, and he'll be there for a long time, maybe a 1 or 2 in the Giants scheme.
Well, they needed a replacement for Plax. I mean, Eli just can't throw to Hickson and Tyree, 2 nobodies all the time. So,
well, that replacement for Plax came in the 3rd round, where they drafted Ramses Barden, 6'6", 200 pounds or so. He is not the most explosive guy, but he's almost an identical replica to Plaxico Burress. Long arms, extremely lanky. He's going to catch all the jump balls that you throw up to him. Maybe he can perform the way Plaxico did and, get double covered, and then Nix and Steve Smith will be open on the outside.
I agree. I think Barton's going to be a great player. 6'6", out of Cal Poly. I was an easy pick for them. He's there. Take him, So I like that pick. But real quick, guys, winners and losers of this year's NFL draft. Joe, let's go with you first.
Well, my winner has got to be the Minnesota Vikings. My team with the 22nd pick. They got Percy Harvin. I know he came out of Florida with an injury. It's a problem, but they needed an offense, and they got it.
My losers, the Oakland Raiders, taking Darius Hayward-Bay with the overall 7th pick. Just embarrassing. Michael Crabtree's there. You've been looking at him the entire time before the draft, and you don't take him.
My winner this year is going to be my New York Jets. Mark Sanchez and Sean Green. A running back for the future, a quarterback for the present, and probably a long time in the future. A great pick for them. I think they had a great draft, even though they only had 3 picks. And my loser is going to be the Oakland Raiders. Got to agree with you, Anthony. Darius Hayward-Bay, upsetting pick. And they just overall didn't have a great draft. Al Davis, until he's gone, this team's not going to be good. I want to thank both of you guys for being with me on this segment of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more 30-Minute Drill after the break.
DeCicco gets it done. And finally, a play to remember. It looks like a DD sweep, but Danny will let it fly. DeCicco hadn't thrown a TD pass since the 8th grade, and this one goes to Fulham. It's a game ender. Wow.
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, John Vittas, here with Steve Cinque and Max Zager. We're going to be talking about the 2009 NFL Draft. It was this weekend in New York City. There's always winners and losers coming out of the draft. I mean, you really can't decide who the winners and losers are until you look a few years into the future. But coming out of the draft, who did you guys see as the winner?
Well, for me, a team that was a winner was the Cincinnati Bengals, drafting Andre Smith, offensive tackle from Alabama. Everyone thought he was going to fall because of his attitude. He didn't show up to the combine, and everything was bad for him. But overall, he's a great pick. He needs help. They need help with that line. He's a great player. And then they also got Ray Maluga in the 2nd round, USC linebacker who fell, which I can't believe. That was a great pickup for them, how he fell. So,
all right, I got 2 teams. I like the Packers, what they did with they probably the 2 best players out of, taking 2 really good players with Clay Matthews and B.J. Raji. And then as an overall draft, I like the Giants. I really like what they did. They addressed the receiver situation with Nix and Ramses Barnes. Great pick there. They got offensive line with Beatty. They needed another running back possibly, so they got Brown from NC State. Mm-hmm. There wasn't really one pick that you could say, oh, that wasn't a good pick. Every single pick had a good spot and a good value for them.
Yeah, I think you guys both made great points for those teams. But I'm going to say the Jets, even though I am a Jets fan, but you have to at least admire. You have to at least admire what they did, trading up to get those guys. Of course, Mark Sanchez is who everyone's going to talk about, but Sean Green, I think, was also a great pick at number 3. They went for quality, not quantity, and they made a splash in this year's draft, so you have to at least admire them for that.
Yes.
Now, the losers, who do you think? I think we can all agree on Oakland.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Darius Hayward-Bay, don't get me wrong, he's a great wide receiver. But for the number 7th overall pick, you can't pick him. Michael Crabtree's the best talent, one of the best talents in the whole draft. Easily a top 10 pick, which he was, the San Francisco 49ers. But to pass him and Macklin is just crazy to me. And then in the 2nd round, drafting Mike Mitchell.
Who's that?
From yeah, right. From Ohio University safety. It's crazy. Al Davis is losing it.
Yeah, I can't go any other direction besides Oakland. It was just pitiful. You're sitting there and you're saying, are they really going to take Darius Hayward-Bay over Crabtree? I mean, they're crazy. Davis has got it. He's got to let this team go. I mean, he's ruining them. And then to take the safety in the 2nd round, who Kuiper and many other experts predicted late 5th, 6th round, taking the 2nd round. The 2nd round, with plenty of there's 10, 15, 20 maybe better safeties than him in this draft. And that's what they take with the 7th pick in the 2nd round. I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, I think seeing Hayward-Bay's reaction, I think even he was surprised he got drafted that early. But the big thing about that pick was that they passed up on Crabtree. I mean, Hayward-Bay might be a big impact guy because he has great speed, but I think the fact that they passed up on Crabtree, who could be a huge receiver and a Pro Bowler, in my opinion, I think that's just absurd. So now, steals of the draft, so you could go a lot of ways with this one, but which team do you think got the best value pick?
Well, like you said, I'm going to go with Sean Green for the Jets in the 3rd round. We traded with the Detroit Lions. he won the Doak Walker Award, nation's best running back. He's a running back with power. He's a power back, excuse me, with athleticism and speed. You don't ever see that. He's great. With Thomas Jones getting a little old, might lose him in a couple years. Leon Washington, free agent next season. He's a great pick, and hopefully he'll be there forever.
My guy, like Brandon Tate, wide receiver from North Carolina, that the Patriots got. He was projected to be a first-round pick last year if he would have came out. He injured his knee, has some problems with his attitude a bit. But if he gets that straightened out, gets that knee, back to what it used to be, he could have been, the biggest deal in this draft. He's got great speed. He's the best kick returner in the draft. He was the best in college football, one of the best in history as far as returning. So he could really give a big boost to New England.
And Hakeem Nicks took a lot of passes away from him. So.
UNC had great receivers this year, no doubt about that. My steal is Michael Crabtree going to the 49ers. I think you could also mention Aaron Curry falling to the Seahawks at 4. He was supposed to be the best player in the draft, so to get him with the 4th pick is a great pick. I think Beanie Wells is also a nice steal for the Cardinals because they could use a big power rusher to go along with their great passing game. But like I said, my steal is the Michael Crabtree to the San Francisco 49ers. Going into the draft, they probably had no idea that he was going to be there at 10. They have to be extremely happy with that. Yeah. So now the opposite end of the spectrum, who had the worst pick of the draft?
Well, overall, this is not the worst pick, but I don't agree with it. Tyson Jackson to the Kansas City Chiefs. That team needed to get Aaron Curry. Aaron Curry's the best player in the whole draft. So athletic, can hit hard, won the Buck Kiss Award. He's amazing. They should have picked him with that pick. He's going to be one of the top linebackers in 2 years, maybe even his rookie season. We'll see.
I'm going to go back to the Raiders. I mean, they have 2 picks that were absolutely horrible. Darius Hayward-Bay over Michael Crabtree, absurd, and then
Mike Mitchell
in the 2nd round, just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I agree with both you guys. I think Tyson Jackson, in my opinion, was the worst pick, just like Steve said. There was just so many other great guys you could have picked at number 3. This guy really was not on the radar to be a number 3 pick, so that was a big surprise. Now, last but not least, which team do you think had a better draft, the Jets or the Giants? They both made a pretty big splash and had successful drafts.
Well, they both got what they really wanted, and everything was good, but Giants got more players, so I'm going to have to go with the Giants, but not because they got more talent, they got more players. So
I like the Giants more. They addressed their needs with the wide receiver position. That's all they really needed to be successful, and they got a bunch of other good players as well.
Yeah, the Giants got a lot of great value picks, but I'm going to go with the Jets. I really like what they did, trading up to get Mark Sanchez, who could be the face of the franchise for a long time to come, and Sean Green, a huge underrated running back out of Iowa. He had a great college career. So that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Third and 5, 40 Indians from their own 37-yard line. Bly rolls out to the right side of the field, getting pressured by Drake. As the pass is intercepted by Jeremiah Kale. Kale to the 40, bounce out to the right side of the field. He's got blocking downfield to the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Patriots. Jeremiah Kale, his 10th interception of the season, takes it back for a touchdown as the Patriots take a 6-0 lead.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. John Vittas here with Max Zager and Steve Cinque. We're going to be doing another segment of this year's NFL draft, so let's get right into it. Now, Pat White went in the 2nd round to the Miami Dolphins. He's listed as a wide receiver. Of course, he was a great quarterback at West Virginia, dual-threat QB, could run the ball, throw the ball. I don't think too many people expected him to go this early, but he went in the 2nd round. So what kind of impact do you think he's going to have in the NFL, and what position is he going to play?
Well, with Bill Parcells drafting him, obviously he's going to have a big impact. Bill Parcells is a genius, everything he does. But with the Wildcat offense, with the Miami Dolphins, you can put him at wide receiver, running back, quarterback. They'll find a way to put him in the game. He'll get his snaps, and he will do absolutely incredible. His career will be great.
Yeah, I think as long as he's with the Dolphins, with that Wildcat, I mean, when Ronnie Brown is under center or Ricky Williams in that, you know 90% of the time they're going to run. You put him back there, you have no idea. He could pass, he could run the ball
you
just
put
as
him
well
at
as
wide
them.
receiver.
And then he's going to be out there at wideout on some occasions too. So he's just going to make the defense, not know what's coming in such an unpredictable offense for the Dolphins.
Very scared.
I completely agree with both of you guys. I see them using him in the Wildcat And like Max said, when Ricky Williams or Ronnie Brown's back there, you know they're going to run the ball. And if they throw it, it won't be too much of a threat. But with Pat White, he can let the ball fly down the field. That's a big threat for them. I think he's an athletic player. He's a winner. He has a great winning mentality. So I think he's going to be very beneficial for the Dolphins. Now, there's a lot of quarterbacks coming out of college that had big NCAA careers. But going into the NFL, they're not really highly sought out. They're drafted late in the 6th or 7th round, or signed after the draft. So out of these guys I'm about to name, which do you think is going to have the biggest NFL career? Mike Teal, Nate Davis, Chase Daniel, Rep Omar, or Stephen McGee?
Well, I have 2 quarterbacks on my mind from that list. I'm going to go with Nate Davis from the 49ers. They don't have a set quarterback there, so in a few years, or maybe even not this season, but next season, if he plays as good as I thought he could have been out of Ball State, he could be starting and have a good career there with Crabtree. And Stephen McGee from Dallas Cowboys. Tony Romo, if they don't make the playoffs, he won't. If they make the playoffs and they don't make it past the next round, he'll probably be gone out of there. A lot of controversy going on there. Great quarterback, so one of those 2.
I was thinking the exact 2 guys that you said. McGee can run the ball as well as throw, so he's got that dual threat thing going on. And then Davis, he's a good quarterback. He has some issues with learning playbooks. He's got that learning disability. But his coach was the same guy that coached Tom Brady and Brian Greasy, and he says that this kid's got what it takes to be an NFL quarterback, and I think that Tom Brady sure worked out pretty well, and Greasy was a decent quarterback.
Yeah,
so I think Davis should be okay.
Yeah, that's exactly why I brought this up, because there are a lot of great quarterbacks that get drafted late in 6th and 7th round, so I think it's worth talking about. Now I'm going to go with Mike Teal from Rutgers, going to the Seattle Seahawks. I don't think too many people saw him getting drafted as early as he did in the 5th round. But I think he's got a rocket for an arm. I think Hasselbeck won't be there too long. He's getting old now. So I think Teal will have an opportunity a couple years down the road to maybe get some playing time and take advantage of it. Now, staying with the New Jersey theme, there's a lot of guys drafted in the 1st round from the state of New Jersey. Malcolm Jenkins, B.J. Raji, Noshawn Moreno, Eugene Monroe, Brian Cushing, Donald Brown. Out of all those great 1st-round picks from the Garden State, which do you think is going to have the best NFL career?
I'm going to go with Brian Cushing on the Houston Texans. Him and DeMeco Ryans together are going to be a force in the NFL. These guys are going to be playing together pretty much their whole careers if Houston keeps them together, of course. A lot of tackles, a lot of hard hits. So I'm going to go with Brian Cushing.
Defensively, I'm going to go with B.J. Raji. He's got that body that you need to be a great nose tackle in the NFL. Everyone that's seen him play, scouts say he's going to be great. And then I like Noshawn Moreno, too. I think he's got a great explosiveness, great cuts. I think that he's got everything that it takes to be a successful running back.
Yeah, I think Raji and Malcolm Jenkins, the corner, I think they're both going to have long, great careers in the NFL. Yeah. So I think you can't go wrong with either of those guys. But I'm going to go with Brian Cushing, the same guy Steve said.
Thank you.
I think he's just going to be a shutdown linebacker in the NFL. He's a great star at Bergen Catholic. He got hurt with USC, so he really didn't get to show his full potential while he was there. I think as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be a big impact player in the NFL.
And he still was a top 15 pick, so, it shows how great he is.
Absolutely. He's got a lot of potential. Now, going into the first year that these players are going to be in the NFL, who do you think is going to make the best immediate impact and win Rookie of the Year, both on the offensive and defensive side of the ball?
Well, offensive side of the ball, I'm going to go with Mark Sanchez, quarterback of the Jets, because even if he doesn't play that flash, he doesn't throw a lot of touchdowns, he doesn't turn the ball over that much. And with the Jets, with their defense, you're not going to be playing from behind a lot. So you're going to go into the game, you're going to have don't even throw that many touchdowns, just be up, you'll win. He'll win a lot of games there. Aaron Curry, I'm going to have from Seattle Seahawks, one of the best linebackers, best talents in the whole draft. He's great.
Offensively, I'm going to go with Michael Crabtree. He's going to be the vocal point of that passing game in San Francisco, the go-to guy. And then defensively, I obviously think Curry is going to be the guy. But another guy, I like Raji again. He's got everything you need to be a good nose tackle.
Yeah.
Now, on the offensive side of the ball, right away, I think it's going to be Noshawn Moreno. He's got great quickness. He's going to step in Detroit, or not Detroit, excuse me, in Denver and have a great first season. I think they have a great offensive line. He'll get a good chunk of carries with Cutler leaving that team. And I'm going to go with Steve's guy, Aaron Curry, on the defensive side of the ball in Seattle. I think he'll have an immediate impact with the Seahawks. Now, real quick, was Matthew Stafford with the #1 pick, yes or no?
Yes, but not all the money.
Shouldn't have went #1.
Yeah.
Other needs.
I agree. I don't think he's going to be that great of a quarterback. I think he'll be solid, but not for too long of a time. So that'll do it for this edition of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with another episode next week.
Yeah! beep, 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 yeah. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside my co-host Joe Rapp. How are you?
I'm all right, Pete.
Let's jump right into it. Major League Baseball. So far, the Yankees, kind of a rocky start, but they're not too far back in the AL East. What do you think of their performance so far?
Well, I think they've been okay. I mean, they're 13-10. Their bullpen hasn't lived up of what they're supposed to be. I mean, Rivera, he's blown a couple leads. Every time he comes in, he gives up a hit or two, gives up some runs. I mean, I don't think he's there right now. Like, he's not throwing 95 anymore. He's throwing like 91 and 92, and with one pitch, it's pretty hard to do, because when he was throwing that cutter back in the late 90s, it was 95, 96, and it's not there right now. Plus, I think A-Rod not being there, I mean, does not help them at all, because he gives them 40 home run power, and Teixeira's not gotten off to the start that he wants to be. He's batting like 200, and he's not driving in any runs.
Teixeira's hitting a lot of hard balls out there to deep left, center, and right field. They're just not going out of the park, so I think he'll step it up mid-season. I think he'll have a pretty good season. A-Rod should be coming back soon. A lot of scandals surrounding him with the whole steroid issue, but I think he'll still have a good season when he gets back. And the bullpen has just been horrific, as you said. Like, it's just unbelievable. CC pitches a good game, Burnett pitches a good game, bullpen comes in, blows it. Almost every time, it seems like.
It doesn't help him that Brian Burney's injured, though. You know what I mean? He was their 8th inning guy, and now Joe Girardi's going out there not knowing who's going to pitch before he puts Rivera out there. So.
And Rivera has blown, what, 3 games or 2 games now?
He's won a couple.
And that's just not Mariano Rivera. I mean, he doesn't blow games. Best closer ever to play the game, probably.
You're right.
Next to maybe Trevor Hoffman. But here's a big debate right now in baseball. Well, for the Yankees at least. Jabba Chamberlain. Been pretty fantastic as a starting pitcher, but they have no 8th inning guy. I mean, do you put him back in until Bruni gets back?
Well, if Wong comes back and he pitches well and Phil Hughes keeps pitching well as he's been doing, you know, maybe they should take a shot with him. 2 years ago, he was dominant. He was striking out at everybody. Maybe they want to go back to that because they were winning back in 07. They made that final playoff push.
Yeah, I think this might be the answer for the Yankees. I don't know if they're going to do it, though, because Jabba is a starting pitcher.
And they want to keep Phil Hughes down.
And he is one of their best pitchers, I must say.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is the right time. Maybe later in the season if their bullpen continues to blow it. But right now I think Jabba's starting pitcher.
It's early. Let him pitch.
All right, well, let's talk about the New York Mets now. They're not off to a great start either. New York teams just aren't playing great, but what do you think about their performance?
They don't have any spirit. Like Jose Reyes in 06, he was the light of that team, and he's not getting on base. He drives and runs well for a leadoff man. He's not doing that this year. And David Wright, it's time for David Wright to carry this team. He hasn't been doing that the last 2 years. And Frankie Rodriguez, has not been dominant, not the 62 save guy that we saw last year. And Putz has not been that great. So Mets, they're just an enigma.
Yeah, they're just a mediocre team at this point. J.J. Putz and Frankie Rodriguez have not been great at all, and they spent a lot of money this offseason on their bullpen with those 2 guys, and they just haven't been that good. And as you said, David Wright, leader of this team, probably him and Jose Reyes, maybe Carlos Beltran throw in there, just haven't been spiritually there. They're not playing great, and it's hard to get psyched for a game when you're not playing great. Would you have to agree?
Yeah, and A-Rod not being there and Derek Jeter getting old, David Wright's going to be the face of New York when the time comes, and he's got to start being the face now. He's got to start leading that team to victories.
All right, let's talk about some teams that are playing very good right now. Let's start with the Florida Marlins. They started off very well. I think they had 14-2.
They were not 10-1, I think.
10-1, somewhere along those lines. And recently they just blown up. They lost 6 straight games. And what do you think about their performance?
They started off great. I mean, they were pitching well. They were throwing shutouts. And Hanley Ramirez is probably the best player in the major leagues. Don't you agree?
I totally agree.
Well, they're just not playing well now. I mean, Dan Uggla, their power hitter, strikes out way too many times, and they're not scoring runs. Ramirez and Uggla have to lead this team, and right now they're not doing it, and that's why they're struggling.
I agree. They might have a chance to win that division. The Phillies aren't playing fantastic, and we talked about the Mets aren't playing fantastic, so the Marlins might step up and win this one. Now let's go to the West Coast. Los Angeles Dodgers are playing very well right now. Manny Ramirez is very psyched up for the season after he got that decently big contract. So do you think they're going to make a run here? Do you think they have a chance for the series?
Yes, the World Series, Pete?
The World Series.
Well, there are a lot of great teams out there. I think they're going to win the division by more than 15 games. I mean, Manny Ramirez, he doesn't just bring offense to this team. He brings leadership, and he just teaches them how to hit. I mean, Andre Ethier batting behind him. Manny batting third, he batting fourth. He just hitting home runs, hitting the balls to left field. I mean, he's taking them under his wing, and their pitching has been great. So,
yeah, surprisingly, their pitching has been pretty good. The bullpen has stepped up. People thought coming into the season that might be their downfall, their pitching. They lost Derek Lowe, and they're still pitching very well.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill, NBA, after the break.
Do you watch the 30-minute drill?
No, no lo veo. No veo, no hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30-minute drill?
I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-minute drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk away. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel?
I don't know, Peter.
What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm Peter Samylenko alongside Joe Rapp. Let's get right into it. NBA, some great series in the first round of the playoffs this year. Let's go to the best one of all, Chicago versus Boston. An old-time rivalry here. The old days, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird. And now it's Ben Gordon and Derrick Rose versus Paul Pierce and Ray Allen. This is a fantastic series, Game 7, and there was 7 overtimes. What do you think about this series?
This is probably the greatest series that anyone's ever seen and probably the best of all time. I mean, Chicago fought. I mean, Kevin Garnett not being there obviously helped the Bulls out a little bit, but they kept hitting big shots. Joakim Noah coming up big in Game 6 with the go-ahead dunk over Paul Pierce. They played great, even though they didn't come out with the victory. You got to give them some props. And the Celtics did what they had to do. They had to win this first-round series. I mean, every series they've played, and besides the finals for the playoffs, they've been 7 games, so they have experience.
Yeah, Chicago's a very young team. Ben Gordon, I believe it's his 4th year out of UConn. Derrick Rose, a rookie, #1 overall pick last year. They got lucky getting that lottery pick. #1 overall pick out of Memphis. And they got some, Kirk Heinrich off the bench is young. Joakim Noah is only 2nd or 3rd year out of Florida. And this team has just been playing great. I think they've got a very bright future. And the way Boston's playing, they look like they're on the downfall. I mean, they're getting older. Paul Pierce has been in the league for a long time, as well as Ray Allen, even though Ray Allen dropped 50 points the one night.
Yeah.
But overall, the series is just great, top to bottom. First game to last game, no downfalls. Everything was exciting.
Do you think Derrick Rose can go back, can become a star now?
Oh, absolutely. This is his. LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Derrick Rose right below him, in my eyes.
You think so?
I believe so. I think
he'll be up there?
I think he's gonna be the next star point guard in this league.
If you say so.
Him and Chris Paul.
All right.
All right, let's go to the next series. Another Game 7 the other day. Heat versus Hawks. Every game in the series was won by double digits. No close games. What do you think about it?
It wasn't necessarily a great series. They just kept going back and forth. Dwayne Wade really didn't show up in Game 7. Didn't have the Dwayne Wade game that we know. And the Hawks played great. Joe Johnson leading that team, scoring over 25 points a game. Hawks play the Cavs next. I don't know if they have a chance there, but they only won 15 games last year. They won 43 this year. It was a pretty good season for them, only winning 15 games last year. I think the road's only up from here.
Yeah, I agree. Dwayne Wade, Michael Beasley, and Chris Douglas Roberts?
Mario Chalmers.
Mario Chalmers, and out of Kansas last year. They have a very young team. Dwayne Wade's obviously going to be the leader for many years to come. And they have a bright future. They had a great turnaround from last year. Unbelievable. 15 games. And now they're in the playoffs, almost winning the first-round series. I mean, the Hawks are very underrated. Joe Johnson is probably one of the most underrated players in the league. And now they run into the Cavaliers, who just swept their first-round series against Detroit. Detroit's year after year been a powerhouse in this league. And Cavs just blew by them. Allen Iverson, Rip Hamilton, and Rasheed Wallace. I mean, this team is just unbelievable. The Cavs, LeBron James, they could sweep every series as far as I'm concerned.
You're probably right. I mean, I don't know who can beat them. If they have home court, they can lose games on the road on purpose, and they could still win at home. I don't know who's going to stop them. I don't think anyone's going to stop them. I think they're going to get to the finals and win it.
I believe so, too. Maybe the Hawks steal one at home. Boston, maybe we'll get one or two at the most, but definitely Cavaliers going to the finals out of the East. Let's go to the Western Conference. San Antonio, every year, my opinion this year, they might get a chance to challenge the Lakers, and they just haven't been able to. San Antonio losing the first round to Dallas, very surprising. I think they only won one game. What do you feel about that?
It's over. Spurs are done. They're getting too old. Manu's not staying healthy. Tony Parker's getting old. We know Timmy's getting old. And it's just an old team.
See, that's where I disagree with you, Joe. They are old, but I think they still have great talent. When Manu Ginobili's healthy, I think they're one of the best teams in the league still. They were, what were they, the third seed? They had Tim Duncan, Tony Parker.
They were the second seed.
Second seed. Tony Parker is just fantastic every year, year after year. Manu Ginobili off the bench is probably one of the best six-man in the league, if not the best. Bruce Bowen is the best defender in the league by far, won the Defensive Player of the Year multiple years in a row. And Tim Duncan, you can't say much more. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, they're getting old. They're not going to win anymore. Jason Terry, the sixth man, scores over 20 points a game on the bench. Dirk Nowitzki's finally coming out of a shell that he went in 3 years ago in the finals. So they might win the second round. Who knows? They might beat the Nuggets.
All right, let's talk about the Nuggets now. They played their first game in the series. They won by 14 points, just demolished Dallas. And Dallas has been playing pretty good lately. Chauncey Billups and Carmelo Anthony are a very dynamic duo. And they could definitely carry this team. They might challenge the Lakers.
They may. I mean, obviously Chauncey Billups helped this team very, very greatly. He scores over 15 points a game, averages 10 assists. He's giving the ball to Carmelo. Their AI and Carmelo are not sharing it anymore. Chauncey's giving it to him, and he's doing great. So they may win the series.
Let's talk about the Lakers now. The number one seed in the West. Maybe the only team who could beat Cleveland if they both get to the finals. Kobe Bryant is just fantastic. They beat New Orleans. Wasn't it New Orleans?
No, they beat Utah.
Utah, excuse me. They beat Utah in the first round, blew them out. LA, is anyone going to stop them?
Well, no, except Cleveland. I think they're both going to get to the finals. I don't know why we're even playing playoff basketball. I mean, Kobe, he's always going to be there. He's going to lead that team to the finals.
All right, you got LA and Cleveland in the finals. Who you got winning?
I have Cleveland winning. I think LeBron James is going to finally get his ring.
I believe so, too. Cleveland in 5 is my prediction. That's all the time we have for this segment of 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more 30-Minute Drill after the break.
Let's go. Big night, big night.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
Steve, you have to. Suck it up.
I don't know. Steve, you were born to do this. Guys, they're here.
Let's go!
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Rob Feit. Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Bryan Ogden. Guys, we're going to be talking NBA playoffs. First round ended last week. Second round just started and will continue to go on to the next couple of weeks. We're going to go into each series, and you're going to tell me your winner and players to look out for. Let's start with Denver versus Dallas. Tell me what you think is going to happen there and the player to watch out for.
I have Denver winning this series in 5 games. Just
too much intensity with that team. If they get momentum, they can't stop them. With Chris the Birdman Anderson down low, blocking a lot of shots, altering a lot of shots off the bench with Anthony Carter and J.R. Smith. Just the bench right there, even with Linnaeus Kleiser coming off the bench, just gives them so much more depth than the Dallas Mavericks. And Carmelo Anthony, Chauncey Billups, who's playing out of his mind right now, will stop Jason Kidd and whoever in Dallas and Dirk Nowitzki. So, got the Denver Nuggets.
I got Denver winning this game, winning this series in 6 games. I mean, they play very good. They play very solid defensively, and as Steve said, Chauncey Billups is playing very good right now. I mean, the only thing they're gonna have to worry about is stopping Dirk Nowitzki. Don't let him get hot and keep shooting.
Yeah, just like you guys, I like Denver too. Too much firepower. Carmelo Anthony, Billups, great bench. J.R. Smith's been playing phenomenal. Another scoring weapon for them. So I think they're gonna win.
On something.
Yeah.
Only took 25 episodes.
Right. All right. Let's the other Western Conference series, the Houston Rockets against the L.A. Lakers. What do you got in that one?
Well, Kobe Bryant's gonna play on fire like he usually does because Ron Artest said that Brandon Roy was the best player he's ever covered. And there's pretty much a slap in the face to Kobe Bryant, who's arguably one of the best players to ever play the game. Guy plays defense, plays offense. So just having Kobe Bryant, and with all the rings he's won, what he's done in the past, he'll step up to the plate and he'll hit a home run.
All right. Brian?
I can't disagree any more than that. Kobe Bryant will take over this series single-handedly, especially what Ron Artest, all the trash he's been talking to Kobe, and Kobe, pretty much every game Kobe plays against him has the game of his life against him, and I think he has a lot of fire, and he's gonna be coming out shooting the hot.
Yeah, we're all gonna agree again. I like the Lakers too.
First.
Kobe, Odom, Gasol. They just got too many guys, and Kobe likes a challenge. You don't want to get him angry, and Battier and Artest seem to get him angry in a way that no one else does. And that's really bad news for any Houston Rockets fan or the team. Okay, let's go over to the Eastern Conference, the Hawks versus the Cavs. What do you like in that one?
I'm going to go with the MVP Cavaliers with LeBron James and everyone. Team, not so much depth. I mean, they play great as a team. The depth on the team's not that good, but LeBron James brings the best out of every player in that team. I just can't see Joe Johnson trying to square up against LeBron James. There's no way he's going to be able to score on him, so Cavaliers.
Brian.
In 6.
All right.
I'm taking the Cavs because I think LeBron is like Kobe he's like the Kobe Bryant of the Houston series, and basically he's gonna take over that series himself, and he single-handedly makes everyone on the team better. And you got Mo Williams on the side to help him, so
yeah, I think we're all again going to agree.
What is this?
No one can say something different. So Cavs again, LeBron. Too much for the Hawks to handle. I could see the Hawks getting maybe 1 or 2 games with Josh Smith playing well, Joe Johnson, 2 home victories, but just too much for Mo Williams and LeBron for them to handle. All right, now the last series, Celtics versus Magic. This is a good one. You got in this one?
100% the Magic. Without Kevin Garnett, I don't know. Some people say he might come back for this series. Some people say he's not. With or without him, he's not going to play 100%. Magic has Dwight Howard, who's angry after being suspended for Game 6 against the 76ers. They have three-point shooting. They have height. They have depth. They have great coaching with Van Gundy. They're, to me, the team to watch for in the East.
All right, Brian.
I'm going to have to disagree here. I'm going with the defending champs, the Boston Celtics, only because they play very good at home. Ray Allen is playing best basketball this season in the playoffs right now. Paul Pierce is playing very well, and if they get Kevin Garnett back, I think that they'll be very good and very unstoppable.
You don't know how the guy's going to play. He hasn't played since when was the last game he played? A while ago. I don't know. You don't know how good he's going to be.
I don't see Garnett coming back anyway.
Against Dwight Howard, if Dwight Howard squares up against him, there's no shot.
That's the only thing that would stop them. That's what I said. Dwight Howard. That's the only way the Celtics would lose to the Magic.
And that's what I'm saying, because Dwight Howard will stop him.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, I like the Magic. Dwight Howard, Rashard Lewis.
Thank you.
Edu Turkoglu.
Thank you.
It's a good
too much offense. The Celtics have been struggling defensively. Dwight Howard's too much down low. I don't see Glenn Big Baby Davis or Perkins been able to even contain him whatsoever. It's just going to be a domination.
Right. JJ Redick, last game had 15 points, so he's getting a shot.
All right, now let's move on to some other news. LeBron James was announced MVP. Do you think that he's worthy of that award?
100%. He's the best player in the NBA. A lot of people may argue that with Kobe Bryant, but if you look what he's done over the years with his teams, even if you switch him, Kobe Bryant and the Cavaliers and LeBron and the Lakers will lose max 7 games. That's why I say.
Bryan.
LeBron James, I mean, he single-handedly built that franchise for the Cavaliers when he first came in, and he really deserves that. He really deserves that award for what he's been doing.
Yeah, this season he's been the best player. I mean, does it all: blocks, shots, steals, scores, assists, rebounds, and he makes that team really go. Okay, so that's all the time we have for this edition of the NBA, and we'll be back next with baseball.
And the crowd is fired up. What a huge play. We cannot stress this enough. This is just an outstanding kick. All the pressure relying on Dave Adamo. The kick is up, and it is gone! He kicks it through the uprights, and Wade Hills takes a 25-24 lead.
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host for this segment, John Vittas, here with Steve Cinque and Max Zager. We're going to be talking MLB baseball. So we're going to start out with the Mets and the Yankees. Mets first. So far, they've had a disappointing season, 10-13 to start out the year. I mean, they've had disappointing losses to bad teams like the Padres, and just overall, not a great start to the season, similar to last year. But what's the biggest problem for the Mets thus far?
Biggest problem for the Mets so far is the bad play of Jose Reyes and David Wright. Both of them have been playing horrendous. David Wright, a home run hitter, RBI guy, 1 home run, 10 RBIs. And Reyes, his stats are similar, low batting average, only 4 stolen bases. Him and David Wright have the same amount of stolen bases. They're the 2 big guys in the team. They should be carrying the team, and they're not.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. They're big guns, just aren't getting it done right now. And then they're also having some trouble pitching. Perez is pitching horribly now. He's just giving away games for them every time he gets on the mound. So just everything for them really isn't going well right now.
Yeah, the one thing Steve said that I agree with is that David Wright hasn't been clutch all year, but I don't think that's really the biggest problem. I think it's got to be the middle of the rotation and the starting pitching. Of course, Johan Santana's having a fantastic season, and Livan Hernandez has done a good job in the 5 slot, but John Maine, Oliver Perez, and Mike Pelfrey have just had atrocious starts to the season, and they're going to have to pick it up, and they need that to come around if they're going to have a good year.
But what you just said, with those 3 pitchers you just named, the thing about them is they're so inconsistent. They're one of the top 3 inconsistent pitchers in baseball, maybe. David Wright and Jose Reyes, you have to have big years out of them for them to make the playoffs. So that's why.
But Pelfrey proved last year he can be a shutdown pitcher, a great number 2 starter.
He won 13 games. He won 13-10 last year. Had a high ERA.
No, he didn't have a high ERA. It was in the mid-3s, which is good for a 2 or 3 starter. And I think they're going to come around. Perez is Mr. Inconsistent. You're right about that. But I think Maine and Pelfrey are going to come around. But we mentioned Perez. What do you think is going to happen with him? I mean, they're going to send him down to the minors, maybe put him in the bullpen. What do you think?
He's definitely going to have to go in the bullpen. With that contract, you can't send him to the minors with all the money he's making. You got to put him in the bullpen. I see him being maybe a long relief or even seventh inning for puts. Put puts in the 8th, K-Rod in the 9th, and see what happens.
Yeah, I think they need to put him in the bullpen. Definitely not send him down, wasting too much money that they're paying him. And if he gets some innings in there, maybe gets his confidence up a bit, he can get back to what he was last year and be a decent pitcher for the Mets.
He's the next K-Gow.
Yeah, he really is. I don't think he's gonna have to. I don't think they're gonna send him to the minors. Like Steve said, they're paying him way too much money. If I'm the coach, I'd personally keep him in the rotation for 1, maybe 2 more starts. If he really can't pitch, I think you have to put him in a long relief role and try to get him into meaningless games or just completely retune his motion because there's obviously something wrong with him. They're going to have to fix it, but I would give him 1 or 2 more chances to prove himself. Now, switching things over to the Yankees, not as disappointing as the Mets, 13-11, but of course with their big players that they're bringing in this year, they should be a little bit better than 13-11. But one of the biggest things for them is a shaky bullpen. I mean, with Juan coming back, hopefully he'll do better, but do you think Jabba should be in the bullpen, or what do they have to do in the bullpen to step things up?
Jabba should not be in the bullpen. His starting ERA is great. The only thing that's a little shaky is his balls and strikes, and he throws a lot of pitches. You don't know how he's going to be, but I like him as a starter. The bullpen, when Bruni comes back, he's going to be the solid 8th guy. I don't know.
to be honest with you. So maybe Mark Melassen could step it up. But besides that, maybe bring up a few guys from the minors. That's all I can think of right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like him as a starter, too. I think he's a great starter. He's got great stuff. And if he can go, a lot of innings, he keeps the Yanks in the game. But they're having so much trouble as far as the bullpen goes that they might have no choice to stick him in there to pitch a couple innings just to pass it by until they get into the later guys.
Yeah, I think it's a similar situation as the Mets had last year. You just really have to rely on your starting pitchers to go 7 or 8 innings, in my opinion, because the Yankees bullpen is not going to hold down every game for you. So they're just going to have to hope their starters go deep into the game. Now, out of the two teams, Mets and Yankees, that are a little bit disappointing at the beginning, which do you think is going to come around, and do you think they'll both make the playoffs or no, or what's your opinions on that?
The Mets, I'm not too sure about because that division's a little shaky, but the Yankees 100% will. We're 13-11 with arguably the best player in baseball. You may say steroids and whatnot, but we still have Alex Rodriguez, and when he comes back, he's going to hit 30-plus home runs, have 100-plus RBIs, batting over 300, so it's going to be great.
I think the Yankees will come around. Mets, I don't know. I'm not too sure about that. But I don't think either are going to end up making the playoffs. But I do think the Yankees will be there at the end. Mets, I'm not too sure right now with that pitching situation.
I think both teams are going to make the playoffs. I mean, they both have great teams. I think the Mets' middle of the batting order is just lethal. 1 through 6, they're really tough to get out. So if their pitching just is decent, they don't even have to be great, just decent, I think they'll make the playoffs.
But the only situation with that is,
doing it now
yeah, and they usually fall out towards the end of the year. So if that streak happens,
if they're behind
hitting
now,
good in the middle, not at the end.
They're usually ahead of the Phillies. If they're behind them by a couple of games and the Phillies get hot at the end all the time, now they're choke artists again.
But they're always in front. If they're behind, maybe they won't feel the pressure as much and come around. And
it's
or
New
they
York.
might choke like usual.
New York, it's pressure just comes to the team.
We'll see.
Well, keep going.
All right, real quick, what's your biggest surprise of the season? There's a lot of bad teams having great starts. Who's going to stick around?
Team that's going to stick around, I don't know, but maybe the Seattle Mariners with great play out of Russell Brandon and Andy Chavez, Jared Washburn, and Brandon Morrow. So
Not sure about Kansas City's going to stick around, but I like them. Very good. Zager, he's pitching great. So
yeah, I like what Toronto's done with their rotation after losing A.J. Burnett. Their pitching's really stepped up.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Good evening and welcome to this edition of the 30-Minute Drill. Alongside Joe Rapp, I'm Peter Samylenko. This week we're going to be talking baseball. Let's jump right into it. The Yankees. They took 2 out of 3 out of the Orioles this past weekend, and A-Rod came back. First swing of the bat, a home run. How do you think they're playing so far?
Well, they've actually been playing pretty bad lately. I mean, they lost 5 straight to the Rays and Red Sox. But A-Rod coming back is going to give them a big lift. He's brought them some offense so far with his home run. So he's going to play great. I think he'll play great the rest of the season and maybe lead them to a playoff spot. But his power and run production is much needed.
Yeah, his presence on this team is just unbelievable. He comes back and the team's automatically better. Pitching wasn't great. Phil Hughes has kind of had a rocky start. Jabba can't pitch in the first inning thus far, and he's been pitching well after that, though. And the bullpen's been all right. I mean, I wouldn't say great. But let's talk about Mark Teixeira. Just paid him a ton of money. He's not producing thus far. And it's kind of surprising because last year he was a fantastic player, and right now he's not playing great. He had a couple home runs, but they're pretty meaningless if you ask me. Bad timing.
Not only last year, Pete, but years back. He's hitting 40 home runs a season. But I think A-Rod coming back is going to give him more better pitches to hit, get some more fastballs, maybe start driving the ball a little bit and helping this team because he hasn't been doing that. But though he hasn't been hitting home runs, his defense has been tremendous. He's not letting a ball get past him, so he is contributing in that sense. But I think he'll come back. You know, he may not have the 40 home run season that we're accustomed to seeing, but I think it'll be good.
All right, now let's talk about kind of the surprises on the Yankees. Johnny Damon and Nick Swisher, kind of low-key, just get-on-base kind of guys, leadoff hitters, and they're just killing the ball, hitting it out of the park almost every game, it seems like. Without these guys, the Yankees probably aren't even close to 500.
You're right, Pete. I mean, Johnny Damon has 9 home runs this season. Nick Swisher has 7. Those are the team leads. They're doing amazing. All right, 8?
And Nick Swisher has 8 home runs.
All right, my mistake. But either way, 7 or 8, that's pretty good so far. And they've obviously helped this team because A-Rod has been injured. Teixeira's not producing, so they needed these RBIs and home run production. They've got it from these 2 guys.
Yeah, absolutely. They're playing great. And I want to talk about Xavier Nady real quick. They paid big money for him last year. He came in mid-season, was a fantastic player. Nick Swisher's came in this offseason, just
stole his job.
Stolen Nady's job, no doubt about it. He's playing a lot better. You think Nady gets back in this lineup before the year's over?
I think he'll get back in the lineup some way. Maybe do a platoon situation with Matsui, because Matsui really can't hit left-handers anymore because he pulls out his hip. But Nady's injury did not help him, and the fact that Swisher got off to a hot start did not help him either.
All right, well, we're talking about the Yankees. Let's get into the AL East, kind of the same division here. Boston Red Sox are playing well. Tampa Bay, as expected, are playing well. But Toronto, surprise teams so far in the division, playing fantastic, leading the division by 1.5 games over the Red Sox and 5.5 over the Yankees. You think they keep this up?
I think they can keep this up. Cito Gaston taught them how to win last season when they won 80 games, and they know they're taking an aggressive approach at the plate, swinging at the first pitch, which is usually the best pitch you're going to get in at bat. And Vernon Wills has finally stayed healthy. In my opinion, I think he's one of the best players in the American League for the past years when healthy, and he's staying healthy. Man, when you have Roy Halladay leading your pitching staff, it's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing. Probably in past years, what I've seen, one of the best pitchers in the league by far. Kind of goes under the radar. Quiet guy, but he's just amazing. All right, let's talk about who you think is going to win the AL East. I mean, it's going to be a close race. Basically, 4 teams can win it. Who you got?
It's such a good race. I think the Red Sox will pull it out. Man, Sunday night, Jonathan Papelbon, he's amazing. He throws 97. He was first and third, no-out situation. He strikes out Upton, Pena, and Longoria. Man, he just did his job, and that's why, because they're pitching, they're going to win the division.
He reminds me a lot of a young Mariano Rivera. Not so much throwing that hard, but just virtually unhittable in the 9th inning. Wouldn't you say?
I agree completely. I mean, he's got 8 saves out of 8 opportunities, so he's done pretty well.
All right, let's move to the West Coast now. Manny Ramirez, just Manny being Manny, suspended for 50 games this past week. What is he doing? He just signed a $25 million contract with the Dodgers. $45 million contract, excuse me. And now he's just blowing it away. What is Manny doing?
Well, can you really be surprised, Pete? Honestly, everyone's taking steroids. All the big stars are taking steroids. And now he's taking performance-enhancing drugs. I really can't be surprised. But I think without it, he'd still be a great hitter. So I really don't know what he's doing. But let's be honest. He's giving away $7 million out of his $45 million contract. Do you think he'll live?
He has plenty of money. It's not about the money, I think.
It's always about the money, Pete.
All right. Manny has plenty of money, Joe, but I think it's going to hurt the Dodgers more. I mean, they need this guy to win. I mean, they've been playing great this year, absolutely great. And I think it's a big part that Manny Ramirez is playing with them. Joe Torre is leading this team, and without Manny, I don't know if they're just leading the division in 50 games.
Well, I think they're still going to lead the division after 50 games. I think their home run production will just be down, which won't be a big loss.
All right, Joe, that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more 30-Minute Drill after the break.
Do you watch the 30-Minute Drill?
No lo veo. No hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30-Minute Drill? I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-Minute Drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk away. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel? I don't know, Peter.
What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, alongside Joe Rapp, I'm Peter Samylenko. This segment, we're going to be talking golf, the Players' Championship this past weekend. Henrik Stenson comes out on top. Not a no-name guy by any means, a Swedish guy who's had 9 top 5 finishes in his last 15 tournaments, has been playing fantastic, and finally wins the biggest payday in all of golf. Not considered a major, but the Players consider it the 5th major. The Players' Championship, $1.8 million he wins for first place. What do you think of this guy?
Well, I think he won a lot of money, am I right?
Absolutely, he won a ton of money.
Well, I think he deserved it. He played well throughout the weekend. He did his job. He got the ball in the hole, which is what you're supposed to do, and he won $1.8 million.
Yeah, he played amazing on Sunday. Not one bogey, and birdied 16, a par 5. He just played flawless, and he definitely deserved to win it. And let's talk about who came in second place, Ian Poulter out of England. A very cocky guy. He said him and Tiger Woods, best 2 players in the world, and let's just say he hasn't been the best 2 players in the world with Tiger Woods over the past couple of years. But he comes out, he played well this week. He got second place, couldn't get the job done. He finished at 8 under. Think he should have won it?
I don't know if he should have won it. Henrik played pretty well throughout the whole weekend, so I don't know if he deserved it, really.
Yeah, if Henrik...
Plus, he's cocky, and I don't like cocky guys, so I may be a little biased.
If Henrik had maybe one slip-up, which he didn't at all, Ian Poulter may have had a chance here, but it didn't happen. Stenson played amazing, deserved to win totally. And let's talk about defending champion, Sergio Garcia. Total bust this week, played horrible. Got to the weekend, made the cut at least, but just couldn't do anything come Saturday and Sunday. What happened?
Sergio's a bust, okay? He's not, I don't think he's that strong when it comes to big-time tournaments like the Players and other majors. So he did make the cut, but it's not like he made it with flying colors. So yeah. I don't know. He's got to work on his game a little bit.
Absolutely. He's not hitting his irons as well as he used to. Was by far the best iron player on tour, in my opinion. Maybe bar Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson. But his ball striking ability used to be fantastic, and this year it hasn't been that. He didn't deserve to win. He made the cut right on the cut line this year, and you can't do that if you want to win this tournament. Let's move on to the best player in golf, Tiger Woods. Not very good Sunday for him. He just was hitting everything right. Hit in the water on, I think it was 3 or 4. Just right from the start, you knew it wasn't going to be a good round.
Well, a star like Tiger Woods, he's not going to be on his A game all the time. Usually he is, but in retrospect, he's not going to be on all the time. He was on Bay Hill, he was at the Masters, and he wasn't on today. So Tiger Woods, great player. He'll come back from it.
Yeah, absolutely. At the Masters, I mean, these people are still saying he is the best player by far, but
yes, he is.
You can't bring your A game every single week, Joe. It's almost virtually impossible. People expect this guy to come out every week and shoot 6 under. It's not going to happen. The guy's human, you know. The Masters, he didn't play great. And let's not forget that 7 weeks or 8 months ago, the guy had ACL surgery, and that's just
hard to come back from.
It's absolutely hard to come back from. He's got a new swing. He's got everything. His mechanics are different. He doesn't want to hurt that knee again. And people underestimate how big the surgery was.
It's a big surgery. It's hard to come back from, Pete.
And people are just assuming that he's going to come out and play fantastic every week, and he's not. I mean, he's still, what do you shoot, 4 under, 3 under?
I think 4 under.
4 under, and let's see any average person can go out and shoot 4 under on one of the hardest courses in America, if not the hardest. This course was just playing ridiculous. The greens were like concrete. Couldn't stop the ball, couldn't spin the ball. The fairways were fast. And then there's 17 and 18, probably the 2 hardest finishing holes in all of golf. What do you think?
I could shoot 4 under.
All right, Joe. Well, let's talk about 17, the island green. This hole is just so intimidating. There's the tee and the green and water in between.
And then water. It's like an island. It's like Gilligan's Island, honest to God.
It is like Gilligan's Island. But with this hole, it's just coming into it. What do you think you'd be thinking if you were going into that hole, leading the tournament?
Well, I think, and I tried to get into the hole, but it would be a laser straight into the water no matter how much I try.
Yeah, if you hit one miscue on this hole, off the toe, off the heel of the club,
you're done.
You're dunked.
It goes into the water.
You're in the water. It's bad news. And 18 is just water down the left side. You got to hit your drive. You got to hit a fade. And Stenson let's talk about him for a second. Since Phil Mickelson and Tiger Woods, they weren't even in the mix. Yeah. All no-namers, basically, came atop this tournament. And Stenson comes out on top, just played flawless.
I guess the A gamers were not on their game this weekend.
All right. U.S. Open coming up in a couple weeks. Who you got? Bethpage Black, New York, Long Island, close to us. Who's gonna win?
Well, it's a big major, so I'm just gonna go with Tiger Woods. I don't even have to tell you why. He's just best player in the world, and I'm not gonna go with Phil in any tournament I ever pick because he can't putt the ball. Am I right?
Yeah, actually, you're wrong. That's the best part of his game.
Stop with that.
No, his putting's usually pretty good, but it's usually his drives off.
He's just bad, okay?
All right, I got Tiger Woods in that tournament too. Bethpage Black's a long course. He can hit the ball a mile. If he hits his drive straight, keeps him in the fairway, he's got this tournament in the bag. But that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this short break.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host once again, Max Zager, with Steve and Matt Heskins. We're going to be talking NBA basketball in this segment. Start off first with the Eastern Conference. Celtics versus Orlando, 2-2 after Big Baby Davis just hit the game-winning shot the other night. How do you see this series panning out?
I think Orlando is the better team. I mean, look who they have. Big Baby Davis, I mean, he was projected to be a top 5 pick, but then he stayed in college for another year, which I don't understand. He's been doing great, but if you're going to have a power forward and have Big Baby Davis starting, I can't see how you could win. I mean, look at Orlando Magic. They have so much depth. They have rebounding. They have assists. They have shooting. Great coaching with Van Gundy. They're just a better team. They're going to win that series. Courtney Lee is, ever since coming back, he's been playing out of his mind. Mm-hmm. And Big Baby Davis pushes little kids. I don't know if you saw that last night, so I'm going to go with Orlando in this series.
All right, Matt.
I disagree. I think the Celtics are going to win. The next 2 out of the 3 final games are going to be at home for the Celtics, and they have much more experience. Orlando is still a really young team. And then the Celtics, to me, are more consistent. Orlando relies on their three-point shooting to win games, and they're not consistent with their shooting, so I don't think they could win 2 out of 3.
They put J.J. Redick in, though. I mean, then they'd be consistent with their three-pointers.
I like Orlando. I think Dwight Howard's just too much down low. Perkins and Glenn Davis have no chance of even coming close to even containing him. So if they get him the ball, and he does what he can do, and Rashard Lewis and Hedo Turkoglu can make some shots.
I have to give props to Rondo, though. I'm sorry to cut you off. Even though I think Orlando's going to win, I have to give props to Rajon Rondo. The guys, I did not think he was going to be played this good at all. And without Kevin Garnett, I mean, he's been doing great.
All right, let's go to Cavaliers-Hawks.
No question about it. There's nothing I need to say. Just Cavaliers. Right, they're going to run away with it.
Move on, Matt.
I agree. Atlanta doesn't even have a chance to win a game. Cavaliers are way too dominant.
Right.
They might be like one of the, I don't know if this has happened before, but they might be one of the only teams ever to not lose a game in the playoffs. I'm that sold on the Cavaliers.
To the championship. Lakers versus Rockets. 2-2 right now.
This is tough. I'm going to go with the Lakers, though. I mean, even though they looked great against the Lakers without Yao Ming, they got Kobe Bryant. They got even Bynum, who's been playing horrible. Oh. If he finds his way in the playoffs, then they'll definitely be the team to beat. But Trevor Ariza and Odom have been playing very good, so Lakers
match up way better than the Rockets do against them. So.
I like the Lakers in a close Game 7. The only reason really is because Yao Ming is not there. I mean, Houston plays with a lot of energy and plays great defense, but they just don't have enough offense to compete with LA. LA is one of the best offense, you could argue, with Cleveland, and Houston just doesn't have the talent to compete.
And I hate to say this, but I don't think Shane Battier is going to be making all those shots like he did yesterday.
I mean, last game, Aaron Brooks and Battier were on fire. Lakers caught them on their best days, and
ever.
I think that's
can't expect Aaron Brooks
people
to
are
keep that up.
Making this series too. I think now that Yao's gone, it's pretty much done. I think 6 games and we're finished here. LA's going to take it. And now Dallas versus Denver.
Denver 100%. I don't know. You watched the last game. I hated how they were complaining about the no call, whatever. Because if you watch the play over again, Antoine Wright, he did foul him, but then he tried to sell it wasn't a foul. He raised his hands. That's what I don't like about it. If you're going to foul the guy, you wrap him or whatnot. So, I don't know. Denver, though, there's so much depth and great players. Carmelo, just cold-blooded.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say Denver. They're up 3-0, and no team has ever come back from that. But I do think Dallas is going to win 1 or 2 games and make it tough, but Denver's just going to blow away.
I think that's not baseball.
Yeah, I think Denver too much. Chauncey Billups, J.R. Smith, Carmelo Anthony, and the list goes on. Too much talent, playing too well right now. Maybe playing the best basketball out of anyone in the playoffs.
And I was never sold him Rick Carlisle either. So.
Yeah, so I think the Nuggets definitely. Right now we're done talking about the playoffs. Let's move on to a big topic. A lot of heated arguments that come from this. Who's better, Kobe or LeBron?
LeBron. A lot better. No question about it. If I had to make a team, even for one season, I would take LeBron over Kobe. Look what he's doing with the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, it's pretty much just him and Mo Williams. I mean, you could say Delonte West, but let's be realistic now.
Drew Nassau-Gas is good.
Stop. The Lakers, they have Pau Gasol, Trevor Ariza, who's been playing great, Derek Fisher, veteran leader, Odom, Bynum off the bench. Kobe has so much more to work with. He had 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. If LeBron ever had those stats, he would. He might retire if he ever had those stats. I've never seen his stats like that. He averages close to 30 points a game. He's a lot better than Kobe Bryant.
I don't think so. I think you're totally wrong. I think Kobe. There's not one part of Kobe's game that is flawed whatsoever. There's nothing he can't do. He could play. He plays great defense, better than LeBron James. Shoots better than him. If he wants to go to the basket, he can. I mean, LeBron,
but not even close to what LeBron can go to the basket.
6'8", 270. No crap. He's going to be able to go to the basket.
And everyone talks about he has no outside shot.
He doesn't.
The guy hit 5 3-pointers yesterday. He hits them.
Yeah, but he's a streak shooter. So
anyone
could shoot 5. Anyone can make 5 threes in a game every once in a while. I mean, if you really look at his consistent basis, if you give him an outside shot, he can't make anything. Your thoughts on
James.
this?
I think LeBron James, just because he's more of an all-around player with rebounds and assists, much better than Kobe at that.
Yeah, you're both crazy. No way.
We'll see.
Kobe's also got rings. Game.
He also played with Shaquille O'Neal.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah,
all right.
besides the point.
We'll see the finals this year. All right. That's all the time we have for this edition of 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back next week.
Let's go. Big night. Big night.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
Steve, you have to. Suck it up.
Steve, you were born to do this.
Guys, they're here. Let's go!
Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Rob Feit. Welcome back to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host once again, Max Zager, with Steve and Matt Heskins. We're going to be talking NBA basketball in this segment. Start off first with the Eastern Conference. Celtics versus Orlando, 2-2 after Big Baby Davis just hit the game-winning shot the other night. How do you see this series panning out?
I think Orlando is the better team. I mean, look who they have. Big Baby Davis, I mean, he was projected to be a top 5 pick, but then he stayed in college for another year, which I don't understand.
he's been doing great. But if you're going to have a power forward and have Big Baby Davis starting, I can't see how you could win. I mean, look at Orlando Magic. They have so much depth. They have rebounding. They have assists. They have shooting. Great coaching with Van Gundy. They're just a better team. They're going to win that series. Courtney Lee is, ever since coming back, he's been playing out of his mind. And Big Baby Davis pushes little kids. I don't know if you saw that last night. So I'm going to go with Orlando in this series.
All right, Matt.
I disagree. I think the Celtics are going to win. The next 2 out of the 3 final games are going to be at home for the Celtics, and they have much more experience. Orlando is still a really young team. And then the Celtics, to me, are more consistent. Orlando relies on their three-point shooting to win games, and they're not consistent with their shooting, so I don't think they could win 2 out of 3.
They put J.J. Redick in, then they'd be consistent with their three-pointers.
I like Orlando. I think Dwight Howard's just too much down low. Perkins and Glenn Davis have no chance of even coming close to even containing him, so if they get him the ball, and he does what he can do, and Rashard Lewis and Hugh Turkoglu can make some shots.
I have to give props to Rondo, though. I'm sorry to cut you off. Even though I think Orlando's going to win, I have to give props to Rajon Rondo. The guys, I did not think he was going to be played this good at all. And without Kevin Garnett, he's been doing great.
All right, let's go to Cavaliers-Hawks.
No question about it. There's nothing I need to say. Just Cavaliers. Right, they're going to run away with it.
Move on, Matt.
I agree. Atlanta doesn't even have a chance to win a game. Cavaliers are way too dominant.
Right.
They might be like one of the, I don't know if this has happened before, but they might be one of the only teams ever to not lose a game in the playoffs. I'm that sold on the Cavaliers.
To the championship. Lakers versus Rockets. 2-2 right now.
This is tough. I'm going to go with the Lakers, though. I mean, even though they looked great against the Lakers without Yao Ming, they got Kobe Bryant. They got even Bynum, who's been playing horrible. Oh. If he finds his way in the playoffs, then they'll definitely be the team to beat. But Trevor Ariza and Odom have been playing very good, so Lakers match up way better than the Rockets do against them. So
I like the Lakers in a close Game 7. The only reason really is because Yao Ming is not there. I mean, Houston plays with a lot of energy and plays great defense, but they just don't have enough offense to compete with LA. LA is one of the best offense, you could argue, with Cleveland, and Houston just doesn't have the talent to compete.
And I hate to say this, but I don't think Shane Battier is going to be making all those shots like he did yesterday.
I mean, last game, Aaron Brooks and Battier were on fire. Lakers caught them on their best days, and
ever.
I think that's
can't expect Aaron Brooks
people
to keep that up.
Making this series too. I think now that Yao's gone, it's pretty much done. I think 6 games and we're finished here. LA's going to take it. And now Dallas versus Denver.
Denver, 100%. I don't know. You watched the last game. I hated how they were complaining about the no call, whatever. Because if you watch the play over again, Antoine Wright, he did foul him, but then he tried to sell it wasn't a foul. He raised his hands. That's what I don't like about it. If you're going to foul the guy, you wrap him or whatnot. So, I don't know. Denver, though, there's so much depth and great players. Carmelo, just cold-blooded.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say Denver. They're up 3-0, and no team has ever come back from that. But I do think Dallas is going to win 1 or 2 games and make it tough, but Denver's just going to blow away.
I think that's not baseball.
Yeah, I think Denver too much. Chauncey Billups, J.R. Smith, Carmelo Anthony, and the list goes on. Too much talent, playing too well right now, maybe playing the best basketball out of anyone in the playoffs.
And I was never sold on Rick Carlisle either. So.
Yeah, so I think the Nuggets definitely. Right now, we're done talking about the playoffs. Let's move on to a big topic. A lot of heated arguments that come from this. Who's better, Kobe or LeBron?
LeBron. A lot better. No question about it. If I had to make a team, even for 1 season, I would take LeBron over Kobe. Look what he's doing with the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, pretty much just him and Mo Williams. I mean, you could say Delonte West, but let's be realistic now.
Drew Nasilgaskis is good.
Stop. The Lakers, they have Pau Gasol, Trevor Ariza, who's been playing great, Derek Fisher, veteran leader, Odom, Bynum off the bench. Kobe has so much more to work with. He had 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. If LeBron ever had those stats, he would. He might retire if he ever had those stats. I've never seen his stats like that. He averages close to 30 points a game. He's a lot better than Kobe Bryant.
I don't think so. I think you're totally wrong. I think Kobe. There's not one part of Kobe's game that is flawed whatsoever. There's nothing he can't do. He could play. He plays great defense, better than LeBron James. Shoots better than him. If he wants to go to the basket, he can. I mean, LeBron,
but not even close to what
LeBron's
LeBron can go to the basket.
6'8", 270. No crap. He's going to be
And
able to
everyone
go to
talks
the
about he has
basket
no
and stuff.
outside shot.
He
The
doesn't.
guy hit 5 3-pointers yesterday. He hits them.
Yeah, but he's a streak shooter, so
he can score
anyone
well.
could shoot five. Anyone can
You're
make
wrong.
5 threes in a game every once in a while. I mean, if you really look at his consistent basis, if you give him an outside shot, he can't make anything. Your thoughts
LeBron
on
James.
this?
I think LeBron James, just because he's more of an all-around player with rebounds and assists, much better than Kobe at that.
Yeah, you're both crazy. No way.
Yeah, we'll see.
Kobe's also got rings. Game.
He also played with Shaquille O'Neal.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah,
all right.
besides the point.
We'll see the finals this year. All right. That's all the time we have for this edition of 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back next week.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Good evening and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. Alongside Joe Rapp, I'm your host, Peter Samylenko. We're going to be talking NBA basketball this week, Joe. 2 Game 7s this past weekend. The Celtics lose to the Magic, and the Lakers come out on top over the Rockets. And terrible games. We thought they were going to be close. You know, all series has been close. Orlando blows them out. Lakers blow them out.
I may have to stop you there. I wouldn't say the Celtics and Magic wasn't a good game. The Magic just took over in the fourth quarter. They scored 14 points more than the Celtics did. But I have to agree with you on the Lakers and Rockets. It was a blowout from the beginning. Rockets never had a chance without Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady.
Yeah, it looked like Phil Jackson finally came to his senses and realized what they had to do. They got to get it to Bynum and Gasol, and they're going to win every game. You got 2 7-footers down there. One an all-star could lead a team by himself to the playoffs. You got Kobe Bryant. Kobe scored 14 points. Bynum had 14. Gasol had 21 and 18. I mean, if you get the ball down to these guys, they're going to score and you're going to win games.
Yeah, but it was hard to get down to the big guys because Yao Ming was there and he's 7'6". I mean, Gasol's only 6'11", 7 foot. So it was tough for him because Kobe Bryant, Derek Fisher, and Trevor Ariza had to take over shooting threes all game. So they finally had balanced scoring except for Kobe, but he contributed in many ways on defense, and they just had a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. Rockets, of course, missing their best 2 players. Tracy McGrady's getting old, injury-prone the last couple of years, but definitely still a fantastic player and has been throughout his career. Yao Ming, 7'6", a dominant force down low. Without him, this is a beatable team, a very beatable team.
It was very hard that Yao Ming was not there, hurt himself, and they really didn't have a chance without him. But, Pete, let me ask you something. The Rockets never got out of the first round with McGrady there, and now when he's injured, they get there. Do you think they can improve from here on out?
Oh, absolutely. They've been lacking some young role players, such as, I mean, well, not really young, but role players like Ron Artest, per se, Shane Battier. I mean, these guys are not stars by any means. They just come into the game. They know what they have to do, play defense, get rebounds, get the ball to the all-stars, Tracy McGrady, Yao Ming, and that's what they're doing. I mean, when Tracy McGrady's there, I think this team's only going to get better. I mean, how can't they?
Well, I think they can. I mean, they got the rookie or second-year point guard in Aaron Brooks coming out of Oregon 2 years ago. He was a star at Oregon. Now he's becoming a really good role player and the point guard for years to come for the Rockets. Scored over 20 points a game in the playoffs. He just played great, and I think he'll improve in the years to come.
Absolutely. Tracy McGrady's going to come back. Aaron Brooks is going to improve. Yao Ming's going to improve. Shane Battier, Ron Artest. They got a great starting lineup. Ron Artest is a free agent. I think he'll come back. Where else is he going to go? Not many people want him. He's got a bad temper.
It's kind of.
All right, let's move on to the Eastern Conference, though. You say it was a closer game, but I watched the game. Orlando was leading the whole game. Celtics got within 5, but then they just blew them out again. They were up by 12, 7, and 7 at halftime, 12 before that. But Orlando just overtook the game. Dwight Howard was a dominant force. KG wasn't playing like the whole season, and if KG's there, the Celtics got a chance, but Dwight Howard's too big, too good.
Well, it's apparent that without Kevin Garnett, they did struggle. Excuse me, they did struggle throughout the playoffs a little bit. But Glenn Big Baby Davis carried the load. I mean, KG was the Defensive Player of the Year last year, so he took some defense away from him. Glenn Davis did score 20 points. He had a game-winning shot in this series, so I don't know if you can use Kevin Garnett as such an excuse because Glenn Big Baby Davis came through.
Yeah, well, if KG's in, this is a totally different series in my opinion. Dwight Howard and KG match up very well. Dwight Howard doesn't have as good as a series as he has if KG's there. And, I mean, Turkoglu played great. J.J. Redick came in with Jameer Nelson not being there this whole postseason. J.J. Redick's been coming in off the bench and just playing great defense, getting those big threes when you need them. And Orlando deserved to win the game. Let's move on to the conference finals now. LeBron, Orlando. Not even going to say Cleveland versus Orlando. It's LeBron versus Orlando.
Well, Cleveland's got a good team. Come on. Give them more credit than
LeBron's going to win this. I think it's going to be a sweep. Maybe one game. Maybe one game for Orlando.
A sweep? Thinking a sweep?
I'm thinking
the Magic just defeated the world champions. How can you say that?
The Kevin Garnett-less world champions. They're missing their best player. How can you even call them world champions? They're not the same team as last year. It's obvious.
I don't care. They're still a really good team. And I do think Cleveland will win the series, but come on, a sweep? I think it'll go to 6 or 7 games, possibly.
All right, well, Cleveland, first 2 rounds, swept both teams. Absolutely blew both teams out by double digits every game. I don't see why they don't do it again. Orlando's good. They got Dwight Howard, a star. I don't know if you could put anyone on their team as a star with him, but LeBron James, Mo Williams, Delonte West, Ilgauskas, Varejao. I don't see this team losing this series.
Well, I don't see him. I could see
maybe lose one game, a fluke. But I don't think they lose anymore.
It can happen, but Cleveland beat Atlanta Hawks and Detroit Pistons, not superior teams at all. I could see the Magic. I'm going to say Cleveland will beat the Magic in 6 games. I'll say that. That's my final answer.
Who do you got in the Denver-LA game? Another great matchup: Carmelo and Billups versus Kobe and Bynum and Gasol.
Well,
I think Nuggets are going to come out on top.
Well, I have to disagree with you there. I think Carmelo and Kobe are going to go at it throughout the whole series. Both average 25 points. I think the Lakers will come out in 6.
I got Nuggets in 6. Carmelo and Billups going to lead this team to victory, as they've done all year. Surprising and the most dominant team in the Western Conference this playoffs. So I got Nuggets and Cleveland in the finals. But that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill and baseball after the break.
Do you watch the 30-minute drill?
No lo veo. No hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30-minute drill? I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-minute drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk over. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel?
I don't know, Peter. What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Peter Samylenko, alongside the Joe Rapp. Joe, we're going to be talking baseball this segment.
Good.
The New York Yankees this past week against the Minnesota Twins played just fantastic back-to-back-to-back walk-off wins. Melky, the walk-off single last Friday night. Saturday, A-Rod's homer in the 10th. And then on Sunday, Johnny Damon comes through in the 11th inning, knocking one out of the park out to right field. Might as well call it Damon's deck out there. He's hitting so many home runs this season. What do you think of the Yankees right now?
Well, first of all, you copied the Damon deck thing from Michael Kay, but that's besides the point. Well, this is big for the Yankees. They needed these kind of wins to change their season. I mean, A-Rod hitting a walk-off home run is really important for them. He doesn't have very good numbers so far, him coming back, but maybe that'll get him going. He hits another home run Sunday, so he's playing great. And Melky's taken over Brett Gardner's job in center field. He's been hitting the ball great, lights out, and he's lights out in center field, throwing runners out at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Melky's playing great, but let's talk about Mark Teixeira for a sec. The guy we paid millions of dollars for to come in, play first base, got off to a very slow start. Then on Saturday, he goes 4 for 4, 2 singles, a double, and a home run, and a walk. fantastic game for this guy. And then he comes back Sunday, didn't play as great, but he's playing great defense as he has been all season, and now he's starting to hit. He's a dynamic force and a big man in this lineup. We need him, and hitting in front of A-Rod, he's getting a lot of pitches to hit. Pitchers don't want to face A-Rod, and he's taking advantage.
Well, you're right. Pitchers do not want to face A-Rod. That's why he's getting all these fastballs. When he wasn't there, it was Nick Swisher batting fourth. He was getting breaking balls, and obviously breaking balls are a lot tougher to hit than fastballs. But Teixeira probably had his best game as Yankee, hitting a home run. He has numbers. He just hasn't gotten him in clutch situations. When he went 4 for 4, his single tied the game up in the 8th, so that was a big hit. And even though he was struggling, his defense never took away from his hitting. He always made the plays in the field, and that's pretty important, coming from a Gold Glove first baseman.
I agree. Let's talk about Brett Gardner for a sec. A great story. Was it Friday night or Friday night? I believe he hit the inside the park home run.
It was Friday night.
Friday night, he hit the inside the park home run. But that's besides the point, because the day before, that afternoon, he went to a hospital and talked to a young girl who was going to get a heart transplant the next day, and he promised her a home run. She gave him her hair tie, and he's like, "This will give you power to hit you a home run," and he hits the home run. A great story in my opinion. Inside the parker, got a lucky bounce per se, but he's fast.
He had to work for it.
He had to work for a home run. I think it was a great story. What do you think about that?
I think that's a fantastic story. Brett Gardner had to come through, and he did.
Yeah, and let's talk about the other team in New York now. The New York Mets. Not on the same streak as the Yankees, but
they were playing well.
They were playing
well. They went
well.
on a 7-game winning streak.
They were playing well, but right now they're not playing as good as they were earlier in the season. What do you think about what they're doing right now?
Well, they're not scoring runs for Johan Santana. It's ridiculous how many no decisions this guy has. I mean, he's the best player, I think, on that team personally. And Carlos Beltran has not played as well as he wanted, as well as the Mets thought he would. I mean, he's not like winning games. He has some numbers, but he's just not playing. He's not playing smart baseball like the Mets want him to. And David Wright has struggled a little bit. Maybe changed his stance a little bit that I recognize, and he hasn't been hitting the ball like he should. So.
Yeah, I agree. The Mets need to pick it up. I think they'll win that division now. Phillies aren't playing up to par, and they'll come out on top. But let's talk about the rest of the AL East for a second here. The Rays, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, surprisingly, still leading the division. Besides Roy Halladay, though I don't think any of us could name any starting pitchers they have. Roy Halladay is just a monster. Already has 8 wins. Definitely going to be a 20-game winner this year. What's wrong with the rest of the Blue Jays starting pitching? I mean, they're all no-names. How are they doing so good?
Well, they don't have to pitch as well as they should. I mean, they got Roy Halladay, who's won 8 games, and their offense, they have the best offensive numbers in the American League. They got Vernon Wells, who's finally healthy. Adam Lynn, who came up from the minor leagues the past couple of years, has had a cup of coffee in each season. He's been in the major leagues, and he's hit everywhere else, and now he's hitting in the major leagues, and he may be an all-star in July. So he's definitely a big reason why they're in first place.
All right, Red Sox are playing well. I mean, they lost a couple games to the Angels, but they're playing pretty well right now. Still keeping up with the Yankees, Blue Jays, Rays. And what do you think about what they're doing right now?
Well, their DH, Big Papi David Ortiz, he got benched. Terry Francona wanted to give him a weekend off. He went 0 for 7. Excuse me. He went 0 for 7 in a 12-inning game against the Angels. He left 12 runners on base. So Red Sox really, if they want to win that division, they really need him to step up.
Yeah, they're missing Manny Ramirez, obviously a great hitter they used to have. Now, their other great hitter, David Ortiz, is not doing anything virtually. I mean, Kevin Youkilis has been injured. He's coming back. I mean, they got Dustin Pedroia and Kevin Youkilis. These guys have got to step up if they want to win this division.
You're right. But Jason Bay has somewhat carried the load through the first 2 months of the season.
All right, one final question. Think the Yankees will keep the roll up, continue to be above 500, and maybe get a shot at this division?
I think it's going up from here. I think they'll be in first and second place by the All-Star break, and let's see what they do from there.
I agree. I think CeCe and Burnett and Pettit, Java, they all got to pitch well, and the Yankees got to score runs for them. They're going to put a good start out almost every time. If these guys put up runs, Teixeira, A-Rod, they put up a couple runs, these guys are going to win games, and it's going to be a great season. That's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with more 30-Minute Drill after the break.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Matt Heskins. The NBA draft lottery is coming up soon, so we're going to be talking a little NBA draft. Guys, this draft is pretty good. A lot of good players, great players in college, all coming out in their later junior and senior years. We also got some good international guys. So out of everyone in the draft, who do you think is going to end up having the best career?
Well, out of this draft, it's obviously going to be Blake Griffin out of Oklahoma. This guy's a stud. He's going to be one of the top players in the NBA for years to come. He could play power forward, small forward. He's going to be playing the 4 spot mainly. But, yeah, he's a great player. He'll have a great career. I pick him.
All right, Matt.
I think Ricky Rubio is going to have one of the probably the best career. He's going to need time to develop because it's hard to switch when you go from country to country. So it'll take time for him, but eventually he's such a solid player. Great fundamentals, and he's tall for a point guard, so he's going to have a great career.
Yeah, I like Griffin, too. I also like James Harden out of Arizona State. I think he's kind of like a Paul Pierce type player. Doesn't have great acceleration, but he's got a great jumper. He's big. He's got some great ways of getting his shot off against smaller guys, so I think that he can end up being a pretty good pro. Now, give me your top 3 players in the draft.
Well, like I said, Blake Griffin, obviously, Ricky Rubio. And I have Jordan Hill out of Arizona. This guy is just great. What he's done, him and Chase Budinger in Arizona, not that much of a good team, just won in every game, did what he had to do to win. Fell a little short this year, but he's good.
My third, obviously, Blake Griffin. He's the best talent. Hasheem Thabeet, he's going to be great once he develops. And then Tyreke Evans, I think he's an amazing talent. And he's so mature, so I think he's going to be great as a scorer.
My top 3 is Harden and Griffin, like I said before, and then I like Rubio too. You know, he did really well against the U.S. team in the Olympics, and that really shows that he could play against the top players, considering we had our best players in the world on the USA team. Okay, now give me your guy who's going to go in the mid-round, not top 10 lottery guy, who could end up being a really good player.
Jeff Teague out of Wake Forest, point guard, killed Duke, which mainly got my focus on him.
North Carolina, too. Killed them.
Yes, he did, But a lot of teams need a point guard. He has an outside shot. He's great vision on the court. A lot of teams could use him, so I got Jeff Teague.
All right, Matt.
I'm going to go with a different point guard, Johnny Flynn. He's going to be a great addition to whatever team because even though he's small, he could really score the ball, and he has great court vision. He loves to push it, so he's going to fit great in the NBA with a lot of teams.
I'm going to stay with my North Carolina contingency here. Go with 2 guys, Ellington and Lawson. I think if Lawson gets in a fast-paced team, he'll be a really good player running that fast break. Someone like the Knicks possibly, or someone really fast, Golden State, another team. And then Ellington's a great shooter. He's, in the tournament, he really proved that he could shoot it and stroke it with the best. So I think that if he gets on Player of the Year in the Final Four. So I like those 2 guys. All right, let's move to the late part of the first round. Give me a steal there.
I got Tony Douglas out of Florida State. The guy's draft stock's not really too high. It is, but not as much as people would think. The guy did outstanding in the tournament last year. Was also in the ACC with Florida State. Just really opened up some eyes, and he will be a scorer in the NBA, whether it's a point guard or shooting guard, whatever position he chooses to be. So.
All right, Matt.
I'm going to take Marcus Thornton from LSU. I mean, he's everything you want in a typical scorer. He has great athleticism. He runs real fast. He's a great shooter. He passes the ball well, and he can jump extremely high, so he'll be able to finish around the rim.
I like Danny Green, another North Carolina player.
You would?
I would, yeah. I see him going, maybe mid-second round or somewhere around there. So he does everything, blocks shots, steals. He's got a decent, jump shot. So he could bring a lot of things that other teams don't really have right now, the intangibles to a team. Be like a 7th, 8th guy off the bench and just do everything. Someone like a James Posey, Trevor Ariza type player, maybe not as much of a scorer. Now, international players, we talked about Ricky Rubio. There's always a bunch that end up going in the NBA draft. What are your feelings on them coming over?
I like it, but it really changes the game, I feel. Rudy Fernandez, when he came over here and went to Portland, he brought that flavor, I guess, whatever you could say, to over here. I like it, but I don't know. Is Brandon Jennings, do you consider him a...
I don't know, not really.
Not really, I mean...
He played over there, but he's an American. So.
Yeah, of course, I'm saying that. But I guess I like it. It brings more talent to the NBA, which they're not lacking, but it helps, so why not?
Matt?
I agree. I think it brings great talent to the NBA, which always helps for a fan base. And then the only thing is with international players, they're usually unsuccessful in the first couple of years. They need time to adjust because it's a totally different game in America than the rest of the world. So once they get time to adjust, they step in, but not right away.
Yeah, I think it's great too. It expands the NBA, globally. More people start watching from the other countries where, soccer and other sports are the main sports there. And we also get great players. I mean, Dirk Nowitzki, first team All-NBA this year from Germany. And I think Rubio's going to be another guy that we could add a couple years down the line to be another great player. Okay, last question here. One guy you think could end up being a bust?
I'm not sold on James Johnson out of Wake Forest. The guy does not have a good acceleration speed, does not have a good shot. I just think I don't even like him. I think he's going to be a big bust.
Matt?
Jordan Hill. I don't think he has a lot of talent. He was just a program player at Arizona.
I don't like DeJuan Blair that much. I think he's a little undersized. He does rebound, but not much of an offensive game. All right, that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back next with more 30-minute drill.
Yeah. Let's go. Big night, big night, big night.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
Steve, you have to. Suck it up.
Steve, you were born to do this. Guys, they're here. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Rob Feit. Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host once again, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque, back again. And joining us now, John Vittas. Guys, we're going to be talking MLB baseball. Mets and Yankees both been on some pretty good streaks. They finally got their mojo back, and they're winning some games now. Start off with the Yankees. They have 3 walk-off wins in a row. What are your feelings on that?
Well, being a Yankee fan, it's great. Finally starting to heat up, getting the wins that we're supposed to. Alex Rodriguez, I feel, is really pumping up the Yankees, giving them the power side, walking to Scherer, who's been starting to get his swing back, to pitch to A-Rod, who's been starting off a little slow, but he's going to start hitting home runs like he did the other day for the walk-off, and yeah.
John?
Yeah, like Steve said, I think A-Rod coming back gives the Yankees a huge lift, not just on the field, but emotionally and in the clubhouse. I think that's a big lift for them. And I think this is a big series for them because they almost lost 3 games, but they were able to win them in dramatic fashion. They weren't really living up to their potential at the beginning of the season. The pitching starting to come around now. The bullpen holding games and getting wins late in the game. So I think this could be the series that really turns things around for them.
Yeah, both of you guys said it. The great thing for the Yankees. They could have had a 3-game losing streak, end up getting 3 wins, big wins, get the confidence back, get A-Rod back into the team, a little team camaraderie, I guess you could say. So that's great for them. Now, Girardi's been manager now, and give me your grade on him so far this year.
We're above 500, obviously, but we're the New York Yankees. We should be doing a lot better than we are. He keeps starters in for way too long. I don't like him. He doesn't really fire up the crowd or the team. I'm going to give him a C-. By the end of the year, he'll be fine, but right now I still don't think he's really into the Yankees.
All right, John?
I'm going to go with a C+. When he got the job with the Yankees, I thought that was a great pickup for them. I think he's a great coach. He really impressed me while he was with the Marlins. I think he brings a great fire to the team, and I think New York teams really need that to get their team up for every game and handle the media the way he does. I think he does a great job with that staff. I like the fact that he leaves starters in late in games. I think they should do that a lot more, especially with the money that they're paying those starters. They need to eat up innings. So C+ right now. If they start to win, his grade could soar.
I give him a C-. They're just not living up to potential the way that they should. On paper, the Yankees are the best team in baseball. The players that he has, he should be doing a little bit more than they are right now. But, he's not doing, terrible. He's keeping them in the hunt, but just a little underachieving at this point.
We should not be third in American League East.
Right, yeah.
Tough division, though.
Yeah, but still. All right.
Should not be there.
How long do you think that the Yankees streak will go? It's at 5 right now. How many wins do you think they could rack up?
Well, I say maybe 9, because I think we're going to beat Minnesota tonight, and then we have a 3-game set, I believe, with Baltimore. So if our pitchers pitch good and our hitters hit good, obviously, then we'll win. Baltimore, we usually beat them, so
not that good. Why not?
All right, John?
I say it ends tonight. Ends it where it is. I think the bullpen's finally
From
going to
a
blow
Met
one. I mean, the bullpen's not going to be good forever, so they're going to blow one tonight. Calling it.
Yeah, I'll say tonight too. I mean, they've won 3 games in a row, walk-off style. They haven't really been playing that well and killing teams, so I could see that tonight it ends.
Above average Minnesota team, though, you got to put in consideration.
Minnesota's a pretty good team.
Yeah, exactly.
So
if they win tonight, Markakis will burn him in the next series.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. All right, now A-Rod's been back now for a couple games. Is he the reason why the Yankees are improving and starting to get in a roll now?
Yeah, like I said before, just even seeing him on the field just makes every other pitcher and opponents nervous. You know, he could do anything at any given point. He could go 0 for 4 and then the next day go 3 for 3 with 2 home runs. You don't know any given day with Alex Rodriguez. Easily one of the top players in baseball. So.
John?
Yeah, I agree. Just his presence in the clubhouse makes a big difference. It really makes the other guys step up their game, and I think he really takes the pressure and attention off all the other guys when he's there because he's like a walking soap opera. I mean, this guy attracts so much attention. So I think it really helps the other guys out.
Yeah, definitely. He's the reason they're doing so well. I mean, he's also got the other opposing pitchers having to worry about him taking less pressure off of Teixeira and the other guys. So he's definitely the reason why they're doing better. Now let's switch it over to the Mets. They've won 6 out of the last 7 games. How are they playing so well right now?
I'm going to go with their bullpen. Their bullpen is just been fantastic. Parnell is awesome. K-Rod, they finally got a safe closer with him. Last year, you'd have to look at Heilman to close games and here and there. With Wagner, don't even know where he is right now. What's wrong with him? When's he coming back?
Oh, he's done. He's probably out till mid-September.
Yeah.
You can't count on him for anything this year.
That's never good. So, yeah, just even with K-Rod, most saves ever last season. So,
their bullpen's living up to what everyone hoped it would be this year. But, I mean, I said if their starting pitching comes around, they'll be fine, and their starting pitching's coming around. Pelfrey and Maine are stepping it up like I thought they would. But I think, for me, the biggest thing is the bench guys, because Delgado's out for a long time now. No one knows how long he's going to be out for. They're getting Sheffield in every day. He's performing at a high level. Their bench, Jeremy Reed, Fernando Tatis, they're just all coming up huge. Alex Cora is batting over 300. So when you get big production off your bench, it's a huge lift.
Yeah, definitely. The bench is a big reason why they're getting some extra runs in there, playing well right now. And then, like you said, the pitching is coming around, doing terrible in the beginning of the year. Now they're getting some good long games, big innings in for them. All right, real quick, give me your grade on Manuel.
I'm going to give him a B+. Just letting their players relax, be comfortable around the clubhouse, and just letting them do what they got to do.
John?
Same grade, B+. He's done a great job.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with you, B+ again. All right, that's all the time we have for this edition of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back next week.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Good evening and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Peter Samylenko, alongside Joe Rapp and John Giardiello. How are you today, boys?
Pretty good.
Doing all right, let's get right into it. We're going to be talking NBA basketball, the playoffs. It's almost championship time, and LeBron's Cavaliers and Kobe's Lakers are in the hunt. What do you think's better series right now, Lakers Nuggets or Cavs Magic?
Right now, I think Cavs Magic is a better series just because everyone thought the Cavs were indestructible going into it. They by far had the best team throughout the regular season. And right now, their flaws are really being exposed by the Magic. And they're not doing so great against the long defenders like Lewis and Turkoglu. But we'll see if they can pull it out.
Well, John, I have to disagree with you there. I think the Lakers and Nuggets are a better series because for the same reasons you had, Lakers were the best team throughout the regular season in the Western Conference. They didn't think no team could challenge them, and now they found a team in the Nuggets. And maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the Cavaliers, I'm going to have to agree with John here. The Cavaliers Magic series has been fantastic from game one. The first 2 games were decided by a total of 2 points. And LeBron's not coming through at this point. He dropped 49 in the first game, and they lost. Second game, he played well. Third game, he played well again. He dropped 39, I think. And they're just not, the rest of the Cavaliers aren't there right now. Ilgauskas, Mo Williams, Delonte West aren't doing anything. I think they need to step up if they want to win the series.
Oh, yeah, when LeBron James scores, they got to win. When he scores over 40, they have to win. Other players on the team just haven't been contributing.
Yeah, who do you think is going to win the series, guys? I mean, it's so close. I mean, all right, Magic are up 2-1 at this point. Could go either way. Who do you got?
It all goes by Game 4. If Magic win Game 4, they're up 3-1, it's over. Cleveland's done, but if Cleveland ties it up 2-2, they got a chance.
Yeah, I don't think you can count Cleveland out at any point, though. LeBron James is so dominant. They won their first 8 playoff games. I mean, 3-1's not that big of a deficit. 3 games in a row. I mean, it's
They
Cavaliers.
weren't
Best
playing
player in
the
the
Magic.
NBA. What do you think, John?
LeBron is just too good to let his team lose. He's in it for the championship. You can't count him out. He's averaging 41 this series. He had that one crazy buzzer beater. I think he's going to pull it out for him.
I agree. I mean, Dwight Howard's not doing as good as we thought. Game 2 with the buzzer beater, as John said, he only had 10 points, 18 rebounds. That's not Dwight Howard. I mean, if they want to win the series as the Magic, they have to play great. Dwight Howard's got to play fantastic down low. He's got to be a dominant force in the post.
Well, the key for him is he keeps making his free throws. He was 14 for 19 in Game 3, excuse me. And if he keeps knocking down free throws, I think Magic are going to win.
We'll see what happens, boys. But let's go to the other series now, the Western Conference. Los Angeles Lakers, Denver Nuggets. 5 years ago, the Denver Nuggets were the worst team in the NBA, along with the Cavaliers. And now these two teams are just blowing away everyone. And Carmelo Anthony versus Kobe Bryant could be one of the best matchups we've seen all year. What do you guys think?
I think Carmelo is starting to come into his own as one of the best scorers in the league. After the series, I'd say you could put him up there with LeBron, put him up there with Kobe. I think the Nuggets have a good chance to win if he keeps playing like he does, even though last night he didn't do that great. He had the flu. He hurt his ankle, I think. But even with his bad performance, they still found a way to win by 20. So they're doing great now.
Well, what's helping Carmelo out is Chauncey Billups, the trade early in the year for Allen Iverson. He's helped him out tremendously. He's been the catalyst for him. He's gotten in the ball, and Carmelo's been able to put it in the hoop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Allen Iverson is not a true point guard, and they tried to put him in that position. And one day he came into Denver, he was just not as good as everyone thought. It was a big trade, and he didn't do anything. Chauncey Billups comes in from Detroit and just carries his team on his back. And I don't think without Chauncey Billups, Denver's not where they are right now. Carmelo's not as good as he is right now. And I think it's all Chauncey Billups. Without him, I don't know if Denver even makes the playoffs. Do you think?
That's one advantage that the Nuggets have over the Lakers is point guard play. I mean, Jordan Farmar, Derek Fisher, Shannon Brown, all solid players, not great. Chauncey Billups has just been outperforming and outclassing every point guard on the Lakers thus far.
I have to agree with John. He's been clutch throughout the playoffs, and he's going to continue to be clutch as long as the Nuggets are in the playoffs.
I agree. I think the Nuggets have a great chance to win this series. As much as everyone wants to see Kobe LeBron in the finals, I think it might be Carmelo LeBron. You know, battle of that draft year, man. Dwayne Wade, Carmelo, and LeBron all coming out that year. I mean, Dwayne Wade's already got his ring. Let's see if LeBron and Carmelo can get it.
Maybe.
All right, let's talk about who you think is going to win the series. I know I just said Denver. Who do you guys got?
I'm going to go with Denver, too. I don't think the Lakers are tough enough to stay with them every game. I think the Nuggets will steal one at the Staples Center and come out with the win.
I think the Lakers will win the series. Kobe Bryant is determined. He's going to get there, I think. He's going to score a lot of points. He's going to lead them to the finals.
All right, well, I think you're saying the Lakers, but I think another advantage, as John said, point guard position, that Denver has over the Lakers is the bench. I mean, J.R. Smith coming off the other night with 24 points. I mean, he's like a starter coming off the bench. One of the best 6 men in the league at this point. I mean, 24 points. What do you guys think?
I think Trevor Ariza could possibly be a better bench player than J.R. Smith.
Trevor Ariza is a starter, Joe.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
All right, well, anyway. All right, me and John have Cavs, Denver in the finals. You picked the Magic?
I had the Magic.
Magic versus the Lakers.
Yes.
Cavs Nuggets. Who do you got, John?
That's a tough series. That's tough.
We should just save that for another segment.
I think the Cavs are going to take it.
Who you got, Magic, Lakers?
I have Lakers. Kobe Bryant's going to get his ring without Shaq.
I think Cavaliers going to come out on top. LeBron's going to carry his team to victory. King James, champions of the world. That's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after the break.
You had to embarrass me like that?
He doesn't start. Do you watch the 30-minute drill?
No, no lo veo. No veo, no hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30 Minute Drill? I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-minute drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk away. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel?
I don't know, Peter. What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I'm your host, Peter Samylenko, alongside Anthony Scudillo and Joe Rapp. How you doing today, boys?
Pretty good.
All right, let's jump right into it. We're going to be talking MLB, and the Yankees are just on fire at this point. 11 of their last 13, beating the Rangers the other day, 11-1. What do you think of this team?
Well, I think their offense has finally come. I mean, A-Rod came back, and it's been a huge spark plug for Mark Teixeira. Cano's been in. He's batting 5th now, higher in the lineup. He's batting .330, and Jeter's getting on at the shortstop position. Johnny Damon has 10 home runs. The offense has just been great.
If you remember the last time Phil Hughes pitched against Texas, he pulled his hamstring. So a little bit of bad memories in Texas, but he did a fantastic job. And starting pitching has been pretty good for the Yankees. Burnett at a 4-starter, he was a 2 in Toronto, and just Hughes up and down the pitching rotation is fantastic.
Yeah, talking about the pitching rotation, AJ Burnett has been pitching well, letting up 3, 2, 4 runs a game, and the offense every time he's pitched has just been very unproductive. And I mean, it's kind of unfair. This guy's been pitching that well. He should have 4 or 5 wins at this point. What does he have? 2? I mean, the offense has got to step up every day if they want to win games.
Well, yeah, it does seem that the offense doesn't really perform when he's there, but you can't just blame it on that. I mean, he's a fantastic pitcher. He has an ERA around 4 right now, but, that'll go down progressively, and the offense will come around when he pitches. It's just a matter of consistency.
And it's coincidence probably when AJ Burnett pitches, he's facing a really good starting pitcher, and it's kind of mental for the Yankees that they don't have to score a lot of runs with him on the mound because he's such a dominant pitcher.
Absolutely. I mean, they faced Roy Halladay the other day, one of the best pitchers in the league, already 8 wins. I mean, couldn't get it done. Yankees couldn't score runs. But some of those days he's been out there, Burnett, he hasn't got the win, but the bullpen has, because the Yankees have been hitting walk-off after walk-off this month of May. And it's been unbelievable. 5 walk-offs, the most since 1988 in the major leagues. What do you think about the Yankees just waiting until the 9th inning almost to score, it seems like?
Well, it seems that, it's almost a little too late for them to win, and then they come back. But, the offense is starting to come around a little more in the beginning innings. A-Rod the other day going 5 for 5, which opens up for Teixeira right before him. If they don't want to pitch to A-Rod, Teixeira's going to get pitches to hit. And, he's been doing a really good job. Other day hitting a broken bat home run. He's just starting to really crush the ball.
Well, Pete, the walk-offs are great, but that's called living dangerously. The Yankees got to start scoring runs in the middle, beginning innings. Just get out in front early and let Rivera close it out at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Joe totally. They got to start scoring runs early in the game. I mean, this walk-off thing's not going to work for much longer. Now and then it's great. It's not going to work every month like this, five every month. But let's talk about Mark Teixeira for a sec. Slowest start of anyone on the Yankees. Maybe Alex Rodriguez when he comes back had a slow start. But Teixeira, everyone was booing him at the stadium. And it's just everyone thought he was a bust, a waste of money. And now the guy's killing the ball. Best hitter in the lineup by far at this point.
Well, I wouldn't say best hitter. I mean, you got Melky batting over 300. You got Cano, Damon. Just up and down the lineup right now has been a lot of hot hitters. But you're right. Teixeira has really come on. And I think that has a lot to do with Alex Rodriguez because Alex raised his average from 159 to 259 in like a 3-game span, which is honestly incredible. Now, when A-Rod is starting to get pitches to hit, it allows Teixeira to either get walks or not intentionally because you got one of the best hitters in baseball coming up after you, but pitches to hit. And when you get those, you just match the ball.
Absolutely. He's had a couple doubles to deep center and deep left. I mean, definitely could have gone out of the park, and he's just been hitting home run after home run. It seems like every day he's knocking one out of the park.
Well, I have to agree with Anthony. He's seeing better pitches hit since A-Rod came back. And also what's helping him, Jeter and Damon keep getting on base, and he keeps getting put in RBI positions, and now he's driving those runs in right now.
Yeah, I agree. Teixeira's been great. Let's talk about the bullpen for a second. Phil Koch, Albadejo, these guys aren't doing their job at this point. I mean, some starting pitchers have had some good outings. The bullpen's blown it. Yankees come back in the ninth inning, win the game. But I mean, without their clutch hitting and clutch situations, the Yankees lose a lot of these games. The bullpen's got to step up if they want to keep winning.
Well, Phil Koch has been pitching better of late, and they always have Rivera back there. But Veras is a question for me. He has great stuff. He throws the ball hard. I don't know why he's not pitching as well as he did last year. Do you?
I think they might be hiding an injury with him. Maybe. I mean, he was fantastic last year, just lights out. And now they got guys like Brett Tomko coming in and David Robertson. They just need to go to the bread and butter. And, maybe put Java back in the bullpen. Do like a 7-8 inning guy.
Yeah. I disagree. I think Jobs should stay in the starting lineup. But real quick, let's talk about Chien-Ming Wang. All right, this guy has been injury prone the last couple of years. He had 19 wins 2 years ago. 19 wins. You signed the guy to a long-term deal. He's a young pitcher. I think the Yankees knew something. I think they knew he was injury prone. He had a bad arm because he's almost 10 miles per hour down from last year. Now he's in the bullpen and he's been not doing well at all. What do you think of this guy?
That has been a conspiracy theory that they were hiding an injury, or else other teams would have signed him. I mean, with 19 wins, you're a #1 starter.
Absolutely.
And right now, his arm's been weak. His slider's not dipping. You just got to work on that.
Yeah, I agree. Chien-Ming Wang, I think he's done with the Yankees after this year. I don't think he's coming back. And real quick, the AL East, Yankees have one game, are 1 game back of the Red Sox at this point. Think they're going to come back and get this race?
I think they're going to win by like maybe 5 games for the Red Sox. Red Sox, David Ortiz is struggling. He's just not hitting the ball right now.
Yeah, the Yankees have to step up. They've been playing well lately. If they keep it up, I think they'll win this division by a pretty marginal victory.
It's all about the pitching, Pete. If they can pitch, the offense is going to produce.
Absolutely. That's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this short break.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Bryan Ogden and Matt Heskins. We're going to be talking about the NBA playoffs. We're now into the conference final round. Lakers versus Denver and Cavs versus Magic. They're both underway. We're going to start off with Denver Lakers. Who do you think is going to end up pulling this series out?
I mean, it's a close series. Denver's playing great, but I'm still taking LA. But for them to win, they need to play with more intensity, and they need to play defense. They had 121 points last night. Last night. And they just got to match up, play with a little intensity on defense, and get rebounds. They're getting out rebound.
All right, Matt.
I agree. I think the Lakers, I think they're going to win in 6. They need to step up their defense because they do have a lot of good defensive players. Bynum and Gasol can block shots, Ariza and Kobe. So if they could play defense and then home court advantage, it's going to be a big help. They're going to win the game.
Yeah, I like LA too. I think right now it's pretty much the home team is going to win it from now on. I think the Lakers are probably going to win in 7. Maybe they could steal it in 6, but both of the teams seem to be on and off. They're very inconsistent right now. The Lakers play great one game, Denver plays great the next. So I think it's just a home court advantage right now, and that's going to be the factor. Right now, if you had to have one thing that your team has to do to end up winning the series, what would that be?
Well, if I'm a Denver fan, you want J.R. Smith to play like he did last night. You can't have stupid mental mistakes, getting stupid fouls, and just taking your team out of the game. If he plays like he played last night throughout the rest of the series, Denver could possibly pull an upset against LA, even though it's a good pick.
All right, Matt?
I think 3-point shooting, the Lakers. Kobe's been double-teamed a lot, and guys like Odom, Derek Fisher, they've been awful. Vujicic has done nothing. I mean, they have no shooting. Kobe's going to need help. He's not going to be able to score this much probably every game. They're going to be able to shut him down at least one or somewhat. They got to be able to make shots when they're open.
Yeah, I would say that the Lakers need to pick up intensity to play better defense, but I just don't know if that's possible. I mean, we say it every time that that's what they need to do, and they never end up doing that for a full game. So I think I'm going to say what you said. They need to get just more offense. Vujicic needs to start hitting shots. Fisher, Ariza on a more consistent basis, so that when they double-team Kobe, he could actually pass and be confident that those guys can hit those shots, because they've missed every time, and Denver has been giving them those shots and been able to keep Kobe out of the paint, and anytime he drives by them, they just easily double-team. Okay, your one player, you said J.R. Smith. Is that your guy that you think needs to step up?
Yeah, I think he needs to step up in this series. He needs to keep hitting big shots.
All right, Matt.
I'm going to say for both the big men for both teams, Nene and Bynum, they're both not really scoring a lot, and they need to be big contributors for their team because they're capable of scoring. They're having great years before this, and they're just not scoring right now.
Yeah, I think for the Lakers, I think it's a couple guys. I think Vujicic, Fisher, and Farmer, the guys off their bench, needs to step up and start hitting shots along with Lamar Odom. Odom hasn't done anything so far.
Personally, I think Glazer for the Nuggets is playing great.
Yeah, Glazer has been doing well. And yeah, Odom has been getting 8 points a game in this series. I mean, he hasn't been an offensive force at all. And a few of those, probably 2 layups are on offensive boards that he's getting, but no scoring contribution from him to help out Gasol and Kobe. Okay, now let's move over to the Eastern Conference Finals, Cavs versus Magic. Who do you have pulling this one out?
I know it's 2-1 Magic right now, but I think the Magic are going to pull this one out. I think LeBron is going to need help for them to win. LeBron can't do every game by himself. He single-handedly won the game 2 when he hit the big shot, and they need other people to contribute for the Cavs to win this series. So I'm going to take the Magic because I don't see anyone contributing.
All right, Matt.
I think the Cavs are going to come back and win in 7 games. It's going to be close. It's going to be hard for them. But I think they're capable of doing it. I think the Magic, even though it's hard for them to match up the Cavs, the Magic really, they're so inconsistent. They haven't proven that they can make shots like that all game. A lot of people have been struggling for them. So I think the Cavs are going to be able to pull it through like they've been in the beginning in the playoffs.
I like the Magic. I mean, they should really be up 3-0 right now if it wasn't for LeBron's crazy three-pointer that he made. I mean, they just have too many matchup problems for the Cavs. I mean, Rashard Lewis, Hidou Turkoglu, they give him the pick and roll, and Ilgauskas and Varejao can't stay on him, so they get open shots, and they're both great shooters. They can't stop Dwight Howard, and they're getting other contributions from guys like Petrus. He's been playing great on defense on LeBron, as well as scoring, and Courtney Lee and Rafer Alston have been playing well too. So they just have too many guys right now. All right, now give me your key for the Magic to win this game, since you have them winning.
I think they just got to keep overpowering. I think Dwight Howard has to keep taking over the game. I mean, he's a force down low. No one's matching up with him. He's very good. He's a very good player for the Magic, and I think he's the reason why they're this far in the playoffs and the key to their success.
I think the big men for Cleveland, Ilgauskas, Varejao, and even Joe Smith, but Howard's been in a lot of foul trouble for a lot of the games, and they need to be able to capitalize and score down low in the post when he's out, and they haven't been doing that.
For me, I think they just need to continue to try to not let anyone else hurt them, but LeBron, let him get his 30 points a game, continue to make him a jump shooter like they have been. He's been scoring most of his points on the foul line. He hasn't really been taking over, shooting the ball or anything like that. So they continue to do that. I think they could be in good shape, and they also have to just continue hitting outside shots. All right, that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back next with soccer.
This is Nick Warzel's limelight, folks. This is when he brings his A game. The lights are turned on the field. Late in the day, he's ready to go.
On first down, Warzel back to pass. Excellent protection all the time in the world. Looking downfield, looking for Van Penen, triple covered. Sticks it in there, flags on the play. Van Penen ahead to the 20, looking for the sideline. He's across the 10, near the goal line, dives. Touchdown, Ray Van Penen.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, John Vittas, here with Bryan, Ogden, and Max Zager. We're going to be going with UEFA Champions League soccer in this segment, a first for the 30-minute drill. So, guys, we're going to go right into it. Barcelona against Manchester United for the Champions League final. We're going to go position by position, and you're going to give me the team that you think has the advantage in that aspect. We're going to start off with defense. Who's got the advantage?
Gonna have to go with Man U with Ferdinand and Vittaz, two best defenders in the world, arguably, and I think they can stop that high-powered offense from Barcelona with Messi, Henry, and Eto'o.
Yeah, definitely got to be Man U, especially because Barcelona's a little banged up at the back. They got Abidal out on a suspension as well as Alves out on a suspension as well. So Barcelona's defense really isn't going to be at full strength. And when you got Ferdinand and Vittaz, the best two center-back pair in the world, it's got to be Man U.
I'm going to agree with you guys, Man U. I mean, when you have the two best defenders in the world on the same team, it's going to be so hard for Barcelona to score on them. Now, midfield, who's got the advantage in the midfield?
I'm going to have to say, I'm still going to have to give the midfield to Man U. I think Ryan Giggs is a great player for Man U. Very underestimated. He's the team captain from Wales. I mean, he's a great player.
This one's really even. I mean, it really is going to depend on one matchup. It's going to be Michael Carrick for Man U. He's a holding mid, and then going against Iniesta and Xavi for Barcelona. Iniesta and Xavi are a little bit more offensive, but Carrick really controls the midfield. So I'm going to go with a tie here, really depending on whoever wins that matchup.
All right, now offense. You guys mentioned some great forwards from Barcelona. Would you give them the advantage on the offensive side?
I'm going to say it's going to be tough the whole game for Barcelona to hold the offense from Man U, especially with their defenders banged up. Rooney and Ronaldo both have 4 goals each throughout the whole UEFA Cup. And but however, a high-powered offense from Barcelona with Messi has 8 goals, leading the whole UEFA. Henry has 5 and Eto'o has 3. So they just have a lot of offensive firepower there.
This one's really close. I mean, I would probably give the edge to Barcelona if Man U wasn't going up against beat-up defense. So when you got Cristiano Ronaldo and Rooney going up against second and third string players, there's just really no match for them. So got to go with Man U here. It's pretty much going to be blazing down the right and left wing for them from Rooney and Ronaldo. Pretty easy, and they're just going to have to all be about finishing in the air and get into the box.
All right, now the bench. I mean, we're all going to talk about the starters, and we've just broken down all the starting positions. But coming off the bench, of course, both teams have great benches, being the two best teams. But who do you see coming off the bench from either side that can make an impact late in the game?
I'm going to have to say the Argentinian Tevez from Man U. I think if one of the players get banged up, they're not losing much. Tevez could score anytime the ball touches his foot. And Gary Neville is also a great player from Man U, from England. I mean, they have a lot of weapons in their bench.
Yeah, it's got to be Man U. I mean, Tevez probably would be the starter on any other team in the world, but Man U's got loaded up front with Rooney and Berbatov. So if they're down at any point, they bring him in. He's a great energy he brings to them, never stops playing, and he's also one of the best goal scorers. And they also have Scholes who could come in if they need some help in the middle. They got guys in the back like Rafael da Silva, great young player, as well as Gary Neville. So if Man U isn't any problem whatsoever, they definitely have some options.
Now, you guys just named a bunch of great guys that we might not be expecting to step up, but out of the guys you haven't mentioned so far, give me a player to watch for.
The player to watch for is going to be Ferdinand. We'll see how let's see if he could stop that high-powered offense. And Van der Sar, let's see how he handles all that pressure from Messi, Henry, and Eto'o.
I mean, there are the obvious, Ronaldo's, the Messis, Rooney's, Eto'o's, all those guys. But the guy for me is Michael Carrick. I think for Man U to win, he's going to need to contain Iniesta and Xavi, really win that midfield battle. And he's the guy that makes his team go. I mean, he makes the passes, controls the whole game. He gets the ball to Ronaldo, to Rooney, to Berbatov. So without him, they really wouldn't be as good as they are. So he's the catalyst to that attacking force.
All right, now we mentioned the great matchup between Barcelona's forwards and Manchester United's defense. Eto'o, Messi, and Henry for Barcelona against Ferdinand and Vittaz from Manchester United. Now that's going to be one of the biggest keys in the game, which whoever gets the advantage there has a great shot of winning. Out of that matchup, who's going to win?
I'm going to have to give it to Man U. I think their players will come out and play better than Barcelona players, and plus Barcelona's players are banged up, so that's huge right there. That's huge when you don't have starters and you have your second and third strings in.
This one's going to be a close one. I mean, Henry's a little injured, so he might not be able to fly down that left wing like he usually does. But I think Ferdinand and Vittozzi have done it all season against every opponent. The only guy that's really hurt them has been Fernando Torres, another great forward. But all Champions League long, they've done it. They've contained every body that's been thrown at them. So I don't think that they're going to be able to get past them.
All right, last but not least, give me your prediction for the game. Who wins and why?
I want to say Man U wins because not only does Barca have players suspended and banged up, Man U's fine. I think Ferdinand's gonna be a big player for them. I mean, we've talked about him this whole time. I think Giggs and Carrick is gonna control the midfield. I think Rooney and Ronaldo will put goals in the net.
Yeah, I like Man U 2-0, maybe 3. When you got the best player in the world in Ronaldo, along with a great defense, the best in the world, great goalkeeper. There's no weakness in Barcelona's flat-out banged-up in defense. And when you have to guard Rooney and Ronaldo with banged-up guys, it's just not going to happen.
All right, guys, well, thanks a lot. That's all the time we have for this episode of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back with another episode next week.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Peter Samylenko along with my colleague Joseph Rapp. How you doing today, Joe?
Pretty good, Pete. Let's get right into it.
We're going to jump right into it. NBA, LeBron James gets knocked out of the playoffs. Best player, in my opinion, in the NBA. Lost in 6 games to the Magic. Got blown out in Game 6. He just walks off the court. Doesn't say good luck, congratulations to any of the Magic players. What do you think of what happened in this series?
Well, I had to say it's pretty bad sportsmanship in LeBron James' part. I mean, when Michael Jordan got knocked out by the Pistons, he said good luck to them after Game 7. So it's bad sportsmanship. And you know what? If it wasn't for his game-winning shot in Game 2, it would have been a terrible series, not just a loss. So whatever.
Absolutely, Joe. It was bad sportsmanship on all levels. LeBron James should have congratulated Dwight Howard, who dropped 40 points in Game 6, the game clincher. Had an unbelievable game, 40 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists. One of the top performances by a center ever in the playoffs. Played amazing, and they deserved it absolutely. What do you think about the Magic's?
Well, in Dwight Howard's case, he might be ranked up there with the top players in the league with that performance in Game 6, a series clincher. Let's see what he can do in the NBA Finals.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about the Lakers now. They knocked out the Nuggets fairly easily. I mean, it was 6 games, and they had no problems, really. Kobe Bryant played fantastic. Pau Gasol, Andrew Bynum, Lamar Odom in the paint, just dominated. Nuggets had no answer. I mean, Chris Anderson didn't really do much. Kenya Martin didn't have a productive series. And Chauncey Billups and Carmelo were not productive as well. And without them, they're not a very good team.
Well, the Nuggets somewhat helped out the Lakers because they have similar big guys with Nene for the Nuggets and Gasol for the Lakers. They have similar big guys, but the difference is the Lakers score. The big guys score with Bynum, Gasol, Lamar Odom. They score. And Nene, Chris Anderson, Kenny Martin, they really don't score for the Nuggets. The scoring for the Nuggets usually comes from Chauncey Billups and Carmelo Anthony and Josh Smith, I believe. Yes. So the big scoring, I think, was the key in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Kobe Bryant and the Lakers come out on top. Now we're NBA Finals. Once again, last year was Lakers and Celtics. Lakers lose, Celtics win. The 3 Hall of Famers on that team. This year, Celtics couldn't get there. The Magic somehow get to the finals. Dwight Howard versus Kobe Bryant. Who you got?
It's tough. I'm rooting for the Lakers. I do think the Lakers will win this series. I think Kobe Bryant will get his ring without Shaq.
I don't know about that. I think it's going to be very competitive. Dwight Howard's going to have to dominate in the paint because they got Gasol and Bynum, 2 7-footers. And Dwight Howard can only do so much. I mean, he's definitely younger than both of those guys. And he's very dominant, better than both of them. But 1 against 2, it's not a safe bet. And then Kobe Bryant is unbelievable. I don't know if the Magic has an answer for him. They got Turkoglu and Anthony Johnson, but are these guys good enough to cover Kobe Bryant?
I think so, but what will help the Magic is Lakers aren't the best at defending the three-pointer, and we both know that the Magic are one of the best in the league at shooting threes. So when they get the ball to Dwight Howard with the double team, they can kick it out to the top of the key, and they'll make those threes.
Yeah, absolutely. When Magic gets hot, Rashard Lewis and Turkoglu just knock them down like it's their job, man. They are unbelievable when they're on fire. And quick note here, hot topic in sports. Jameer Nelson said he might be able to come back for the finals. This would be a huge help for the Magic. Their starting point guard come back for this game. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it'll be a huge help. I mean, they got Courtney Lee and Rafer Alston, who's been doing a pretty good job manning the point guard position for the Magic. And plus, Jameer Nelson will be a little rusty, won't get a shot taken care of when the finals start. I mean, they start Thursday night, so I don't know if he can get ready in time.
Yeah, but Jameer Nelson's a dominant player. He was dominant in college, took his team to deep into the NCAA tournament. St. John's. And now, it was St. Joe's, I believe, by the way.
I'm sorry.
But regardless, if he comes back, I think it's going to be a huge help. They're in need of a starting point guard. And I think Jameer Nelson helps his team a lot. They come in with a lot of three-point shooters, not a great point guard, a great center. A point guard, I think, makes his team even better. And they were clicking mid-season before Jameer Nelson got hurt. So if he comes back, I think that gives him a good chance to win the series.
Yeah, but Turkoglu's the key for me because he can play 4 positions on the court. He could play the 4-3-2-1. I mean, he mans the point. He's probably averaged 6 assists in these playoffs, which is pretty good for a man his size. So let's see what he can do. I think if the Magic are going to win, he's the key.
I don't know. It could be Rashard Lewis. It could be him. I think Dwight Howard's going to be productive every game. I think if Jameer Nelson comes back, he's going to have a lot of assists. He's going to play good. And I agree. I think Turkoglu, or it could be Rashard Lewis, who's, when he gets on, he's on. And I think both those guys can be a deciding factor in this series.
Yeah, but Lewis is just a shooter. I mean, Turkoglu can do it all. He can rebound, he can pass, and he can shoot the three. And when the game's on the line, he gets the ball. That's the important thing. And he usually makes those shots.
All right, let's do something real quick here. Who you have winning this series? Who's your MVP, and in how many games?
It's tough. I think the Lakers will win in 6, and I think Kobe will get his MVP, what he deserves, because he's paid his dues. Well, he has 3 rings, but they were with Shaq. So if he wins, he'll be an automatic Hall of Famer if he wins this.
I think he's an automatic Hall of Famer already. He's had a fantastic career, with or without Shaq. And then I got the Lakers, too. I think they're going to win in 7. I think it's going to be a very competitive series. I got Kobe Bryant winning. I mean, if they're going to win, it's going to be because of him. He's going to win the MVP. So I got Lakers in 7.
Well, wait, let's give credit to Orlando because, I mean, they beat the Cavaliers and the Celtics, probably the 2 best teams in the league. So,
all right, well, that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this quick break.
Do you watch the 30-minute drill?
No lo veo. No hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30-minute drill? I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-minute drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk away. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel?
I don't know, Peter. What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Peter Samylenko alongside the Joe Rapp. How you doing today, Joe?
I'm good.
All right, well, we're going to be talking about the NHL. It's been a while since we talked about the NHL. And Sidney Crosby and the Penguins against Nicholas Lindstrom and the Red Wings are in the Stanley Cup at this point. Right now, the Red Wings are up 2-0 on the Penguins. And the Penguins have made a good run to get here. They were the 6th seed, and they beat Carolina, and they beat a good Rangers team. Actually, I don't think they played the Rangers, but regardless, they've had a tough run into here. And they're in the finals once again, a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup. This hasn't happened in many years.
Yeah.
Who do you got winning this thing?
Well, I think I have Pittsburgh coming back from down 2-0. I think they're going to win because I think they have talent with Malkin and Crosby. And let me just say something, Pete. Months back when I was hosting, you were sitting in my seat. And we were talking about who's better, Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. And now, Pete, who ends up winning the series between them?
I still think Alex Ovechkin's better.
Really?
I absolutely think Alex Ovechkin is better.
You're wrong.
He doesn't have he doesn't have as many weapons around him. I mean, he's got Alexander Semin and Green, but I mean, if you look at Sidney Crosby's the people around him, he's got some fantastic players. Malkin's just almost as good as Crosby, if not better. So they got 2 All-Stars on that team that are just dominant, and their goalie Fleury is lights out almost every game. And I think if Alex Ovechkin has a player like Evgeny Malkin on his line, I think he's unstoppable.
Well, you also called Sidney Crosby a baby, too. You think a big baby could get to 2 finals in a row?
Absolutely, yeah. He's surrounded by grown men, and he's a big baby. And, I mean, they did beat Alex Ovechkin and the Capitals, but they beat him in 7 games. Could have gone either way very easily.
It was a good series.
It was a fantastic series. And they got to the finals. I mean, could have been the Devils if Brodeur didn't let up 2 goals in 90 seconds in Game 7.
Well, he did, so let's just forget about the Devils, okay? It's Pittsburgh and Detroit.
All right, Joe. My team's Devils. I'm going to talk about them. I like them, all right? But let's Pittsburgh. We'll stay on Pittsburgh. You're right. Let's not get off topic here.
Okay.
Pittsburgh and Detroit. Osgood and net has just been lights out the first 2 games. Unstoppable. You think I don't know if the Penguins come back from this deficit. I mean, last year they didn't play well against the Red Wings in the finals, and this year they're not playing well against the Red Wings in the finals. I think they have no shot. I think they're going to get swept.
Well, you're wrong. You're usually wrong as usual, so I'm just going to say, like I just said before, they're going to come back and win the series. They have too much talent, and you may think Crosby is a big baby, but he's not. He's a grown man, just like his teammates, and they're going to come back and win this series.
I disagree with you. I don't know. I just don't think they have the firepower to do it. They have some great players, but Detroit's full of all-stars. They got a great goalie. They have players who have been at this stage many times and who have won multiple Stanley Cups. So I think with that experience, I don't think Pittsburgh's got the experience to do it this year. Maybe in future years, unless the Devils have something to say about that. But
well, can you compare the Red Wings to like the San Antonio Spurs, who've been there, done that,
absolutely.
And won championships?
Absolutely. It's almost the exact comparison. If I had to compare it to one team in the NBA, it would be the San Antonio Spurs. Older, under the radar, not flashy, not in the media a lot. I mean, these guys have been there before. They know what they want. They want to win the cup every year. And they're here to win. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That's all they want. They're exactly like the Spurs.
So you're saying they're going to repeat? Because the Spurs usually don't repeat. They go every other year.
That's irrelevant. I think they're going to repeat.
It's pretty relevant, actually.
They could go maybe even back to back to back the way they're playing. I said the Red Wings, San Jose Sharks, and the Boston Bruins are going to be the 3 teams to beat. And once again, the Red Wings are in the finals. Well, I don't know what they're doing right that every other team's not doing, but Hockey Town, Detroit, has just been unbelievable.
Yeah,
now, let's quick. Who do you think could have a chance to win this MVP?
Win this MVP? I think it's going to be Sidney Crosby. If Pittsburgh's going to win, he needs to play well, and I think he's going to play well.
I totally disagree with you.
Yeah, you totally disagree with me,
I totally disagree with you, huh? All right? So the Red Wings are going to – I don't think there's any way Pittsburgh can come back. They're going to have to win 4 out of 5 games, which is almost impossible against this great Red Wings team. They're a dynasty at this point, and if they could win a couple more, they'll be a even bigger dynasty. I mean, with these fans, and they have home ice advantage. So this is a big thing. They have the fans at home, and Detroit's fans are just
they're wild.
They're wild. They're like the New York Yankees fans per se, or even Giants fans. I don't know. You can compare it to any great fans. I would compare it. Just the Red Wings have the best fans in hockey, no doubt about it.
Pete, they really have no choice right now because the Detroit Tigers are not playing as they should be, and the Detroit Pistons are out of the NBA playoffs. So the hockey fans are the only fans in Detroit right now, and they're cheering on their Red Wings, and they might win the series, but obviously I don't think so.
All right, I disagree with you. I think Nicholas Lindstrom, the defenseman who's been there for many years, will get the MVP. Or maybe Chris Osgood if he keeps playing as well as he's been. I mean, this goalie is older. He's been a backup for a lot of his career, and now he's coming in. I mean, he's played a lot of games, but he's been on and off with multiple other goalies, and now he's just playing amazing. And I think if they win, he might have a chance to win this thing. And I think I got Red Wings in 5 or 6. I don't think they lose more than 1 or 2 games in this series. Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin cannot do this.
Well, you just said they get swept, so you're going back in your word, letting Pittsburgh get a game in there?
Maybe 1 game if they're lucky.
All right.
4 or 5.
Okay.
Well, that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this quick break.
Monahan turns around, takes a quick peek at the clock, hands it up the middle to Lynn, who gets outside. Chaz Lynn, it's a foot race. He's at the 40, to the 30. Lynn still on the feet, and he's in. Touchdown, Lynn Hills.
Look at the clock, Lou. It reads triple zeros as Chaz Lynn plays his own version of Beat the Clock. He had to go one place, and that was into the end zone, because if he was tackled, the half was over. Chaz Lynn beats the clock.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Matt Heskins and Rob Feit. The NBA Finals are right around the corner, and we're going to get into our finals preview here on this segment. It's obviously the Lakers versus the Orlando Magic. Lakers winning the Western Conference, beating the Nuggets, and Orlando beating the Cavs in the East. So let's start off with an X factor for this series. Who's your one player?
I'm going to take Lamar Odom on the LA Lakers. I think that when he scores, the team is pretty much unstoppable. They have a great offense. When Kobe doesn't have to carry the entire load, Lamar Odom could score, and he's very versatile, so he creates matchup problems. Could get Howard or Lewis into foul trouble. Could be a dominant scorer.
Ruff?
I'm going to go with Michael Petrus. I mean, when he's on, the Magic are on, and he's just been huge this playoffs. I mean, I really think, I don't really know if they could have beat the Celtics without him with those clutch threes and everything in the fourth quarter. I mean, they really owe it to him. And if he's going to step up against LA, I really see them winning it.
Okay. I'm going to agree with Matt. I think it's Lamar Odom. The Lakers are pretty much unstoppable when Odom performs up to his potential. He could score in many ways, shoot the ball, and drive to the basket. He's also a great rebounder. So it's definitely Odom for the X factor for this series. Now, a big thing in this series is going to be, can the Lakers contain Dwight Howard in the post? Do you think Gasol, Bynum, and Odom are going to be able to get the job done?
No, Max, I don't think so. I think Gasol and Bynum are they're too soft. They're not as physically gifted as Dwight Howard. They're not strong enough to guard him.
Rapp?
I completely disagree. With Bynum, Odom, and Gasol on the same team, I definitely think they'll be able to rotate around and handle the Superman. And I mean, he's good, but he's not that good. I mean, Gasol can match up against him, and it'll be an even series.
I don't know if they can necessarily contain him, but they won't let him go on any outbursts like he did in the final game of the Cavs series. I'm sure that they're going to end up trying to foul him. They got tons of bodies, so tons of fouls to give with Bynum and Odom, Gasol. They got other guys that are coming off the bench too. So if they could get him in foul trouble too, I see that happening. Gasol going against him, and that'll keep him off the floor as well. Another part of the Magic's offense is the three ball. They make more threes than pretty much any team in the NBA. They could be down by 20 points, and they're always in it because of the ability to shoot the three. So the Lakers be able to contain that as well?
I think they'll somewhat be able to do it. They'll be able to do it better than the Cavs or the Celtics did in the previous series, mainly because Lamar Odom is so versatile. He could guard Rashard Lewis on the perimeter. Rashard Lewis is usually a power forward and is matched up against a big guy, so he spreads out the defense. But now Odom's going to be able to get out there. So they're not going to get as much, but you can't completely stop the Magic's three-point shooting. They're still going to score a lot on that.
Ruff?
I really don't think if the Cavaliers or the Celtics could do it, they're not going. I don't think the Lakers will be able to handle them. I mean, they spread the court so well. I mean, it takes about 5 passes for them to find that three, and I mean they're just so clutch. Everyone's making them. Rashard, Petrus, also. I mean, it's so hard to stop everyone. So I really don't think it's possible to stop them.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're able to stop it, but they could try to not let them go on tangents like they did against the Cavs in some periods where they just hit three after three after three. I mean, I think Kobe's going to help that. He's a great defender. He also likes to roam a little bit and get in the passing lanes. And Odom, like you said, is also versatile, so he won't be an issue coming out against the pick and roll. He could guard Turkoglu off of that and pretty much any of their guards. So Odom will really help out stopping that. Now, Kobe, in some games, becomes a passer, tries to just get his teammates involved, let the game come to him. But then there's other times where there's that black mamba in him, as they say it, where he just goes nutso, is unstoppable, and pretty much takes over the game himself. What kind of player do you think he'll be in this series?
I think he'll pass it a little early on, but mainly for the most part of the game and the series, he's going to look to be a dominant scorer. You look at last year, he tried to be that passer, and his team ended up losing in the finals to the Celtics. So I think he's going to take it upon himself. He's going to come out and try to win this series for his team by being a dominant scorer.
Rapp?
Completely agree with Matt. I really see him wanting to come into this playoffs and take over and just destroy the Magic by himself. And if later on, when they need to pass, Magic will be over Kobe, so he'll be able to pass down low or work it around and be able to complete the series.
Yeah, I just think he's going to take what the defense gives him. If they double him, I think he's going to early on try to pass the ball, and then once they decide that they can't double him anymore because he's just feeding his teammates, then that's where he takes over. That's what he did in the Game 6 against the Nuggets. They doubled him early. He found teammates. Everyone was scoring, and then they stopped the doubling, and that's where he went off and scored 35 points in that game. So that's what I think is going to occur. Now, give me your winner for this series.
I think the Lakers are going to win in a pretty tight Game 7. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. I mean, they're two great offenses. They play great as a team. So I think it's going to be a close series the entire way. No blowouts.
Rob?
I agree with the Lakers winning, but I think it'll only be in Game 6. Magic are playing that pretty well. They'll be able to get a game or two off them, but I see Lakers just winning the series by easily.
Yeah, I agree. I like 6 games, too. I think Kobe really wants this one. He had a chance last year, didn't get it done. Celtics are out. They were definitely the best team last year, but I think the Lakers are the top team this year, and he needs that title without Shaq to fully get and be put into the upper echelon of great players. Now, real quick, LeBron James didn't do a press conference, didn't congratulate anyone after they lost. Was he being a sore loser?
No, I don't think so. He's too competitive. He wanted to win a championship real bad this entire season. I think it's just competitive spirit.
Rob?
I agree with Matt, but then you have to look that he's the MVP of the NBA, and you have to think that he's a little better than that to just congratulate the Magic for a good series. And just, I don't know, I consider him a sore loser after that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rob. All right, well, that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back next with more 30-minute drill.
Emotionally, look at Greg. Wow, he's just ecstatic. He can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
So with 10 seconds left to go, Monahan's gonna have to knee it one more time. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is over. Wayne Hills is the 2002 Group 3 North 1 State Championship, their first ever state championship, and what a fantastic end to an amazing season for Wayne Hills.
And you know what? Greg Olson has won a state title for his father, Chris Olson, and first one in Wayne Hills history.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Matt Heskins and Rob Feit. The NBA Finals are right around the corner, and we're going to get into our finals preview here on this segment. It's obviously the Lakers versus the Orlando Magic. Lakers winning the Western Conference, beating the Nuggets, and Orlando beating the Cavs.
When Kobe doesn't have to carry the entire load, Lamar Odom could score, and he's very versatile, so he creates matchup problems. Could get Howard or Lewis into foul trouble. Could be a dominant scorer.
Rough.
I'm going to go with Michael Petrus. I mean, when he's on, the Magic are on, and he's just been huge this playoffs. I mean, I really think, I don't really know if they could have beat the Celtics without him with those clutch threes and everything in the fourth quarter. I mean, they really owe it to him. And if he's going to step up against LA, I really see them winning it.
Okay. I'm going to agree with Matt. I think it's Lamar Odom. The Lakers are pretty much unstoppable when Odom performs up to his potential. He could score in many ways, shoot the ball, and drive to the basket. He's also a great rebounder. So it's definitely Odom for the X factor for this series. Now, a big thing in this series is going to be, can the Lakers contain Dwight Howard in the post? Do you think Gasol, Bynum, and Odom are going to be able to get the job done?
No, Max, I don't think so. I think Gasol and Bynum are they're too soft. They're not as physically gifted as Dwight Howard. They're not strong enough to guard him.
Rapp?
I completely disagree. With Bynum, Odom, and Gasol on the same team, I definitely think they'll be able to rotate around and handle the Superman. And I mean, he's good, but he's not that good. I mean, Gasol can match up against him, and it'll be an even series.
I don't know if they can necessarily contain him, but they won't let him go on any outbursts like he did in the final game of the Cavs series. I'm sure that they're going to end up trying to foul him. They got tons of bodies, so tons of fouls to give with Bynum and Odom, Gasol. They got other guys that are coming off the bench too. So if they could get him in foul trouble too, I see that happening. Gasol going against him, and that'll keep him off the floor as well. Another part of the Magic's offense is the three ball. They make more threes than pretty much any team in the NBA. They could be down by 20 points, and they're always in it because of the ability to shoot the three. So the Lakers be able to contain that as well?
I think they'll somewhat be able to do it. They'll be able to do it better than the Cavs or the Celtics did in the previous series, mainly because Lamar Odom is so versatile. He could guard Rashard Lewis on the perimeter. Rashard Lewis is usually a power forward and is matched up against a big guy, so he spreads out the defense. But now Odom's going to be able to get out there. So they're not going to get as much, but you can't completely stop the Magic's three-point shooting. They're still going to score a lot on that.
Rapp?
I really don't think if the Cavaliers or the Celtics could do it, they're not going. I don't think the Lakers will be able to handle them. I mean, they spread the court so well. I mean, it takes about 5 passes for them to find that three, and I mean they're just so clutch. Everyone's making them. Rashard, Petrus, Olsen. I mean, it's so hard to stop everyone. So I really don't think it's possible to stop them.
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm able to stop it, but they could try to not let them go on tangents like they did against the Cavs in some periods where they just hit three after three after three. I mean, I think Kobe's going to help that. He's a great defender. He also likes to roam a little bit and get in the passing lanes. And Odom, like you said, is also versatile, so he won't be an issue coming out against the pick and roll. He could guard Turkoglu off of that and pretty much any of their guards. So Odom will really help out stopping that. Now, Kobe, in some games, becomes a passer, tries to just get his teammates involved, let the game come to him. But then there's other times where there's that black mamba in him, as they say it, where he just goes nutso, is unstoppable, and pretty much takes over the game himself. What kind of player do you think he'll be in this series?
I think he'll pass it a little early on, but mainly for the most part of the game and the series, he's going to look to be a dominant scorer. You look at last year, he tried to be that passer, and his team winded up losing in the finals to the Celtics. So I think he's going to take it upon himself. He's going to come out and try to win this series for his team by being a dominant scorer.
Rapp?
Completely agree with Matt. I really see him wanting to come into this playoffs and take over and just destroy the Magic by himself. And if later on, when they need to pass, Magic will be over Kobe, so he'll be able to pass down low or work it around and be able to complete the series.
Yeah, I just think he's going to take what the defense gives him. If they double him, I think he's going to early on try to pass the ball, and then once they decide that they can't double him anymore because he's just feeding his teammates, then that's where he takes over. That's what he did in the Game 6 against the Nuggets. They doubled him early. He found teammates. Everyone was scoring, and then they stopped the doubling, and that's where he went off and scored 35 points in that game. So that's what I think is going to occur. Now, give me your winner for this series.
I think the Lakers are going to win in a pretty tight Game 7. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. I mean, they're two great offenses. They play great as a team. So I think it's going to be a close series the entire way. No blowouts.
Rapp?
I agree with the Lakers winning, but I think it'll only be in Game 6. Magic are playing that pretty well. They'll be able to get a game or two off them, but I see Lakers just winning this series by easily.
Yeah, I agree. I like 6 games, too. I think Kobe really wants this one. He had a chance last year, didn't get it done. Celtics are out. They were definitely the best team last year, but I think the Lakers are the top team this year. And he needs that title without Shaq to fully get and be put into the upper echelon of great players. Now, real quick, LeBron James didn't do a press conference, didn't congratulate anyone after they lost. Was he being a sore loser?
No, I don't think so. He's too competitive. He wanted to win a championship real bad this entire season. I think it's just competitive spirit.
Rob?
I agree with Matt, but then you have to look that he's the MVP of the NBA, and you have to think that he's a little better than that to just congratulate the Magic for a good series. And just, I don't know, I consider him a sore loser after that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rob. All right, well, that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back next with more 30-minute drill.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Yeah. Here comes the, no. Here comes the, oh. Y'all don't really want it now.
Hello and welcome to the final edition of this year's 30-minute drill. In this hour-long show, we will be discussing the last 10 months in sports, as well as the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup. Let's get right into it, Joe. NBA Finals, LA Lakers come out on top against Orlando. I mean, it was a pretty good series. Games 2 through 4 were pretty exciting. Could have gone either way, but LA came out on top in two of the games, excuse me,
Yeah.
and they win in 5 games. Do you think they should have won? I mean, Kobe Bryant had a fantastic series, but I mean, Orlando played their hearts out. They definitely had a chance to win a couple of those games.
Well, Magic, they definitely had a chance to win some of those games. You could have made an argument that they should have been up 3-1, and try to clinch the championship in Game 5. But Lakers got the breaks. I mean, Courtney Lee missed a layup in Game 2. Dwight Howard couldn't make his free throws in Game 4. So, you know, they blew their opportunity, and maybe they didn't deserve to win it. They could have, but they didn't.
Yeah, they definitely had chances here and there to win the games. Courtney Lee's missed layup at the end of Game 2 was just a heartbreaker. They lost that game in overtime. They lost Game 4 in overtime. I mean, Derek Fisher broke their heart there. He had 2 huge three-pointers, one at the end of regulation, one at the end of overtime. I mean, Orlando was up 5 points with 32 seconds left. They could have easily won Game 4 as well as Game 2. So they just couldn't get it done. They're a young team, though, up and coming. They'll definitely be back, in my opinion. Dwight Howard's one of the elite players in the league. But they're not going to win unless he plays up to what he's been playing. I mean, he had 9 points and 9 rebounds going into the fourth quarter last night, which is not very good for him. He needs to do a lot better if they want to win.
Well, something he has to work on over the offseason. He has to get some more offensive moves. He has got to learn a jump hook, right or left. He's got to get maybe a 15-foot jump shot. He's got to do whatever he can to score 30 points a night, because you can't have athleticism forever. He could jump out of a gym. Can you agree with me on that?
Absolutely.
Well, he needs to do more than that if he's going to last for 15 years in this league and be one of the best players in the game.
He does. I mean, his defense is unbelievable. He was a Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, he blocks shots, but the guy every game cannot do that. His players behind him, I mean, they're all 3-point shooters for the most part. And if they're not scoring, this team's not going to win. He gets down low. He gets double, triple teamed, dishes it out. If these guys aren't making threes, they're not going to win the game.
Well, I guess that they should get maybe a big man to clog up the paint a little bit more, take away one of those 3-point shooters so they can get more points in the paint. Because you're right, all they do is shoot threes. Most of the time they make it, but they didn't make them in the series, and that's what hurt them.
Yeah, they made them in the Cavs series, beat them in 7 games. They didn't make it in the Lakers series, and they lost in 5. I mean, it proves they live and die with the 3-point shot.
Well, let's give credit to Orlando. They probably had the toughest road to the finals. They had to beat the Sixers, who gave them a series. Then they had to beat the Celtics, then the Cavaliers. So they had to beat the number 1 and 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. So they played great throughout the playoffs. It just didn't pan out for them in the finals.
Oh, absolutely, Joe. I mean, you got to give them a ton of credit. They beat the defending champs, and they didn't have home court advantage in that series. And they beat probably the best team in the NBA, in the Cavaliers, and they didn't have home court advantage in that series. Took them to 7 games. They won in Cleveland. So, I mean, this team is just, they got a very bright future. I mean, Turkoglu, we don't know if he's going to come back. He's on his last year of his contract. I think he'll come back. I mean, his team went to the finals. Why wouldn't you come back? Wouldn't you agree?
I agree completely. I mean, they got a nucleus there. They got Rashard Lewis, Dwight Howard, and Turkoglu, and you can win with those kind of players.
All right, let's quickly talk about the Jameer Nelson and Rafer Alston kind of controversy here. Jameer Nelson's been out for over 3 months. He comes back in the NBA Finals, and let's just say he wasn't the old Jameer Nelson. He played well. He was always the leader of this team before. But Rafer Alston in this playoffs was unbelievable. Him and Anthony Johnson led this team to victory, and Jameer comes back and just didn't play well. Do you think Stan Van Gundy should have even played Jameer or maybe put him as a backup instead of starting?
No, I don't think they shouldn't have played him because it ruined all the chemistry that Rafer Alston had with his teammates. I mean, Jameer Nelson was probably rusty. He didn't have his jump shot, and I don't think he played well personally. And Rafer Alston led them to beating the Celtics and Cavaliers, so I really think that was a bad decision.
I agree. I mean, Rafer Alston was now the backup, and then Anthony Johnson didn't get a minute in this finals, it seemed like. He didn't play at all, and they just couldn't get it done. It's clear that Rafer Alston was leading this team this year. Next year, it's a different story. Jameer Nelson should come back. He's the leader of this team. But, I mean, I don't think it was the right move. Stan Van Gundy said he didn't know what the right move was. He's going to try stuff out, and what he tried obviously didn't work.
Well, if he wants to be an NBA champion, he's got to learn to make the right decisions at the right time.
Let's quickly talk about the Lakers. Kobe Bryant played fantastic. I mean, had 30 points from almost every game this series. And then he had Lamar Odom playing great in Game 7, and as well as Pau Gasol and Andrew Bynum stuffing up the middle in every game against Dwight Howard, just shutting him down.
Oh, Kobe played well throughout the whole series. He was the leader of this team. And finally, in Game 5, they got Paul Gasol more touches under the basket, and he got some easy baskets. And Andrew Bynum was certainly a key because he was healthy throughout the playoffs, and he played well. So they got contributions from the whole team.
Absolutely. Let's quickly talk about Phil Jackson. He now is the winningest coach, well, NBA Finals-wise, in the history of the NBA. He passed Red Auerbach the other night when he won his 10th NBA championship, 6 with the Bulls, 4 with the Lakers. Is he the best coach ever, Joe?
Well, I have to say he's done it with 2 different teams, Phil Jackson. He did it with Michael Jordan, then he did it with Kobe. I think Red Auerbach is still the best coach ever because he did it with 1 team for 9 years, so that's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I don't know whether, Phil Jackson still got a couple years ahead of him. That's why it's going to be interesting. So we'll see what happens. I think he's the best coach right now in the league, and I think he definitely has potential to win a couple more championships with that great Lakers team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Kobe's going to be along for a long time, so they may have a chance in the future.
All right, Joe, thank you. That's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with the NHL Stanley Cup Finals after this break.
Do you watch the 30-minute drill?
No, no lo veo. No veo, no hablo español, no hablo inglés.
Mike Gilger, have you ever watched 30-minute drill? I've never watched a show in my life. I think it's the worst show ever.
Do you like the 30-minute drill?
I hate all of it.
I hate you.
Just walk away. So Matt, you were rejected by Mr. Hookstraight. You weren't allowed to be on the drill. How do you feel?
I don't know, Peter. What is the 30-minute drill?
Why does everyone say this?
I like 30-minute drill. I like watching it. No, I don't watch it.
How can we fix the 30-minute drill?
Can't fix it.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. We're going to be discussing Stanley Cup playoffs and the finals, of course. Let's jump right into it, Joe. Pittsburgh Penguins come out on top on the road against Detroit Red Wings. Fantastic series, 7 games. What do you think of it?
Oh, I think Pittsburgh played great throughout the series, man. Also, Detroit played well. You have to give them credit. It was a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup. Detroit came on top in that one, and Pittsburgh came on top in this one. So they played great throughout the whole series. Sidney Crosby had a great series. Malkin had a great series, and Fleury saved some games for him.
Yeah, Crosby got hurt in Game 7, was out for most of the game, but it was very, I don't think they played as well as they should have, Pittsburgh. I think Detroit outplayed them in this series. I think Detroit should have won, absolutely. I mean, they beat them 5-0 in Game 5, and they just were blowing out Pittsburgh in all their wins. I mean, Pittsburgh, in my opinion, didn't deserve to win, but the games they won, they played very well. Fleury was unstoppable. I mean, you saw some of the saves at the end of that game, Stanley Cup Game 7, and he was diving across the crease. He was doing whatever he could not to let that puck in the net. I mean, they caught some breaks, hit the crossbar with about 5 minutes left in the third period in Game 7, Detroit. So, I mean, Fleury caught some breaks, and then he made some nice saves final seconds. They won the Cup. It was very exciting. What do you think?
Well, I think I love the way they fought and scratched their way to victories because they had to fight. There were no blowout wins in the series, well, except for Detroit. But Pittsburgh had to win by 1 or 2 goals every time. And let me just say something, Pete. You're always wrong, you know that. You always say Detroit should have won. Well, they didn't. You said the Ravens would win in the playoffs, and they didn't. So you're just wrong about everything this year. But that's besides the point.
That's besides the point, Joe. I mean, I think the Red Wings are the better team. They're a dynasty, in my opinion. I mean, they've won so many championships in the last 10 years, and I think they're one of the best teams ever to play the game of hockey in the past 60, 70 years. They're just unbelievable. So, I mean, I give credit to Pittsburgh totally. They played well, but I think Detroit just played just as well and had a very good chance to win the series. They just didn't come out on top.
Well, you can compare the Detroit Red Wings to, you can compare them from winning teams the last couple of years, like the Patriots, the Yankees, the teams with veterans that know how to play their sport, and they just come out on top every year. So,
a perfect comparison would be the Patriots. They won a couple championships, and they're just going to be on top for many years to come. You could tell with Detroit, they're just like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But Pittsburgh was just a young, faster team, and they end up winning. So
interesting enough, Joe, the 1971 Pirates were the last team,
1979
Pirates were the last team out of all sports to win Game 7 on the road. I mean, very unlikely to win Game 7 on the road, and Pittsburgh does it. And the Pirates were the last team, Penguins were the next team, and as well as another great stat is Steelers and Penguins win the series, win Super Bowl and Stanley Cup. 2 major sports winning huge events. I mean,
first time since 04.
First time since 04 for Boston, and it's just a great story. Pittsburgh's becoming that great sports town that it used to be.
Yeah, all they need is for like the Pirates to actually win more than 70 games in a season, and they don't even have a basketball team, so it doesn't really matter. So.
Yeah, but they're 2 major sports down there. One, and it's a great story. The Penguins and Steelers were great this year. They totally deserved it, and Penguins could have won back-to-back years, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, they went to the Cup last year. They just couldn't get it done.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they did have a chance last year. They just didn't play as well as they did this year, and they really deserved it this year. I mean, last year they were young. They really didn't know what they were doing, but now they have experience for this year, and they came out on top.
A very happy thing for me was that Sidney Crosby didn't win the MVP. I mean, this guy gets all the publicity in this league. He's the golden boy, I guess you can say. And I was very excited that he did win the MVP. I mean, Evgeny Malkin won it. He is a fantastic player. He played a lot better than Crosby in the series. If not, I mean, maybe Fleury played just as well. I mean, I don't know if he can give it to a goalie, though. But Evgeny Malkin deserved this award. I was extremely excited Crosby didn't come home with that.
Pete, we've bashed Sidney Crosby all year. You always thought Ovechkin was better, and who ends up winning? See, you're wrong about that, too.
Sidney Crosby is not as good as Alexander Ovechkin. The whole league knows it. Everyone knows it.
Well, who won their series?
Crosby just has a better player with him. Ovechkin's by himself. Crosby has Malkin. Malkin's an all-star. Malkin might be better than Crosby and Ovechkin. He's that good, all right? And they have a great goalie. Capitals don't have a great goalie. Penguins do. Team chemistry, they beat Detroit. They played well.
Yes, you're right.
I'll give them that, all right? Next year, it might be Ovechkin's year. You never know. I mean,
you know what? I said the Chicago Blackhawks would get to the Stanley Cup. I was close. They made it to the semifinals, so give me credit on that one.
And I said the Devils would get to the Stanley Cup.
You're wrong about that, too.
You were wrong, too. It's okay. But
okay.
All right, next year, we'll see who's going to come out on top. Do you think Penguins have a chance to repeat?
Absolutely. I mean, they're going to have the same team. They're going to have Malkin, Crosby, and Fleury, so they definitely have a chance with those core players.
Absolutely. I agree. They're a great team. I think Detroit's got a great chance to come back, get to their 3rd straight Stanley Cup. But that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this short break.
Hello and welcome back to our hour-long recap of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Anthony Scudillo, alongside John Vittozzi and Joe Rapp. Guys, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Anthony. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's nice to be back in the hot seat. And all right, let's jump right into it. Earlier in the year, the Phillies won the World Series. They had a few major injuries during the middle of the year. They had some guys step up. Brad Lidge with his consecutive save record. Any thoughts on how they got there?
Well, they got there because their bullpen. The bullpen was great throughout the whole season. J.C. Romero was a shutdown setup man on with Scott Air they got in a midseason trade. And I have to agree with you, Anthony. Brad Lidge, I think, was the key. He had 48 straight saves, including the playoffs, and he's the reason why they got there. I mean, their pitching has been good throughout the whole season. I mean, Joe Blanton, they got in a midseason trade, was great, and Cole Hamels was a great pitcher, man. He struck out a lot of guys, got a lot of outs, threw a lot of innings for that team. So, and obviously their offense was a big key.
Well, I personally think it was also Ryan Howard. Ryan Howard had, 48 home runs. I mean, his average wasn't great, but he always got the big hit when he needed to. And, I mean, the bullpen was great, too, and Cole Hamels, but I really think it was Ryan Howard and Chase Utley in their run production.
I also think it had to do a lot with Chase Utley. I mean, he played injured most of the year. After the World Series, he had surgery, took a while to get back. But, For a guy to have that much guts to play through a World Series an entire season injured is just incredible. You know, all right, next we're going to talk about Michael Phelps winning 8 gold medals. Did he win the last race? Did he not? Is the real question. But, you know, any thoughts on how he did it?
Well, Anthony, I have to say, he obviously did win that last race. It said he won it after the race was over, and they saw his fingertip get to the wall before the other guy did. So, obviously, Michael Phelps won, and he did it best. He's probably the hardest working athlete in the world today. 8 gold medals, 14 overall, I believe, right? 14. He's just a great athlete. He has a lot of calories. I know for a fact he eats a lot in the morning, like maybe 12,000 calories. He burns it all off by swimming. So, I think he did it good.
Well, I also feel that, like when you watch the replay, the guy who got there before him didn't hit the pad hard enough, because it looked like he did touch it before him, but I guess that's his own mistake. And he also beat the 7 gold medal record by Mark Spitz, which is great. I mean, it takes a lot of work. It's a lot of practice, and he raced a lot. I think he raced like 4 or 5 races in 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, swimming gets your body in really good shape. I mean, you have to be ready at all times to go, and, you know, training all year round. I mean, I didn't know there was such a thing as a 12-pack until he took his shirt off. So, you know, that's incredible. All right, let's talk about A-Rod. Much earlier in the year, there was steroids allegations. His cousin was involved, then talking about him doing steroids in high school. A book came out about him. Any thoughts on the A-Rod saga?
Well, you had to see this was coming sooner or later. I mean, everyone was getting caught with steroids, McGuire, Bonds. You know, you had to see this coming a little bit, Anthony. And, you know, he was, I can't believe he took it. I did not think, as a Yankee fan, he took it. And I'm not biased, I just didn't think he took it. I mean, he was skinny throughout his career, maybe until he got to Texas. He's put on a little more weight, put on a little bit more muscle, started hitting more.
A little bit, Joe? He grew a lot of it.
Well, he hit more home runs too, so it probably goes against my argument. But it's just a bad situation for him. I don't know if I don't think he'll get it out of people's minds that he cheated. He cheated, and I don't even know if a world championship in New York would be enough. So he put himself in a really sticky situation.
You know, now that the season's begun and he's come back from an injury, it's really died down a lot. I mean, steroids in general hasn't been talked about much, but other than the fact that it's out there and A-Rod said he's done it, can he still get into the Hall of Fame?
I think he can. I think the part that is going to help him is he's good with the media. I mean, someone like Barry Bonds, who also took it, is not good with the media, and the media does not like him. And I think the only thing that's really working against him is saying that he didn't know what it was, saying that it was something his cousin just gave to him.
Yeah, that wasn't the smartest idea on his part. But another person that was on steroids and caught and now suspended for 50 games is Manny Ramirez. Who would have thought this? Him and Poppy back in Boston with a dynamic duo, and now he comes to LA, we find out he's on steroids, which is just incredible. I mean, as a Yankee fan, I love to see this because so many people are accused on the Yankees for taking steroids. But, you know, I thought he was one of the greatest to ever play the game, and now his mentality and the way I watch him is extremely tainted. How about you?
Well, I don't know if it's tainted. You still got to hit the ball. I mean, personally, I think steroids help. It does not help you hit the ball. It makes it go farther. You still need the mechanics. You still need techniques, and that's how you do it. And Manny's been doing that his whole career. He's been hitting the ball a lot farther. That's what it did to him.
Look, you really can't put it past almost any player that comes from that era. It's basically the steroids era. I mean, A-Rod did it, McGuire. I mean, it's not a surprise anymore. I mean, as a Yankee fan, as you said, I'm very happy that he got caught.
All right, that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-Minute Drill. We'll be back after the break.
And the crowd is fired up. What a huge play. We cannot stress this enough. This is just an outstanding kick. All the pressure relying on David Adamo. The kick is up, and it is gone! He kicks it through the uprights, and Wade Hills takes a 25-24 lead.
Hello and welcome to Joe and I's final segment of the 30-minute drill. We're going to continue our wrap-up of this year's sports with everything from Super Bowl to golf. And let's jump right into it, Joe. Super Bowl, Arizona Cardinals can't get it done. Steelers win. You think they have a chance to repeat?
Well, I think they do. They put out a good team every year. Willie Parker wasn't healthy last year, and he was just healthy this year, and that's why they made it to the Super Bowl, because of him. And Ben Roethlisberger, at a very young age, just won 2 Super Bowls. It's good for him. So I think they can keep doing it. I think they can keep this going.
Yeah, they're a great team. They had a fantastic year. Ben Roethlisberger has his second Super Bowl ring already. He maybe has a chance to top Tom Brady by the end of his career. Do you think he has a chance to get as many rings as Brady has?
Absolutely, man. He's got probably 10 years left on his belt, and he only needs one more ring, I believe. So and with great players around him, with Hines Ward at the wide receiver position, I think he can do a lot of things.
Yeah, if the running game comes back, Rashard Mendenhall was a rookie but got hurt early last year, and Willie Parker come back strong. The defense will be strong as always. They'll hold up, and I think they will have a great chance to repeat. It's going to be a tough AFC, as it is every year, and they got a great chance. Let's move on to the USA Redeem team. The basketball team won the gold medal in the 2008 Olympics. They were virtually unbeatable. I mean, a couple more years, it's going to happen again in the Olympics. You think they have a chance to repeat?
Absolutely, if they have the same players they did. I mean, Mike Krzyzewski, the head coach, said he had 3 leaders on that team. They were Jason Kidd, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James. I do not think Jason Kidd will be there. I think he'll be retired in a few years. But Kobe Bryant and LeBron James will be there, and I think they have a great chance to lead that team to another gold medal.
Yeah, absolutely. They had superstars on that team, top to bottom of the lineup. Their starting lineup was just stacked. I mean, they had LeBron, Kobe, Dwight Howard, Jason Kidd,
Chris Paul.
The best players in the NBA they had on that team, and no country's going to be able to stop that. They might have even been better than the original Dream Team. That's how good these guys played. But let's move on to tennis now real quick. Roger Federer won the career Grand Slam by winning the French Open a couple weeks ago, and might be the best player ever to play the game of tennis. I mean, he ties Pete Sampras with 14 major victories, I guess you can say, and people still are doubting him just because Nadal's been beating him, but what this guy's done in his career is unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely, Pete. He's been consistent throughout his career. He's been great. He's won majors. He's won a career Grand Slam, which is a great accomplishment. But, Pete, I do have to say my opinion about his French Open win. I think there's a little bit of an asterisk on it because he did not beat Rafael Nadal, who's #1 in the world right now. So I really don't think you can count that as a win.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, these guys are still professionals, Joe. They're not just scrubs off the street. He beat a professional tennis player, which is the point. But also, it's not his fault Rafael Nadal didn't get to the finals. I mean, the kid he played in the finals beat Rafael Nadal. So, I mean, he's got to be as good as Nadal. Maybe he had an off day. You can't really tell, but...
No, he was injured, Pete. He had a leg injury.
Yeah, but he went to the doctors, the hospital, to test his leg injury after he lost. I mean, he thought that could have been a factor, but no one knows. He could have just had an off day. Nadal didn't play up to par. I mean, he's unstoppable on clay, and that was proven wrong when this kid beat him. And he got all the way to the finals. I think it's a good story. I think it would have been a great story if he beat Federer, too. Probably the best 1-2 punch ever to play the game of tennis, Nadal and Federer. So, I mean, the guy's still a professional. You got to give him credit for winning the French Open. He still had to beat professional tennis players.
Okay, Pete, I'll give him credit. Whatever you say, I'll give him credit.
All right, good. All right, let's move on to the national championship in college basketball. One of the most exciting things all year. We enjoy talking about that for many segments. The Tar Heels come out on top. My UConn Huskies couldn't get it done. Michigan State comes out of nowhere as a 2 seed in Louisville's bracket, who everyone thought would get to the Final Four. And they get to the finals and get spanked by the Tar Heels. What do you think?
Well, did you really have any doubt that North Carolina was going to lose that game?
I don't know. I mean, Michigan State was playing well. Could have gone either way.
Well, they have probably 8 pros on that team. I totally expected them to beat Michigan State. I had them winning in my bracket, and of course I was right. I finished 3rd in my pool. You know, Tyler Hansbrough, Ty Lawson, Wayne Ellington, the best 1-2-3 punch in college basketball.
All right, Joe. None of these guys are coming back, though. Tar Heels have any chance to repeat?
Absolutely, because they have one of the best recruiting classes in the country, even better than Duke. I think they're going to beat Duke like they always do every year.
Yeah, I think they'll beat Duke. I mean, they do have a great recruiting class, but I don't know if they can repeat without Tyler Hansbrough, Ty Lawson, and Wayne Ellington. These guys were unbelievable. They're all going to be fantastic NBA players, and we'll see what they can do next year. I mean, it'll be interesting.
Well, Pete, they're always the best team in North Carolina every year.
All right, let's move on real quick to Tiger Woods. He was really injured going into last year's U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. He virtually couldn't walk almost, and this guy somehow knocks a 20-foot putt on the 72nd hole to send it to 18-hole playoff against Rocco Mediate. He wins, and now he's come back. He's won 2 tournaments. He won Arnie's tournament at Bay Hill, and he's won the Memorial Jack Nicklaus's tournament. And he couldn't get it done in the Masters, but the U.S. Open's in a couple of weeks. What do you think about Tiger doing at the U.S. Open?
Well, he's going to do well. He's going to do well at the U.S. Open, but this year for him was a great year. It shows how good he is.
He comes back from an ACL injury, one of the toughest injuries in sports, and the guy still is the best player on tour. It shows his resilience and how dominant he is on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, and I bet he's a North Carolina fan too.
Maybe he is. I know he lives in Florida, so he's a big Orlando fan. So we'll see if Orlando can pull it out against the Lakers. But that's all the time we have for this segment of the 30-minute drill. And I want to thank everyone for this whole year. I mean, Mr. Hookstray, our advisor, was great. Anthony Scudillo and John Giardiello were our former co-hosts. I mean, they were fantastic at the beginning of the year. And John Vittozzi, our behind-the-scenes guy, did so much for us. I can't thank him enough. And then, of course, Joe, it's been a pleasure.
Of course.
It was fun.
It was fun.
And that's all the time we have. So we'll see you next time on 30-Minute Drill.
DeCicco gets it done. And finally, a play to remember. It looks like a TD sweep, but Danny will let it fly. DeCicco hadn't thrown a TD pass since the 8th grade, and this one goes to Fulham. It's a game ender. Wow.
Welcome back to the season finale of the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and John Vittas. This will be our last NFL segment. So we're going to talk about last year as well as the upcoming season. Let's start off with your surprise from last year.
I'm going to go with the Arizona Cardinals. No one even saw them making the playoffs at all. I mean, then for them to make the Super Bowl is just crazy to me. Kurt Warner did unbelievable. Really made Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolton the top wide receivers in the NFL. Ken Wisenhunt, one of the best coaches in the NFL, just such a smart football coach. I was going to say player. But such a smart football coach, and everything he did, all the decisions, just they were a great team, good for them, and more success in the future, hopefully.
John?
Yeah, I think it's an obvious pick. It's the Cardinals, but I'm just going to talk about something else. Chad Pennington was the surprise for me. Leaving the Jets and going to the Cardinals at the end of the preseason, no one really thought of him doing anything great this year. But he led an awful team from the year before into the playoffs, which I don't think anyone expected. So just his performance alone stepped his team up a level into the playoffs that no one expected.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with the Dolphins, too. I mean, 1-15 the year before that, laughingstock of the league, and they bring in Sperano, great new coach, and he really turns the whole dynamic of that team around, the whole mindset, and they become one of the best teams in the NFL. So that's definitely the surprise for me as well with the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. Right now, give me your disappointment.
I'm going to go with the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, usually you just plug their names in for the winner of that division. This year, they didn't get it done. Matt Hasselbeck, the quarterback, got hurt. Nate Burleson, Deion Branch hurt. Their offensive line got hurt. Everyone was hurt. Next year, though, they'll be one of the top teams in the division. I'd like to see how Jim Moore does it since Holmgren's out of there. He wants to spend more time with his family. But, yeah, I'd like to see how Moore takes the Seahawks and see how they bounce back after a tough season like that.
John?
Well, my disappointment, at least for me, is the Jets missing the playoffs. In the offseason, all anyone could talk about at the beginning of the year was Brett Favre and him coming to the Jets. But they went 9-7, which is all right, but they didn't make the playoffs. That's what Favre needed to do, and he didn't get the job done. The team choked down the stretch. So, I mean, for me, that was the biggest disappointment.
Yeah, I'm going to go with my team, the Packers. I mean, the year before that with Favre, they were probably the best team in the NFC. They lost to the Giants' NFC Championship game.
One pass away from the Super Bowl.
Right. So, they came back this year. Defense played terrible, 6-10. I mean, Rodgers, was the positive of that team, him showing that he can be a great replacement for Favre, but overall, just not a good season for them. Okay, now, what will you remember from last year?
It was a great NFL season last year, but I'm going to have to go with Brett Favre. I mean, the guy said he was going to retire. Everyone thought he was a Green Bay Packer for life. And then he went to the New York Jets. I'm a Jet fan, so for them to start off 8-3 got me excited. I was talking Super Bowl with everyone, but they went 9-7 like John said. But it was really great to see the fans in New York and with Jets football really get back into football after a couple of years of not making the playoffs. So,
John?
Yeah, the thing I'm going to remember about the Jets is them losing on the West Coast to San Francisco, Seattle, Oakland, San Diego. All very winnable games. They lost all those. But the two plays for me that stand out in the playoffs was the Tennessee Titans turnovers against the Ravens. Everyone expected them to maybe make it to the Super Bowl, and they really choked that game. And Fitzgerald's catch in the Super Bowl to take the lead after a big comeback against the Steelers, that stood out in my mind.
Yeah, for me, it's going to have to be Larry Fitzgerald. His run that he made in the playoffs, probably the best, offensive performance as far as a wide receiver goes in history, and that was just unbelievable for him to lead the Cardinals to the Super Bowl. Okay, now let's move to next year. There was plenty of offseason moves. Who do you think had the best offseason?
I'm not just saying this because I'm a Jets fan, but I want to go with the New York Jets. I mean, they got a great coach, defensive-minded. Guy's been with Baltimore for the last couple of years. Got names like Ray Lewis, Bart Scott, Terrell Suggs, made these players what they are. So even just having him as a coach is going to help us a lot. With the addition of Bart Scott, Jim Leonard, two guys who I set up from Baltimore Ravens, and then with the trade for Lito Shepherd, which is very underrated, we're going to have one of the best cornerback duos in the NFL with Darrelle Revis and Lito Shepherd. So they're the team to watch out for next year.
All right, John?
I don't think this is much of a shocker, but I'm going to agree with Steve that it's the New York Jets. I mean, I'm a Jets fan too, and like Steve just said, all those guys they picked up are great moves. They got a new coach, Rex Ryan, who I think is going to bring a new spirit to that team. And with the guys they got in the draft, of course, Mark Sanchez and also Sean Green, who I think is going to get some carries on offense. I think they just have a great defense now with those guys they picked up, and with the 2 draft picks, I think their offense is going to be just as good. So I don't see how too many teams are going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, I like the Jets too, but another team I'm just going to mention is the Redskins. They got Hainsworth. He was a great pickup, really makes a defense a whole lot better.
Small contract,
and they also got a Rakpo in the draft, so really helped them defensively. Okay, now let's give me your best offensive and best defensive player for next year.
My best offensive player, I'm going to go with Adrian Peterson. The guy's just a freak. Like, he's the best player in the NFL to me. Defense, I'm going to go with the MVP, the defensive player of the year last year in Harrison. You can't go wrong with him, so I'm going to go safe with a safe choice and go with Harrison.
All right, John?
My offensive player is going to be Matt Ryan. I would have agreed with Peterson, but I think with Turner and that defense, they're going to be even better this year. My defensive player is going to be DeMarcus Ware, 20 sacks last year for the Cowboys. He's young. He's only going to get better as the years go on.
Offensive for me, I'm going to say Tom Brady. I think he's got too much talent around him, too great of a player, come back from the injury and really help the Patriots finally get that Super Bowl that they should have gotten last year. And then defensively, I like Asamoah, the guy from Oakland. All right, now Super Bowl picks.
I'm going to go with the Patriots, Bears, Patriots on top.
Call me a homer, but I'm taking the Jets over the Panthers in the Super Bowl.
I like Patriots beating the Eagles. All right, that's all the time we have for this segment of the NFL and the 30-minute drill. We'll be back next with college football.
Let's go. Big night, big night.
I don't think I can do it tonight.
Steve, you have to. Suck it up.
I don't know.
Steve, you were born to do this. Guys, they're here.
Let's go!
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Rob Feit. Welcome back to the season finale of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and John Vittas. On this segment, we'll be talking about college football, starting with last year, then moving on to next year. First off, Sam Bradford won the Heisman Trophy last season at quarterback from Oklahoma. Was he worthy? The other candidates were Colt McCoy, Tim Tebow, and Graham Harrell.
I love Tim Tebow. I mean, I'm probably his #1 supporter, but I'm totally going to agree with Sam Bradford as the Heisman Trophy winner. this guy is going to be the next Peyton Manning, or in his case, the next Sam Bradford.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable. Definitely number one in the next, whenever he comes out, which is going to be next year, obviously. And, yeah, he's just great. I loved him last year. Brought him to the championship, which unfortunately they lost, but he did the best he could do. And, yeah, I think he was the best choice.
John?
Yeah, there were 4 quarterbacks that were all worthy of winning the Heisman. If they had played in different years, I think any 4 of them could have won it in a different season. But I think the real bust for me out of the Heisman presentation was Graham Harrell not being invited. I mean, it was just the 3 guys, McCoy, Tebow, and Bradford. Bradford was definitely deserving of it. I mean, you could have given it to any of those 3, but I think the problem with it for me was that Graham Harrell wasn't even invited, and that's just an embarrassment with the numbers he put up.
Yeah, but with those numbers, that's usually what happens at Texas Tech. Like, it's not like a surprise thing for somebody to get those numbers.
Yeah, he's done that year in and year out.
Yeah, every quarterback that's been there.
Yes, I'm going to agree with Bradford, too. I mean, he put up Tebow and McCoy, I think, were right there with them, but Bradford just too consistent. He led Oklahoma to the championship game, obviously, and had the best passing numbers. So that's what a quarterback should be known for. All right, now let's talk about who do you think the best conference in college football is?
I'm going to go with SEC, obviously. I mean, Ole Miss, Florida, Tennessee, just those are a few of the teams that are great in that division. Tim Tebow, national champions with Florida. Jevis Snead is going to lead Ole Miss this year. It's the best conference. Great coaching with Urban Meyer. Even, I guess you could say Lane Kiffin now, you know. Even though I don't know if that's great coaching, but we'll see.
John?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Steve. It's definitely the SEC. I think the way you gauge how good a conference is by the teams in the middle of the pack, because every conference has great teams and every conference has bad teams. But the teams in the middle for the SEC are all so solid. There's a team toward the bottom that could beat a team from the top. That's how deep the conference really is. And the defenses in that conference are just out of this world. They can shut down any offense in the country, if you ask me. So I think it's got to be the SEC. I mean, the Big 12 has great offenses, but like they say, defenses win championships, and the SEC's defenses can stop anyone.
They got Will Thrill-Hill.
Yep. Yeah, I like SEC too, but if I'm going to say a different conference, Big 12, just for the sake of argument purposes, I mean, they have tons of great high-power offenses, like you said, Texas Tech, Oklahoma State, Texas, Oklahoma. Kansas is coming around the past couple of years. Nebraska's always pretty good. So the Big 12 is right there with the SEC. Maybe not ahead of them, but right there. Now, tons of debate about whether there should be a playoff system in college football like there is like the tournament in basketball. Do you think that should be implemented?
Yeah, totally. I mean, look at West Virginia a couple years back. They didn't lose the game. They lost 1 game, I think, all year, and it was to Pittsburgh at the end of the season. When teams who lose in the beginning of the season, they win streak. They have a win streak towards the end of the season, don't lose. Then they make the championship when they have the same record as, let's say, West Virginia. It just matters when you win and when you lose. But I think that there should be a playoff system, and I think there will be in the next couple years.
John?
Yeah, I don't know if there will be. I hope there will be, because I think it's just ridiculous how teams can go undefeated the whole year and then lose their conference championship like Texas lost down the stretch. It's just crazy that teams can be so good and not have a chance to win a championship. It really puts a damper on the whole season because only 2 teams get a chance to play for it. And when you have 7, 8 teams that are worthy of getting into a playoff system, it's ridiculous. I think you should have 8 to 10 teams battle it out on the field to see who the best team really is, because teams like Utah, who go undefeated, don't even get a shot. I mean, they can win every game they play and not have a chance at a championship.
Yeah. Or even do something with the top 25. I mean, if you're going to have like a ranking next to your name for the top 25, you should do something like that. Have like a March Madness type of thing going on there.
And it would be great for the marketing of college sports too. They'd make a lot of money out of it like they do with the basketball. People would be filling out their brackets. It'd be a great thing.
Yeah, I agree. But the one issue, though, with the money, they make just as much money with the sponsors for the bowl games, and that's what's keeping them from switching. So definitely think they should do that. Now let's move on to next year. Who do you think is the favorite to win it all?
I'm just gonna go with Florida just because of Tim Tebow and great other big name players. Urban Meyer, they did it last year. Why can't they do it again this year?
Yeah.
So
I'm going to agree and say Florida. They bring everyone back. They have just a stacked recruiting class as usual. So, I mean, there's a lot of teams that can challenge them, but right now the favorite's got to be Florida.
Yeah, definitely. All their whole defense is back, as well as Tebow, Chris Rainey. I mean, they're absolutely stacked. Yeah. Texas, Oklahoma, USC, maybe a little competition there. All right, now who do you think's going to end up taking the Heisman?
I'm going to make a little reach here. I'm going to go with these 2 players that caught my eye. I'm going to go with Jevis Snead, Ole Miss quarterback, and I'm going to go with C.J. Spiller from Clemson. these two guys are very, very good, and don't be surprised, really, if they win.
John?
I'm going to go with Des Bryant, the lanky wide receiver from Oklahoma State. Had a great year last year. I think he's going to bounce back. His quarterback's back with Robinson, so he should have a breakout year.
I like Colt McCoy. If Tebow doesn't end up having a great season, I think he really does everything for Texas. Now, give me your one team that could be a surprise.
I'm going to go with Oklahoma State. They have Des Bryant, wide receiver, Zach Robinson, and Kendall Hunter at running back. Should be great.
I'm going to go with West Virginia. I mean, they lose Pat White, of course, but I think Jared Brown's had experience at quarterback. He's going to lead a great attack, and Noel Devine's got so much speed. I think they're going to be a standout team.
Yeah, my team's North Carolina. They improve every single year, and they have Butch Davis there, great recruiting class coming in, so I think that they can improve a bit. All right, that's all the time we have for this segment. We'll be back next with college basketball.
Ace set, Van Peenen's the running back. Heischel drops back to pass again, pump fakes, and he's going to let one go deep. It's to Nick Romeo, and Romeo makes the catch! Oh, baby! That one's good for over 20, nearly 30 yards. Nick Romeo has the ball inside Ramapo territory at about the 48-yard line. As Justin Donovan says, you can't stop 19.
Welcome back to the season finale of the 30-minute drill. I'm John Vittas here with Steve Cinque and Max Zager. We're going to be talking college basketball in this segment. We're going to recap last season and then preview next year. So to start it off, we're going to talk about last year. Right off the bat, did UNC, were they the best team in the tournament? Did they deserve to win the title?
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say yes, me being a Duke fan. Just at every position, Hansbrough is one of the best college players I've ever seen. Will that transfer to the NBA? No, but what do I know? But Roy Williams, best coach in college basketball, arguably him and Coach K. Players, Ty Lawson, Wayne Ellington, one of the best teams. They definitely deserved it. They proved it, too.
Yeah, definitely. They were stacked at every position, great coaching, great players. Lawson, Ellington, Hansbrough were great in the tournament. And they just sweep through that tournament pretty much unscathed, so definitely the best team.
Congratulations.
Yeah, yeah, congrats, Matt. I'm going to agree and say they deserved it. We said all year long they were the most talented team in the country, and if they just played defense and played to their potential, no one could stop them, and they finally did that. So they definitely deserved it. Now, what was your best game of the tournament? Of course, every year there's a lot of good ones. This year's tournament wasn't the best, but, I mean, there were some good games. What was your best one?
I'm going to go with the bracket buster with Wisconsin beating Florida State in double overtime with the and one. That game was just a great game. Tony Douglas, very upset, but he's going to the NBA now. But that was, in my opinion, the best game.
For me, it was Villanova versus Pittsburgh. That was for a chance to go to the Final Four. Villanova ended up scoring on a last-second basket by Scotty Reynolds. Unbelievable game, back and forth, and a chance to go to the Final Four, so pretty much can't get any better than that.
I'm going to say that it was the Siena-Ohio State game in the first round. It was going on the same time as Steve's game, the Wisconsin game. But that was a great one, too. You guys both named great ones, but the Siena-Ohio State game went 2 overtimes. It was back and forth. Ohio State was ahead most of the way. Siena came back, hit 2 buzzer beaters in that one, so that was the greatest one for me. Now, give me your best player from the season as a whole and your best player from just the tournament.
Best player for the whole season in total, excuse me. I'm going to have to go with Blake Griffin, player of the year, soon to be #1 overall pick. This guy is so dominant, and he's going to be dominant in the NBA. In the tournament, I'm going to go with the championship MVP with Wayne Ellington, and he's the reason why I think they won the tournament. Hit the open shots, did what he had to do to win.
You got to agree definitely with Blake Griffin being the best player in the regular season. I mean, his numbers were just off the charts. And then as far as the tournament, it's got to be either Lawson or Ellington. Both played phenomenal. Ellington really made North Carolina go, and Ellington hit every open shot. He was on fire the whole tournament, and that went straight into the championship and Final Four games. So both of those guys really did it.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with both of you saying the player of the year was Blake Griffin from Oklahoma. Of course, he had a great year and won the Naismith Award. But my player of the tournament, I'm going to give to Ty Lawson. I think he was more important than Ellington. Of course, Ellington hits his shots. But Lawson was big in that LSU game in the second round. UNC was down big time. He stepped up for them, scored a bunch of points. And every game he stepped up big. Now, with Beasley and Rose leaving last year, a lot of people started talking about one-and-done freshmen. So you're going to see a great freshman every year now in college basketball. Who was your best from this season?
Yeah, I'm going to go Tariq Evans from Memphis. Everyone thought Memphis wasn't going to be as good with the loss of Derrick Rose. He stepped up to the plate, and he did his job. He did great. He brought them to the tournament, and he's going to be great.
For me, I like DeMar DeRozan. I mean, he didn't have a fast start going into the season, but he really showed up in the tournament, led USC to a pretty deep run for their standards, and was pretty much unstoppable in the tournament.
Got slaughtered.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Tyreke Evans, the point guard from Memphis. I mean, a lot of people talked about him coming into the season, and he really did live up to the hype, especially towards the end of the year. He had a huge game against Missouri. I think he scored over 40 points, and he really showed that why he's the best point guard in the country, and he went very high in the draft, as expected. Now, switching over to next year, who's your favorite to win it all in 2010?
I'm going to go with Villanova. A lot of returning starters, Coach Jay Wright. Scotty Reynolds just took his name out of the draft, finally coming back for another season. This guy seems like he's been there forever, but hopefully it's their year.
For me, it's got to be the Kansas Jayhawks. I mean, they're returning every player from last year pretty much. Cole Aldrich is back, Sharon Collins, Taylor, and also they have one of the best recruiting classes coming in, including Xavier Henry, who was a top 5 recruit. So they're just absolutely loaded. Definitely the North Carolina of this season.
I'm going to agree with you, Max. It's got to be Kansas. Just going into the season, they returned everyone. They had a great run in the tournament last year as a 3 seed, so they're only going to get better, and I think you've got to give them the favorite at this point. Now, I know, Max, what you're going to say to this, but do you think North Carolina can repeat and win it all again next year?
I don't know. They just have a lot of lost players. Ty Lawson, that's a big loss. Now Dexter Strickland, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be there. John Henson, it depends. We got to see. I don't think so, though.
You know, it's very up in the air at this point. I mean, Larry Drew will have to, play well, definitely, a little bit better than last year. And a couple freshmen will have to step up for them. I mean, they definitely have the talent if the freshmen end up playing well, but I'm not too sure right now.
I don't care how talented their freshmen are. They don't have the senior leadership to get there. You have to have talent, obviously, and they have that, but they just don't have the experience to make it deep into the tournament.
Mark Skinyard's still there, but yeah.
They don't have enough experience, I don't think. Now, real quick, give me your top player and top freshman for next year's season.
Top player, I'm going to go Kyle Singler. With the loss of Gerald Henderson, going to give him a lot more touches and a lot more opportunities. Top freshman, I'm going to go with the #1 recruit, obviously, John Wall, going to Kentucky, playing with DeMarcus Cousins and a lot of other players.
Top player for me, Ed Davis, North Carolina. Absolutely rebounding machine, also can score pretty well. And then the freshman, I like Derek Favors from Georgia Tech. Big body down low, pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Steve on the freshman taking John Wall, and I think Jeff Teague from Wake Forest, if he comes back, is going to have a breakout year. So, guys, you'll be back for one more segment doing NBA after this, but for me, this is my last segment on the 30-minute drill. It's been an honor working with you guys. Mr. Hoogstraat, thank you for all that you've done for keeping the show alive, and you guys will be back for the final segment of the 30-minute drill after this.
Esposito under center. Esposito back to pass. Good protection, steps up. And that is intercepted at the 5-yard line. That's Toby Totolo. Totolo takes it across the 20, down at the 22-yard line, and that is absolutely huge.
Welcome back to the season finale of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Matt Heskins. This will be our final segment for the show, the 30-minute drill this year. This one we're going to be talking about the NBA, wrapping this up. The Lakers ended up winning the title, beating the Magic in 5 games. Were they worthy of that title?
Oh, totally. Kobe Bryant finally winning without Shaquille O'Neal. Pau Gasol really finally got past the first round, really did great. I mean, just his presence on the court with Dwight Howard covering him left other players open. Bynum stinks, never mind. But yeah, just Kobe Bryant even finally winning. Great for them. Phil Jackson finally passed the late Red Auerbach in all-time wins as a coach, so good for him. And yeah, totally, they deserved it.
Yeah.
I say yes, absolutely, they deserved it. They played great defense as a team, and they had all their role players played big. Lamar Odom and Fisher, and they executed well. All of them they all scored a lot. Fisher hit big shots in the clutch situations, and the Magic didn't, so they deserved the win.
Yeah, definitely agree that they deserve that. I mean, they beat everyone who was put in front of them. Everyone thought that the Nuggets would give them trouble, the Magic would give them trouble. They stopped both of those teams. Kobe played great, Lamar Odom, Pau Gasol. I mean, just total team effort. Derek Fisher coming up big in Game 4, hitting those 2 threes. So definitely deserving for the Lakers to win that. Now, give me your best player of the whole playoffs.
the whole play, I gotta go with LeBron James. I mean, even though he couldn't beat the Magic, look at his team. I feel so bad for the guy. The guy won MVP this year. There's no one on that team besides Mo Williams. No offense to Mo Williams, but he's not really as good as a complimentary player like Kobe Bryant has Pau Gasol. So I'm gonna give it to LeBron, then Kobe.
Matt.
I'm gonna take Rashard Lewis. I think he led his team as the most consistent scorer on the Magic. He led them past the Cavaliers, which no one saw happening, and he led them to a finals, which obviously they didn't win, but it was a great comeback for them.
For me, it's got to be Kobe Bryant. I mean, he did everything that the Lakers asked him to do. When they doubled him, he passed the ball to his teammates. He averaged 8 assists in the finals. He scored when he needed to, hit some unbelievable shots, some clutch threes when the Magic would go on runs or other teams in other parts of the playoffs. So him winning the championship and just doing everything asked of him definitely gives him that title as best player. Now, what allowed the Lakers to end up winning it all?
I'm going to go with...
What are you trying to...
We got to go. Just keep going from there, or no?
You guys are idiots. You're absolutely... Now you're going to have to stay after school. You have to.
He made me laugh because he was laughing because he said Wakers.
Start over. You better finish this.
All right, let's go.
He made me laugh, man.
Seriously, if you don't finish, you're going to have to come after school.
All right. Welcome back to the season finale of the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Max Zager, alongside Steve Cinque and Matt Heskins. This is our last segment of the 30-minute drill this season. This segment we'll be talking about the NBA Finals. Lakers ended up winning the title, beating the Magic in 5 games. Were they the worthy team of the NBA championship?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Phil Jackson finally passed the late Red Auerbach in all-time titles with 10, I believe. Kobe Bryant, MVP in the championship, had phenomenal series. Pau Gasol, Trevor Ariza making all the shots, Lamar Odom, everyone who had to step up finally stepped up and did their job. And, congratulations to them finally winning without Shaquille O'Neal. So, good for them.
Yeah.
I said absolutely they deserved it. They played great team defense, and, defense wins championships. And then more importantly, I think they executed on offense. Kobe was unstoppable. They hit big shots, and they scored consistently throughout the entire series. Derek Fisher hit big shots. They executed when the Magic didn't.
Yeah, definitely deserved that. I mean, everyone played well. They did end up playing defense. Everyone thought last year they weren't tough enough to win it all. This year they showed that they were tough enough. I mean, Kobe must have really got into them in the offseason. Everyone just played well. Great all-around performance from them. So definitely worthy of the title. Now, give me the best player in the playoffs.
I'm going to go with LeBron James. That shot he got against the Orlando Magic to win was finally phenomenal. He finally showed he could hit the big shot in the big moments. He was unstoppable. No one could stop him. It's just the team he was with is not that good. Mo Williams, he's a good player, but not as good as Pau Gasol is to Kobe Bryant. If he had one more big player like Shaquille O'Neal or someone, then maybe they could have won.
Matt?
I'm going to take Rashard Lewis. I think he was really the leader, not Howard, because Rashard Lewis was much more consistent. He single-handedly won some games with his offense when they were really struggling and they couldn't hit anything. He led them to the finals. Obviously, they didn't win, but I thought he led them past the Cavaliers, which is a great comeback because no one saw them winning.
Yeah, definitely 2 good guys there, but I have to go with Kobe. I mean, they did end up winning the championship. He did win Finals MVP. When they doubled him, he passed the ball. When needed to score, he scored. He just did everything right for the Lakers to end up winning the NBA championship, so definitely got to give it to him. Now, what allowed the Lakers to win it all?
The leadership by Phil Jackson and Kobe Bryant. Just their presence even, just made everyone want to win. Phil Jackson winning all the other times makes everyone wonder what it's like to win. And Kobe just was so committed to winning this year after losing to the Celtics last year that him himself even just brought him over the hump and finally won.
Matt?
I think defense is what won it for them. I mean, there were times in the series, especially the last game, where the Magic just couldn't score as good as their offense is. Pau Gasol and Bynum, they played great defense down low. Gasol had a bunch of block shots. Kobe and Fisher played great perimeter defense, and Ariza, obviously. So it was tough to score on them. Magic couldn't really do much against them.
And for me, I think it definitely was, like you said, Steve, somewhat the hunger that Kobe Bryant had for this title. I mean, the look on his face at times was, very scary. I mean, acted like he was going to kill someone out there on the court. He wanted to win so bad, and I think that definitely rubbed off on other players like Gasol and Odom and Ariza and Fisher. So they just wanted it so bad that nothing was going to get in their way. Now that Kobe's won his 4th title, done it without Shaq, he's obviously, got the talent to be up there with the greats. Do you think that he is in discussion for one of the best players of all time?
One of the best, yes. The best, no. You still got to go Bill Russell and Michael Jordan. But even his legacy, you can't. People saying he can't win it without Shaquille O'Neal. Like I said, he finally did it, and you know what? Good for him. I consider him top 5 players, best players to ever play the game. So.
Matt?
I agree with Steve. Probably top 5, top 10, but you can't call him the best. But he is obviously one of the best ever. I mean, there's times where you play terrific defense on him. You have your hand in his face, and he could barely see the hoop, and he still makes unbelievable shot, unbelievable plays that no one else could make. That's what makes him so great.
Yeah, I definitely think that he's in the discussion. I mean, obviously, I think Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain and Magic Johnson, Bill Russell, like you said, could be ahead of him, but he's definitely in that top 5 discussion. If you were going to make a team, he'd probably be on there with Jordan, him at the 2, and Jordan at the 3, because he doesn't have a weakness. Scores the basketball any way possible, and also plays phenomenal defense. Now let's move on to next year. Who's your favorite to win it all next season?
Call me crazy, but I'm going to go with the Chicago Bulls. Derrick Rose with a year under his belt, and even Del Negro as the coach with another year under his belt. He's knowing what's going on, how to do, what to do, and just a lot of great role players. Ben Gordon. Noah's going to have a big year next year. Brad Miller. Watch out for them.
Matt?
I'm going to take the Orlando Magic, even though they lost. I think that obviously the Jameer Nelson injury really set them back. I mean, as good as they did, they could have done even better had he been there all year, and now they solidified a stronger bench. Now J.J. Redick and Michael Petrus are good players who will play a lot.
And Hedo opted out today.
All right, well, I'm going to go with the Lakers. I think if they can get Ariza and Odom back, I don't see any reason why they can't repeat. Okay, now give me your MVP.
LeBron James. There's nothing I need to say. Just
Dwight Howard. He had no post-up game in the beginning, and now I think he's got a great game down low.
I definitely think LeBron's a favorite, but I'm going to say Wade can maybe sneak in there with a great season. Give me an impact rookie.
I'm going to go with Johnny Flynn. Every team needs another point guard on the team. He could shoot, steal, play defense. He'll be good.
It's a beat. It's very rare to have a center in the NBA, and I think he's a great center.
It's got to be Blake Griffin for me. I mean, #1 overall pick, dominant in college, going to be dominant in the NBA, no question about it. And give me your one surprise team.
Call me crazy once again, but the New Jersey Nets.
Matt?
The New York Knicks. I think they have a lot of talent. I love them.
For me, I think it's going to be the Thunder. I think if they can get a good draft pick, definitely them. All right, that's the end of the season finale of the 30-minute drill, as well as the end of our time on the show. I want to thank you, Steve and Matt, as well as everyone else, Anthony Scudillo, John Giardiello, John Vittozzi, John Vittas, Joe Rapp, Pete Samylenko, for all the things that you did, as well as Rob Feit. It was a great year on the drill, so thank you for watching.